Dawson starting again from the far end. Bowles on off stump. Oh, his edge is caught! And Liam Dawson takes a wicket in his second over back.
And faces up. Here is a reverse attempt, struck on the boot though, and his Woakes appealing. Jadeja has got padded up and is making his way down the steps, so that indicates that Rishabh Pant is going to be retiring hurt here. Well, Rishabh Pant was in an awful lot of pain. He was hopping around Old Trafford. He was taken off on the back of a golf cart. How significant will that moment be for this series, which continues to captivate? I'm Alison Mitchell on the outfield at Old Trafford, and welcome to day 2 of this 4th Test match. It is overcast here. India will be resuming with the bat on 264 for 4, but effectively 5. We are hearing that Rishabh Pant, well, he wasn't on the bus on his way to the ground today. He was not there with the rest of the team. We're hearing that he has a fracture and will be out for 6 weeks. That is the news that we are hearing. It's not been officially confirmed by the Indian camp as yet, but we're certainly not expecting to see Rishabh Pant out with the bat. Jadeja will be on 19 along with Shardul Thakur when India do resume with the bats. We've had 83 overs of this match. A new ball will be available to the England bowlers because bad light meant that they had to operate with the spinners towards the close of that first day. Well, it is overcast out here, but let's check on the weather before we go any further. Simon King is there at the BBC Weather Centre for us. Simon, what do we have in store?
Hi Alison, it's pretty much the same as it was yesterday, if I'm honest. Yeah, lots of cloud, and the overcast skies will continue at least for a good few hours. Now, there is probably a greater chance of getting some brighter spells, the sunshine breaking through that cloud a little bit later on, so there may be some late afternoon sunny spells developing, but it's going to be another fairly pleasantly warm day. Temperatures up to about 22 degrees Celsius with a gentle wind really, and the forecast for Friday is pretty similar again. Yeah, just overcast. It's going to stay dry, perhaps a bit more sunshine as we go into the later stages of Friday, and certainly into Saturday some sunnier spells. The only chance of any rain really is on Sunday, so a good few days yet to come where it's going to be staying dry.
OK, Simon, well, that's some positive news in terms of the weather, so maybe some showers just then on the 5th day. Well, what about the way this match is set up then? And remember that it's England leading 2-1. This is a match that India have to win if they're to take it to a decider at the Oval, where they could still have a chance of winning the series. England can wrap things up with victory here. I've got Sir Alistair Cook alongside me, former England captain. I've got World Cup winner in Alex Hartley, and Prakash Wakankar is here as well. Prakash, let me start with you with the Rishabh Pant injury, because I think we all feared the worst when he saw the way that foot ballooned up yesterday and his clear discomfort. But yeah, that news yet to be fully confirmed, but unlikely to see him.
Yes, it looks like his series is done, isn't it? Averaging 77 over the innings he's played, assuming he doesn't bat again. It'd be a massive blow, as much for the team as much as it will be for India's batting, which has looked good in patches, but I think his absence is going to be felt first of all in this innings, then of course for the rest of the 3 innings in this series. But oftentimes we've seen with this Indian side in recent times, when things go really downhill with injuries or with absence of players for reasons, others tend to stand up, and that's all that one can really hope for, that someone or a couple of others stand up and deliver outstanding performances to make up for the loss. But the fact is, it's 10 versus 11 from here on in. Not ideal, but those are the rules at the moment.
Yeah, we'll pick up on that conversation as well around substitutes. I know, Alistair, you had a bit to say about that on the TMS podcast last night as well. But I mean, yeah, the injury to Rishabh Pant, I think for a lot of people even in the ground today, no matter which team you support, Rishabh Pant is box office, whichever way you look at it, and you always want to see the best players on the park. I mean, it was an extraordinary shot he was playing to be struck on the boot as he was. Absolutely.
It is a great shame for this game and the Oval game. I asked Chris Woakes, I said, well, you don't reverse sweep me, mate. I was either going to hit you on your toe or bounce you, like, with a massive smiling face. It's one of the unfortunate things about cricket, isn't it? Like, when you play the hard ball and bowlers bowl 80, 90 mile an hour, injuries do happen, and it is an unfortunate thing. Did he need to play the reverse sweep? Is a question like you can throw at that argument, because he was batting. So he'd already 2 or 3 times in this series he tried to play the reverse sweep to seamers and missed it. So at best he's at 20% playing the shot. Now, is that a risk worth playing? I don't know when he's got every other shot he played. He's played so well in this series, and he's a brilliant player. And after coming back from a car crash, all the story that he's come back to, the fact he's playing Test cricket, look, England will have a little smile on their face because they've taken out one of India's best batsmen on this tour. It's the nature of the beast of cricket that you sometimes can get a bit of luck. What Prakash said, I was just going to say exactly that sometimes when you've lost one of your best players, everyone's thinking, well, it's 10 against 11. Actually, it's a bit more of a free shot. Sometimes that's the pressure off. It's well, imagine if we win this game now when everyone's saying, well, we can't win without Pant. So that's not fair. They've still got 250 runs on the board. They still can get over 350, 400 on the six, and then they've got a fully fit bowling attack. So I do think you miss bowlers more than you miss a batter who's also got 40 odd as well. So he's made some contribution. So it's not over. England can't sit there and go that, and it could, really ignite this Indian side.
That's it, Alex. So much about mindset, isn't it? When a big injury like this happens, it affects both teams.
Yeah, it absolutely does, and one team more positive way than another. But as these two have just said, you can go out and just play positively. And yes, you're a batter down, but is it the end of the world? Yes, obviously Rishabh Pant is an incredible batter. As Cookie just said, he is box office. He provides entertainment. Once he got going, he's really hard to stop. Could he have been, 18 not out at the end of the day's play yesterday? Absolutely. You sort of feel sorry for him because he's broken his foot. However, he did play silly shots. Silly things happen, don't they?
Well, it was Chris Woakes who was the bowler, who bowled the ball. There was the attempted reverse sweep and the bottom edge onto the boot. Chris Woakes also bowled, and he bowled nicely yesterday. Picked up the one wicket. It was an important wicket that he got, KL Rahul. Let's catch up with Woakes now because he's one of the attack who has the task of continuing to bowl India out on this second morning. And a little bit earlier on, he caught up with Henry Moran.
It was a full day on a heavy outfield and a hard pitch, so the body's feeling it a little bit this morning, but we'll get it going, we'll rev it up and go again. It's the nature of the job. But yesterday was hard fought. I thought we stuck to it well. Obviously not getting any in that early session was more frustrating than anything. I think when you obviously win the toss, bowl first, beat the bat a lot, you probably feel like you deserve a little bit more, but we got our rewards in the second session and stuck at it well.
Do you feel that pressure as a bowler? When you win the toss, you have a bowl first, you're thinking, OK, right, I've got a job to do first session.
I think you just, whenever even if you'd have lost the toss and find yourself bowling first, you feel like that little bit of pressure to make early inroads. But it's part of the job, and it's what we thrive off. And I felt like we did some really good stuff yesterday morning, just didn't really get our rewards. But that's the nature of the beast sometimes. Sometimes it doesn't always go your way, and I felt that as I said, we stuck at it and got those rewards in the second session. But I think regardless of the toss, you kind of put the pressure on yourself to do well, so it doesn't make too much difference.
Standing right by the pitch, there's still a little bit of green to it. There's that Old Trafford sheen as well. What have you made of things?
Yeah, I thought yesterday morning, obviously first bowl on it in the first hour, there was a little bit there off the seam with the new ball. And then as the day went on, it felt like it got better to bat on. It was a bit more true. I think bowling from this end, there was a little bit more bounce. There was enough to keep you interested as a bowler, but also I felt like if you missed, it was a good pitch to bat on as well. So a bit in it for everyone, I think.
Rishabh Pant's an unusual person to bowl at. That was a potentially significant moment when he was struck on the foot.
Yeah, it was. You obviously don't ever like to see someone injured like that, I suppose, however it happens. But, quite unusual, as you said. I mean, it was a slower ball as well. So to catch him probably on that part of the foot was quite, strange for it to do so much damage, I suppose. It's a shame there's footage, otherwise I'd be telling the grandkids it was a 90-mile-an-hour in-swinging Yorker. But, that's the way the game goes. Sometimes injuries happen, and I suppose a bit of a blow for India, but we'll crack on and try and do our job, which is obviously try and bowl them out this morning.
Match situation, where do you see it? I mean, we always say it, but the first hour feels big.
Yeah, it's always the way, isn't it? Always the way. The first hour of a test match, there's a new ball due. It'll be an important hour, an important first session, I suppose. But I think we have to try and just stick to what we know is best, which is obviously put the ball in the right areas. Hopefully we can get a couple early and put pressure on their tail. And then obviously when we get the chance to bat, we've just got to bat well.
Is there a score you're thinking you've got to limit India to?
No, I don't think so. I think you just kind of go about your business by, we'll always look to attack, look to take wickets. It's the nature of the way we play. But, as I said, I think there's kind of a bit in this pitch for everyone. So, there's moments where as a batting team you're probably going to have to, sit tight a little bit or try and put the pressure back on the bowlers and take them off the length, because there was a little bit there yesterday. But as I said, the ball got a little bit softer towards the back end, 50 overs old, and it was a lot easier to bat.
Just finally, big topic of conversation upstairs. If Rishabh Pant is out of the game, substitutes, where do we stand on that? It's a funny one, isn't it, cricket?
It is a funny one, isn't it, I suppose? I know in the last Test match he couldn't keep, and you bring in a new keeper. I think as a bowler you always feel a little bit hard done by that, because if a bowler goes down, say it be a hamstring or a side strain or whatever it is early in a game, you lose that bowler for the rest of the match, don't you? And you don't get a replacement. So it feels like everything else should be the same in my eyes. But I don't think it's going to. Well, I don't think it should change. I've played the game for long enough. I think as a bowling attack, you have to have a robust attack which plays for a long period of time and is able to bowl a lot of overs. And that you can't, the way I see it is, if you were to be able to bring in a sub, you can have a guy come in, bowl 10 overs at 95 mile an hour and then go and have a rest and sit down and bring someone fresh. It just doesn't sit right with me. So that's the way I see it.
It's a batsman's game though, isn't it?
Of course it is. Of course it is. Always has been, always will be.
Typical fast bowler's response there. But it's a really interesting point, isn't it, about substitutes? And you had a long chat, Cookie, in the TMS podcast last night about it. And it is interesting to note that just recently the ICC have announced that substitutes for injury will be trialled in first-class cricket in full member countries as of October. So that will begin, or that will certainly be India's domestic season, and across the Australian, New Zealand, Southern Hemisphere summers, South Africa as well. So whether that trial gets extended to, say, the English game by next summer, or whether it will be deemed to have, been fine-tuned and okay for international cricket. But it is an interesting point. Everyone has quite a different view. You last night were actually of the mind, Cookie, that maybe if you're going to have substitutes, we'll have substitutes for everything, tactically, just allow it. Have you had a chance to sort of think more, allow that thought to percolate overnight?
My initial things will always be, the Test cricket's been around for however long. You play 11 versus 11, and if there's an injury, it is what it is. So that is what I would probably still sit with my hat on. I understand the argument of it's an entertainment business, and the fact one side is really hindered means that people have paid money to watch it. So therefore, that's why if I have to go that way, I'd say it has to be a substitute allowed for the first two innings, 1 or 2, and then that's used, and then nothing else for 3 and 4. That would be where I would go. But I think if you had to ask me right now, I would say no substitutions, stick it as it is. Robustness, a bit of luck, a bit of what do you call it, cricketing gods. It's worked pretty well for however many years. I don't think you need to change it. If you change it like the rules they're going to say, I do believe that sides will bend the rules, and it's going to cause more issues at certain times, not every game, and one side will feel hard done by with the rules, independent doctors, all that kind of stuff. It's going to take so much managing. I'm not sure it's going to be that easy to manage.
Well, I haven't yet seen any sort of full draft of what this regulation might be. It's at the moment, it's like a 3-liner in the bottom of an ICC press release saying they're going to be trialling this for, quote, serious injury. I suppose, Alex, lots of parameters have to be built around what qualifies as a serious injury, who determines that it's a serious injury. And
that's exactly it, isn't it? And if you have a serious injury, like a broken foot, and you're out for a series, then, that's different, isn't it? And I think maybe you could have a substitute. But is a side strain classed as a serious injury? Is pulling your hamstring as a bowler a serious injury? If it rules you out of the Test match, you would say it is, but we don't know what is classed as a serious injury, and I think it's so grey around those areas. And like Cookie said, independent doctors, bending of rules. A bowler doesn't quite feel too well, they've got a bit of food poisoning. Is that a serious injury? There's so many questions around it.
Yeah, I don't mean to be harsh or anything, but the fact that a concussion substitute out, that's a serious injury. If that's already there, then let's take that out as well and then have no substitutes.
Well, it's worth noting that, isn't it? Because I had a few people messaged me on social media last night saying, well, how come Steve Smith was replaced at Lord's that time when he was felled by Jofra Archer and Marnus Labuschagne came out? But that was specifically for concussion, and that does exist at the moment. Maybe there needs to be something around, how long a player is ruled out for before you're allowed to substitute, because no player, wants to miss more cricket than they have to. So if a player is deemed, you're missing 2 test matches, well then a substitute for the rest of the series maybe.
But then again we're terming like someone heals quicker than other people get. There's the can of worms, I fear, is opened when you start having, when you start that three-line press release. In my eyes, I think there's going to be too many there's too many ifs, buts for regulation. So that's why I'm a little bit concerned about it. The concussion subs, I do understand it, but it doesn't sit that easily with me. The issue with that is a concussion. Obviously, players want to get out there, want to play. They like a blow to the head. They'll say, "I'm fine. I'll go and bat," and then actually you're not medically not safe. But then are you not medically safe with a hamstring? As Aggers keeps banging on about the bowlers and how unfair it is. If making him bowl with a slightly sore hamstring, because then strains turn into tears turn into ruptures. So it's uncharted territory. So it's a really interesting discussion, and you just got to be really careful with when you start messing with the game which has gone for so long. You might solve one problem, but you might create 3 or 4 other ones.
Well, we've also seen the substitutes in the shorter format of the game, the IPL, and the all-rounder just becomes redundant. There's no need, like a Washington Sundar barely plays in the IPL, but he's playing Test cricket here today because it's like, okay, well, we've won the toss, we're batting, let's lob in another batter. Oh, now we can do a substitute for a bowler. It's going to get very messy. It's going to get very complicated. The first team to have a fake injury replacement, I'm telling you, it'll blow up everywhere.
Well, this is why it gets trialled, isn't it? In first-class cricket, would it become such a massive story if it happens at first-class level somewhere? But it sure would do if it happened in an international match.
It'll still be a big story if it's a county championship and it goes down to the last game, and suddenly we'll say Surrey and Somerset, something happens in that game. It means a lot to those players who've worked all year for all summer to win the biggest trophy in the domestic game. Just because it's not as worldwide and as international cricket, it'll still cause a big stir.
Well, that's the reason why it's being trialled. It's not often the case that things get trialled and then get scrapped, but I'll have to monitor it very, very closely indeed. Let's focus then on what is going to happen today and the things we know. That England have a new ball. India are effectively 5 wickets down. Alice, you've had a look at the pitch. What's that surface doing on day 2?
Well, it's rock hard. It's absolutely rock hard. There's barely a scuff with rough at all. There's always going to be a little bit, but there's nothing like. We used to go to Old Trafford and say it will spin late in the day, big footholds. Remember Shane Warne bowling all these balls, and it was a great cricket wicket in terms of quick and then deteriorating. I don't think that's deteriorating. I think that surface, like it has probably for the first class games here for Lancashire, has stayed the same for the 4 or 5 days. So I think what we saw yesterday, we're going to see the majority of that for the next 4 days, 5 days. So I think England won't be concerned or chasing on that last day.
So it's Jadeja and Thakur, Prakash, who are out in the middle with the bat. I mean, the way Sudarshan batted was sort of in keeping with the way the pitch was playing, really, wasn't it? Maybe a little bit too pace with a degree of caution. Do you think we will see the same this morning then from Jadeja and Thakur?
Well, they may well want to do that. It'll all depend on how well England bowl. If they bowl anywhere near as well as they did yesterday, with a little bit of luck, they could have had early wickets. And I think it's going to be a question of can these two and the batters to follow negotiate the new ball. The first 10-15 overs will be crucial, as we always say. But with the new ball in these conditions, I think England will want to wrap this up, if possible, within the first hour or 40 minutes.
When do you think Stokes will bowl? He's been so instrumental, hasn't he? Getting those key wickets yesterday of Shubman Gill and Sai Sudarshan as well.
Full well, if there isn't a breakthrough in the first 45 minutes, he's coming on to bowl, isn't he? Whenever he feels like they need a breakthrough, whenever, as a bowler who's a captain, you often don't bowl yourself enough, but I think Stokes does. He holds himself back, don't get me wrong, but he almost bowls himself too much, and you're watching him and you're going, oh, does he need to bowl that extra over? There'll be no question he'll come into the attack as soon as he feel like he needs to. If England get early wickets, he'll probably hold off a little bit longer. But yeah, if they don't get a wicket in the first half an hour, we'll pretty sure we'll see Ben Stokes.
As a spinner, Alex, how much pleasure did it give you to see Liam Dawson make his return after 8 years, and then his sheer joy at getting a test wicket after thousands of days?
Well, we've got a little secret society, the Left Arm Spinners Union, and any time a left arm spinner comes into a team and takes wickets, everybody's chuffed for each other. And Liam Dawson in particular, it's been such a long wait between test matches, and just to see him play with a smile on his face, I think that's the most important thing. It's been so long since he last played. He could have put pressure on himself. He could have come out and said, oh, you know, I need to do well. I'm an injury replacement. I must, you know, make a claim that I'm good enough to play. No, he's doing what he does best. He's just bowling, and, you know, bowling with a huge smile on his face and effectively. And, you know, he's doing his job. And there will be questions after this test match if he takes a couple more wickets, especially in that third innings of does Bashir come straight back in? But that's another conversation.
Well, that'll be one to have, wouldn't it, at the end of the series, I think, here. The crowd is filling up nicely here at Old Trafford. The party stand is looking pretty full. Hopefully the issues that spectators had getting in yesterday has been abated today, with a couple of extra gates open maybe, or people getting to the ground early as well. The point there is filling up with people standing, leaning on that balcony, the bright red building overlooking the green grass here in the Victorian Pavilion, nestled between the Point and the Red Hotel as well. The mascots have appeared with their flags ready to welcome the teams out onto the outfield, and India are starting to make their way off the ground as well. England have long disappeared into the dressing room with the heavy roller trundling up and down the pitch at the moment. When we talk about Ben Stokes, Alex and Prakash have just let Sir Alistair go upstairs because he's going to be starting commentary on the highlights tonight, which will be on BBC Two as ever from 7 p.m. and on the iPlayer. Is there one little, if you like, blot on Stokes this summer so far in terms of the impact he has or hasn't yet made with the bat? Is that something you think he will be really wanting to rectify? Or as long as, you know, he's performing so well with the ball, is that maybe compensating for his scores, which, if you look, 20 and 33, 0 and 33, 44 and 33 as it happens. So that'd be one for Zoltz in the second innings.
Look, he obviously would want to go on and score more runs. Every batter wants to score more runs. He asked Gill when he got out for that monster score, he wanted more runs. You know, every batter does. I don't think it's a concern, to be completely honest. I think players like Stokes step up on big occasions. It wouldn't surprise me if, say, England lose this test match and then they go to the Oval, Stokes gets 100, because it's the do-or-die game. We've seen him in World Cup finals, we've seen him in Ashes, we've seen him in crunch moments stepping up. So for me, it's not a concern. Yes, he would like more runs, but it's everything else he brings to this team, isn't it? The captaincy, the fighting nature, the way the lads get around him, the way they all fight together. He leads this team so well. So yeah, it's not a massive concern for me.
Well, the England batting innings may well start later today. And Prakash, if that's the case, which Indian bowler do you think we would be talking about by the end of this day's play? Because Jasprit Bumrah, funnily enough, has played in the matches where India haven't won. And where do you think he sits? You've got Anshul Kamoj coming into the side as well as a debutant. So there must have been a bit of a decision there around Prasidh Krishna as to which one to go for. But yeah, who do you think might be the bowler to make the headlines in these conditions today?
Well, you know, it's like Bumrah is the expected one, right? Everyone expects him to. I just have a nagging feeling that we might see some interesting bowling from Anshul Kamoj. It's a big moment for him. He comes from Haryana. He's built a little bit of a reputation about getting the ball to move at pace. But if someone was to put a gun to my head and say, I would say maybe it's going to be Siraj's time.
Siraj's time.
Every time Siraj has the ball in hand, it's exciting to watch. Something happens. He's so fiery. You know, he fired up this team. He got in Crawley's face. Everything happened, didn't it? I love watching Siraj bowl because I love a competitor. I love somebody that wears their heart on their sleeve, and he is definitely that.
Well, the day is set up beautifully, isn't it? I think probably before Rishabh Pant's injury last night, you felt it was fairly evenly poised. And then that happened. The prospect now of England coming out with a brand new ball at their disposal and saying that here is Chris Woakes, who comes down the stairs right behind us in pristine whites with the cable knit sleeveless shirt on as well, alongside Tim Southey, who's the bowling coach. So that is England's task, take 5 more wickets to bowl India out, because of course they are without Rishabh Pant. Just to reiterate, if you missed that news right at the top when we went on air, nothing official yet from the Indian camp, but what we're hearing is that Rishabh Pant does have a fracture in his foot. That dreaded metatarsal, that was the injury, if you remember, with David Beckham and Wayne Rooney. It's a scourge around England media circles, that's for sure, the talk of the metatarsal. But yeah, that is if that is the case and confirmed by India in due course, that is just desperate news for India and for Rishabh Pant. But they will need to make do without him. The mascots are out ready for the teams, and the heavy roller has indeed exited the ground as well. The stage is set for day 2, which means we can go up to our commentary box where Phil Tufnell is alongside Jonathan Agnew. Good morning to you, Aggers.
Good morning, Ali. Lovely conversation down there. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Andy Zoltzman. Thanks for that timely prod. And good morning, Phil Tufnell.
Morning.
I was examining Tuffer's wine gums at the time there. So anyway, we're all set to go, and it is going to be a really interesting second day today. The bell being rung by Neil Fairbrother, I think, up there. I can see on the screen. Down there in the pavilion, which is nice to see. And gradually the field is being cleared, and we're about underway. Tuffers, interesting day today coming up.
Absolutely, looking forward to it. You just get the feeling that the new ball will be taken immediately. Yes. You've got the likes of Archer, Carr, Stokes going to be steaming in, no Pant, which is always awkward.
Yes.
You just feel that that's a big moment in this game, don't you? He's been such a thorn in the side of England. He's played beautifully. A bit of a talisman for this side, so it's how they're going to react without him. It's got everything, and England looking to bowl them out by lunchtime, just after lunch, and then get batting, and we've got Bumrah. So we've got a great day ahead. It's absolutely chock-a-block.
Yep, it is. There's a small guard of honour down there, maybe half a dozen kids, or at least I think they're England side, and there's an Indian side over there as well, and one or two stewards I see lurking around there, and the crowd is in today. Whereas yesterday, of course, it was all a bit difficult getting in, and there was an apology from Lancashire. They've closed another road off out the back there, so that appears to have helped. Tim Southey, as Ali mentioned, the New Zealander, is helping the bowlers warm up and prepare themselves, and I'd expect they'll take that new ball straight away.
Absolutely, not half. It's just got set up for a great day. Little bit of overcast conditions as well, which England won't mind. There's a few little patches of blue, but it's got that same sort of muggy, warm feeling that's just going to make the ball swing and seam and nip. I think England might have learned from yesterday morning when I think they bowled it a little too short, only by a smidgen. But there is a length here. I can remember a couple of test matches going up there. There just seems to be a length around here at Old Trafford where it just does a bit more for you, and that is that slightly fuller of length. So interesting to see how England go about it this morning, but they would be definitely absolutely revved up and raring to go, because they could win the series almost, you feel, today.
Could be today, you're right. They could set it up, couldn't they?
Yes.
Rod Tucker's got the new ball in his hand there, and I think he's going to toss it straight on. There we go. So that's been jettisoned. And Ben Stokes is going to take that new ball immediately. It's an interesting thing. There was a theory, and dear old Ken Higgs, my old coach, used to pass this on, that when the new ball was due, and you were going to take it, still bowl a few balls with the old one in the over, and then take the new ball, maybe fourth ball.
Right.
So the batsman has got used to playing with the old one, and suddenly, boom.
I can see that.
You understand?
Yes,
it's quite good, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I can see that, but they don't do that. But I definitely can see that.
It's an idea.
Completely different little sort of whoosh.
Yeah.
Why give them an early sighter?
Yeah, absolutely.
Idea. Yeah.
Anyway, who's going to take it first? Chris Woakes. By the look of it, this end, that makes sense. And,
yesterday.
He's a ball from this end. He started at the other end first time yesterday. Jerusalem's come to an end. No sign of any batsman yet.
No.
I'm not sure what's going on down there. Umpire Tucker's looking over his shoulder saying, "Oh, where are you?" He's now looking at his watch. And England are very conscious, quite rightly so, of over rates and so on. India had a good grumble about the length of time that it took England to go out and face the bowling the other day.
Is this a little bit tit for tat?
Well, I don't know. Where are they? There's no sign. England are in position. Woakes is ready to go. And there's no sign of the not out batsman. Oh, here they come. Maybe it's like a Viv Richards entrance.
Perhaps.
Making everyone wait.
Yes, building it up.
Out you go.
Yeah. I learnt that at the end of my career, when to walk out. I always gave it a beat. You know, yeah, no, absolutely, because I used to sort of scuttle out as the other fella was walking off, taking the applause for 100,
Yes.
and I used to sort of cross, no, wait till they've got in, and then hang back just for a couple of beats.
Well, it's build up that expectation, don't you? I was always very excited watching you bat, Tuffers.
It was the only time I was going to get a round of applause for me batting.
Phil Tufnell.
Yes, that's
there
right.
you go.
There you go, like a gladiator.
Booms round Lords. Fantastic.
Yep.
Now, 4 slips, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg we have set, and a very long PA announcement being made. There we go.
Yeah, it's taken a little bit of time to get going
Well,
this
it is.
morning, hasn't it?
Anyway,
We're-
Rob Tucker's ready. He's waving towards the scorers.
Come on, here we go. Big day today. I can feel it.
It's a reminder, 264 for 4, but effectively 5. And we're really not expecting much of Rishabh Pant, I'm afraid,
Ah, bless him.
for the rest of the match.
Yeah.
What a silly shot, though.
Well,
You know, I know it might sound a bit harsh, but
that is fraught with danger.
it is.
Yeah.
It is. It's rather self-inflicted. Here's the first ball of the second day. Woakes bowls, and Thakur on the front foot. Just plays that back to the bowler. He looks at the ball, tosses it on to Ben Stokes to have another look at.
No, he had an indifferent game, didn't he? Thakur? He played a couple of curious shots, didn't bowl very well, so he's got a bit of a point to prove as well. Sorry, Andy, I've just got you going there early doors.
Just to get my mic cable tied up amongst various laptops. He didn't have a great game in that first test. Scores of 1 and 4 with the bat, 0 for 38 and 2 for 51 with the ball. Did get 2 very good 50s at the Oval in India's win there in 2021.
That's right, I remember. You can bat.
Woakes on his way, kicks up his heels, bowls a ball that just swings away a little, kept low. To keep low again, it's a new ball, and that went grubbing through to Smith at about ankle height. So lots of clapping and enthusiasm going on out there, and England would have looked at all those things that we get, the pitch maps and so on, and seen where the length of the bowling and so on. I thought they really tried hard to bowl a fuller length after lunch yesterday.
I mean, it is difficult because you just don't like being driven as a fast bowler, but you know that is where that's your business. That's your business area.
Woakes again into a slight breeze, bowls, and that's short, cut, but hits the field there in the form of Pope. He's got his sunglasses perched up on the peak of his cap. He's a backward point. Woakes still kicking away at the footholes, which have been lovingly restored by the ground staff overnight. And he's kicked most of them out already, I think.
Oh, it did rain last night.
It did.
Oh, absolutely chucked it down where we were.
And it still feels quite quite steamy, quite muggy now. There's the early rendition of Jerusalem. Woakes past umpire Tucker, moves in, bowls, nice delivery there, just swinging away a little again, not much, but just a little bit of shape. And Tucker very watchfully goes onto the back foot. There's the ball away down to Gully.
Yeah, England be thinking just if they can dislodge Jadeja.
Yeah.
He's a canny operator. He'll get stuck in.
Well, he did play well at Lords, didn't he?
Oh, well. But I mean, England be thinking, anything around sort of 320. If you can get them 330, they'll think pretty good job done.
Woakes on his way again, bowls the right-handed Thakur, who gets very squared up, turns the ball carefully to mid-wicket. Carse is fielding there. And again, there's no run. The pavilion is full, the point is full, all those people, they're leaning on the railing on the front of that. The temporary stand looks to be full.
Yeah.
The stewards on duty.
I think they opened a few extra gates, didn't they?
Well, they closed the road. It's very chaotic at the back.
Right.
It's the normal route in, and they closed it off. So the traffic queues were very difficult this morning. Here's Woakes bowls. That's a nice ball. See, that's the length.
Yeah.
That's the length. It is really very full. It's almost half volley length. And that swung. It was nicely played by Tucker. He just let it go through, but you could see that just kissed the pitch and just kicked on a bit.
Yeah, he got no value. I can remember Carse yesterday dug a few in, and he got no value for that sort of like genuine short ball. It just seems to stop in the surface and just beg to be hit.
So Archer will bowl the second over, and he's having a change of ends. I think all his bowling yesterday was from this Statham end.
Yes.
Ball from James Anson,
He's going to bowl from the Jimmy Anderson end. Some rousing applause for him.
Have you seen him? Is he here, Jimmy? I haven't seen him.
I haven't seen Jimmy.
I would have thought he'd have been wandering around his end.
Well, like he owned the place.
Oh, absolutely. I would if I had an end. Wouldn't get me out of it.
A Phil Tufnell end.
Oh, crikey. God knows what would go on in there.
So I feel a bit sorry for Kate Cross with that portable toilet.
Yeah, that's not very...
Well,
it's not very nice, is it?
not really.
Well, I mean, it's lovely, you know, to have something named after you. Cool.
Yeah.
Excellent. Yeah.
Anyway, Archer then, from the Anderson end, moves in, bowls to Jadeja. That's an edge. It doesn't carry. Doesn't carry. Goes edge to Gully.
Bit deep there, Gully.
He is deep.
Yeah, I mean, that's more for the slash, that. If you'd have been in regulation, Gully, that might have gone.
It would have carried. And it's become a thing, this position. And Duckett's usually there. It's become something that England have done. And they have this Gully fielder who is, well, he's 3 yards probably, because it's normally a straight line, isn't it? First, second, third slip, and then the Gully, all on a line. But they sort of deliberately placed that man deep. That would have carried. Archer comes in again, bowls. Jadeja clips him into the leg side. First run of the morning. Tucked away out to deep mid-wicket.
Just got something here. Jimmy's playing...
Cheltenham.
Oh, lovely, lovely. Like Cheltenham.
Nice playing, eh? He got Aaron Bancroft out yesterday, I see.
Yeah. Good man.
He's still running in. Is he still running in?
No.
Is he turned 43 yet? It's sometime in the summer.
Yeah. He must just be sort of bowling some skillful, swingy stuff, mustn't he? He can't be bowling at any pace.
It's 43 next week.
Next week, I knew it was coming. Knew it was coming.
Cheltenham.
It's Wednesday.
College, isn't it? Played there.
Yes.
Yes, or university or something.
Got 2 not out yesterday.
Oh,
Tom Hartley made a century, 130. Playing at 10.
Jimmy's in a bit of nick.
Yeah.
265 for 4. Thakur on strike. And, big airy drive. That goes past the inside edge, or just past the off stump. He really launched himself at that.
Yeah, no feet movement, and it was just, as you said, that perfect length, slightly forward, looking to drive it. It's just jagged back a bit and him gone over the top of off stump.
That is the length.
Yeah. Little bit of something happening.
Yeah, his eyes lit up there, but that tends to be the way that Archer moves the ball now. He does predominantly move the ball in.
I tell you something, they've gone past some inside and outside edges, England, in this.
Yeah.
They haven't really connected with any of them.
Archer runs in, bowls. Oh, and his edge might have been dropped there. Did it carry?
Oh.
Did it carry to second slip? It went quickly, very, very low. Brooke is the fielder. It looked to me as if it just scuffed in front of him. But that should have carried. He drove the ball.
Yeah.
I mean, there's plenty of bat speed on it. It's a new ball.
Archer with a new ball and an off drive.
Let's have a look. No, it didn't carry.
No. I mean, well, you must be tearing your hair out as a quick bowler.
Yeah.
If that's not carrying, what the hell's going on?
The only other thing to look at is whether they're all too deep.
Well,
I said this yesterday.
Yeah.
Whether they are too deep. Because the old style of wicket keeping was you took the ball waist high, didn't you? Took it there, but Bob Taylor and
yes.
Whereas Smith tends to take the ball lower down, and you set yourselves as slip fielders to the keeper, don't you?
Yeah.
Archer again, bowls, edged, and it has been caught this time.
Great catch.
Very, very low to his right.
Great catch.
Archer's delighted. And that's a very, very big wicket at this stage. Jadeja caught, beautifully caught by Brooke, low to his right. It couldn't have been much lower. And Jadeja walks off. He hasn't survived the new ball. And that does get England right into the game now. 5 wickets down, but effectively 6. And just looking at that ball, it moved away. It is what Archer does now to a left-hander. And that is a brilliant catch. That couldn't have been any lower. He's taken it two-handed as well, down to his right. Fantastic catch by Harry Brooke. And it's 266 for 5, but effectively 6.
Yeah, and it's just doing a little bit for Archer. He bowls that beautiful line to the left-handers where he's sort of like pitching it around sort of leg and middle, just getting that bit of a wave movement. Good, healthy edge, but that's a cracking catch there by Harry Brooke.
Really is.
Yeah, and
really
you
was.
just feel now with who walking in, you just feel that's might have just broken.
Sunday, won't it? Washington Sunday.
Yeah, listen, we still play another left-hander though, so that England won't mind that because I think his record at Archer's better to left-handers, and he's just got that line and that length spot on at the moment. So slips, get yourself half a pace closer.
Well, I think so.
Yeah, and get ready,
because that was barely carried.
Yeah, it's a cracker, that.
Brilliant catch.
Anything low and quick like that. I mean, and you're moving forward as well. You know, it's difficult to throw yourself forward as a slipper.
Yeah.
To cop it.
I think they have come up.
Yes, I think they have.
They have.
Good call.
There's a fourth slip in Pope's there. Still the gully is deep.
Yeah. 4 slips in that gully.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's England look on it this morning. Good conditions to bowl as well. New ball in hand. Can't get it much better to blow this game wide open.
It's perfect. Cloud cover. So Washington's first ball. In comes Archer. Ball's outside the off stump. Settle down, Tuffy.
Sorry, it's exciting.
He plays no stroke and it goes through to the keeper. That's not a whoosh moment.
No,
it's not. So there's the applause for Archer.
Yes. He's that kind of bowler, though, isn't he? When he just, you can see it. And listen, he's got that silky sort of smooth run-up and action, so fluid and sort of languid, but you just know when he's on it.
Yep.
And he's on it at the moment. I mean, that did zip through.
Jadeja 20 off 40 balls with 3 fours. That broke a sequence of 4 consecutive 50s. He passed 50 in both innings at Edgbaston and Lords.
Oh, it's a great catch. Just watched it on the screen again. He's had to throw himself forward as well, John. Good catch.
Third over of the day then. Wokes runs in, bowls. Oh, that's gloved away very awkwardly. He'll go for 4. But Thakur there looking very accusingly at the pitch. That seemed to climb. He ripped his hand off the bat handle.
Just saw Wokesy go,
yeah,
as he's walking back to his mark.
Did pop up off something. But, there are 1 or 2 cracks out there. That got very big. It was really heading for his ribs.
Yeah.
From a length. Yes, Wokes enjoyed that, and looking at the replay, just looking at the pitch and pursing his lips, going, ooh. 270 for 5.
Well, as I said, it did rain heavy yesterday. Perhaps that's just a little bit got into the ground, you know, and it's of the surface area, which sort of then just helps things along a bit.
Thakur is on 24. It's 270 for 5. Wokes runs in, bowls, hits him on the pad. It's a sort of withdrawn appeal, really. The leg before wicket there is well outside the line of the off stump. And Partaka not interested.
See, I'm getting a bit greedy. I just want to see Ben Stokes bowl all the time. You know, you can't be taking the new ball, though. You've got to let some of the other guys do a bit of the work.
I might have, if I were him, I think I would have bowled early yesterday. I would have brought myself on ahead of Cars, I think. But anyway, Stokes really uses a new ball, doesn't he? Swings it. Wokes again, runs in, bowls, and he's squared up here. Pushes the ball out to Stokes there at mid-off. Has a look at it, gets polishing again on his England sweater. You get a good rub. Steward's on duty over there. I was sent a photograph actually by the Barmy Army trumpeter Finchy yesterday.
Right.
And it explains why they were particularly keen on getting hold of those beer snakes. So they're long, because there's a sign up saying anybody who puts those cups together like that will be thrown out of the ground.
Oh, okay.
You know, that's the situation. In goes Wokes, bowls, cut hard for 4. Out towards that stand. Second boundary, and that was an emphatic shot as Wokes dropped too short there. 274 for 5.
He looks strong there in that back foot cut. A little bit more sort of like susceptible when he's going forward, I think, Thakur. Yep. You know, he looks a little bit set for that. Anything with a bit of width and just short of a length, he just seems in that perfect position. Get it fuller to him. Looks to play around that front pad and doesn't look his favourite length, the fuller length.
3 slips, gully. Wokes moves in, bowls. Oh, how about that off stump? He's got an inside edge on that. The ball creeps away down to a long leg.
Well, I suppose it can get a bit messy, can't it? Because not all the cups are fully empty.
Oh, there'll be a lot of people saying thank God for that.
Yeah, because it's all getting
absolutely
covered in.
So Lancashire have made that step anyway. That that's why the stewards went in.
Yeah.
To get the culprits, but of course it just creates a situation in which it kind of makes it worse, really.
Yeah.
But anyway, that explains what was going on there yesterday.
I suppose it's a good day at the cricket, isn't it? Being covered in lager.
Oh. Especially if you're 9 or 10 years old.
Well, no, we don't want that.
No. Wokes Bowls to Washington Sundar over the wicket. Bowls to full length. That's the length to bowl. And Sundar has a look at it and allows the ball to go through. 275 for 5 here at Old Trafford on a cloudy day, but it's dry. A little bit of blue sky over to the left. Lunch today, it was very popular this yesterday. It really was. People really enjoyed it, which is great.
Yeah.
The part 1 yesterday of that musical celebration of the 2005 Ashes series. Part 2 coming up at lunchtime today. So the test match is here, which is that amazing finish in the last over, of course. England needing 1 wicket. In fact, our old friend Glenn McGrath was there batting at the end, wasn't he, with Brett Lee from memory. Wonderful 100 from Ricky Ponting to save it all. Trent Bridge, memorable for just 1 moment. Hoggard's cover drive. And there was a lot more besides. Flintoff and Geraint Jones and batting and Shane Warne bowling. And then to the Oval. So that's all coming at lunchtime today. Leg slip, in comes Archer. Bowls, and that's played by Thakur up to mid-off, and Stokes manages to get round to his right there and feel one-handed.
I mean, you know your orchestra stuff and everything is being
not very well.
Well, no, but I mean, you know, what's that drum? I was hearing it yesterday on it quite a lot. You know, boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, it's one of those Indian drums.
Timpani?
Is it? No.
Oh, sorry, on
a big
the
copper
orchestra.
Thing. Yes, in the orchestra, the great big sort
That
of.
would be a timps, wouldn't it? Yes, I think so.
A big kettle.
Yeah.
Big thing like that. I
You
think.
tune them up. We've got big handles now.
Have you?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you tune them.
Yeah, I think I'd fancy playing that.
There's Archer. Bowls tucked away out towards mid-wicket.
Keep it a 1.
They take a single. I might trust you with a triangle, but not a lot more, if I'm honest.
Yeah, well, I managed to mess that up somehow, but I quite like boom, boom, boom.
Yeah.
Quite like that.
Yeah.
Let's quickly on Jofra Archer mention his great record against left-handers. He has 48 test wickets, 20 of them have been left-handers, 28 right-handers. He averages 22 when bowling to left-handers, 36 when bowling to right-handers.
Yep, yeah, he's got one to bowl at here now. Just get that line right.
A little bit of movement,
Yep.
and a bit of bounce at Jadeja.
Just run it across him.
4 slips, a gully, and Archer comes prowling in, bowls a nice ball. That is just a foot wide of where he would ideally want it, but it did all the right things. 276 for 5.
No mug with the bat, Washington Sundar though.
No, he's not.
Yeah, proper player.
Yep. Archer walks slowly back.
That did jag.
Yeah.
Just spiced up a bit, hasn't it? I mean, new ball pitch, I suppose. They always are, aren't they? They're going to do something for you, but it just seems to have livened up a bit. Perhaps got a bit quicker.
And lower order batsman dealing with it. Archer on his way, bowls. Oh, that beats him, and that's gone a long way because that pitched straight, and Smith took that diving low in front of first slip. It's just the absolute natural angle for Archer.
Better length as well.
Yeah, it's a perfect seam. That's just going down for the in swinger for a right-hander, the away swinger for a left. It's perfect. It's just absolutely what Archer would want. And not a lot of people like bowling at left-handers.
No.
276 for 5. Archer on the way in, bowls a bit wide this time, so I can let that go through.
Might just be getting a bit excited.
Yeah.
You know, when you see you got the new ball in your hand, you get that early breakthrough and you really get a little bit excited. I think he might just be trying a bit too hard, Archer, because he knows it's happening for him. You've almost, you should know, don't you? Just got to sometimes take a breath, haven't you? And just just go through your process.
Going round the wicket. I wonder if he has got one that just comes back, because that's the really good. Well, you can do that to a left-hander if it's going across and you get one to nip back.
All sorts of trouble.
Yeah. So it's going round the wicket. That'll help sort of straighten it up, if you like. He'll still find the movement away, but it doesn't have to be quite so much. Here comes Archer. Round the wicket. Bowls very full and squeezed out by the left-handed Sundar. The ball rolls away out to point, and there is no run. So it's the end of the over, and England have taken that 1 wicket today. No sign of Rishabh Pant. 276 for 5, and after thoughts would feel tough, it'll be Dan Norcross.
Yeah, fancied an exciting morning, and we've got one developing here. Archer with the breakthrough, fantastic catch. I mean, I know I keep going on about it, but slip catches are tough, and that was as tough as it gets, and that was a beautiful catch by Harry Brook. But England have they've done exactly what they would have talked about in the dressing room. Right, let's go out there, let's get rid of Jadeja, because he has been a thorn in our side, and they've done that. And you just feel that one more wicket now could just blast it open. Dan,
hello, good morning.
Morning.
Well, it's 2 all-rounders in, isn't it, against a new ball. A new ball that's 7 overs old. No, it's not 7 overs old. It's 4 overs old. That's going to confuse me all day. Wokes into Shardle, who defends this but gets a thick inside half of the bat. It squirts away down to deep backward square. Gets a single, brings Washington back on to strike. 277 for 5.
But he's played quite annoyingly well, hasn't he? He's put the bad ball away, and he just manages to sort of, like, when it's a dangerous length upside the off stump, just manages to get something on it. I mean, he's obviously a capable player.
Well, he looks a different Shardle from the Shardle that played the first test.
Just wasn't right, was he? Just didn't look right.
No, he was kind of skittish and flying at the ball, but now he's playing it late and well and with good technique. And the other thing that gets me thinking is Bumrah on this, in these conditions. Wokes in, that's left alone, through to the keeper, no run. I was just saying to Prakash, I think agrees that Bumrah on this, in these conditions, could be very, very tasty prospect. Well, seeing how the way the ball's moved this morning.
Well, I think we're going to get a bit of everything today.
It's feeling like that, isn't it? It feels like a day of action.
It does. It does.
Where yesterday had a slightly different feel,
setting
exploratory.
It up. Yes, it was sort of setting the game up, wasn't it, a little bit now, and you just feel that they've thrown a few jabs and now they're going for it a bit.
Here comes Wokes in again, and Washington lets this go by. It slightly shapes back in towards him, but wide enough for the off stump. In a day's play, I've just been told, where there was an average of just 0.6 degrees of sea movement yesterday, Archer seamed the ball more than double this both ways in his first over of the day.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah,
well, that's what I mean. It's different gravy today.
Yeah, is it that little bit of rain we had last night? Has the pitch just slightly changed,
juiced?
Yes, perhaps.
Potentially. Here's Wokes once again, and Washington leaves that net. Actually goes through at a nice height. Jamie Smith in front of first slip. There's more nip, there's more carry, there's more everything.
But England will be disappointed this. I know they've only just started, but too many leaves. You've got to make them play when you've got that new ball in your hand, especially on these pitches nowadays that just go so flat so quickly. When the ball gets soft, you've got 10 or 15 overs, I'm saying. You've got to be making them play 4 out of 6. Difficult, I know.
Well, at the moment, Washington hasn't had to play at all.
No.
Wokes, who's in again. And again he leaves, this time tighter to the off stump. And this time it goes through low. Smith and on the bounce. At 81 miles an hour, so it feels slightly variable. There's all sorts going on. Andy.
Making it Washington has left 8 of his first 10 balls.
Yeah, that's not good enough with a new pill in your hand, lads, I'm afraid.
Well, it might encourage Wokes to come round the wicket.
Yeah, it might do.
Long.
You just get the feeling, though, that every time the ball lands on this sort of pitch, it just sort of goes, there's that little bit that nicked off it, that little bit of spite nicks off of it. Got to make the most of it.
Wokes rocking and rolling into the left-handed Washington, who's beaten on the outside edge. That's the ball. It came darting in and then skipped away past the outside edge. 1 run from the over, 277 for 5. But Andy.
Well, just on Shardul Thakur's batting, this is his 13th test, his 21st innings. He has 4 half-centuries, 3 of them at the Oval. I mentioned the 2 against England in 2021. One of them a rapid one that was at the time, I think, the joint second fastest 50 by an Indian. He made 57 and 60 in that game, 51 against the Oval against Australia in the World Test final in 2023, and also made 67 in Brisbane in 2021, but has had a lot of failures. 11 of his previous 20 innings he's been out for 5 or less. But once he gets past 5, he does all right.
Well, he's on 31, he's facing now, and he's beaten on the outside edge. A lovely ball this from Archer, right in the channel, and Shardul Thakur just gives him a little nod of appreciation as if to say, yep, that was too good. It's come in and then it's seamed away. That's an absolutely beautiful ball.
That's the old in-swing and away nipper. Good luck playing that, mate.
I'll tell you, Archer today, I mean, he bowled pretty well yesterday, very parsimonious, but today, it's like he's got it on a string here.
How many times have England gone past the outside edge during this first innings?
Andy?
Seems a lot. He doesn't do edges, does he?
Archer in down the leg side, and a brilliant take from Jamie Smith, diving to his left. Just as I said, he got it on a string. That one just strayed down the leg side, and he took it so far away to his left, it was almost right next to Ollie Pope, who's standing at a pretty fine leg slip.
That's a great take.
One-handed, that's quite the take. We'll see it again. There's a nice foot move, and he gets a little stride across, and then it just plucks it out of the air like a child nicking an apple from a tree. 3 slips, gully, backward point, wide mid-off, wide mid-on, and a long leg. As Archer is in, that goes off the pad, rolls down to Pope at leg slip. Didn't play a shot on that, so there was never a chance of a leg by. No run.
Have to be a tall child. Yeah. Or a child with a ladder.
Or a low apple tree. You know, a sort of bonsai apple tree. They have such a thing.
A bapple tree.
A bapple tree. Yeah. I used to have an apple tree in my garden.
Yeah, lovely.
Yeah, it was lovely. Archer in. Shardle just stabs down on this and gets a run as he just jerkily pushes it to short square leg. And Archer goes and retrieves in his follow-through. 278 for 5.
England will be desperate for just another couple of quick wickets with this Newey. I know I keep going on about it, but you're having seen the last 3 tests unfold, you know.
Well, we haven't seen wickets go very often in clusters,
no.
Except, I suppose,
perhaps with
England at Lords. But generally speaking, it's been a batter's series.
It's been a slog with the old ball, hasn't it?
It has.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't get too panicky yet. It's only 5.4 overs old.
I'm up for it this morning.
Normally get
early
up
night.
to about 30 overs with it. Yeah, you did have an early night. Yeah,
I'm refreshed. I'm ready to go.
Yeah, you watched the football and then away you went. Archer in. Washington gets a thick edge. It goes along the ground down to third slip where Crawley Fields is. No, that's a packed slip chord. And this is an indicator of just how exciting the cricket is this morning. There are 4 slips in a gully and a sort of deep gully or backward point. Still catching position.
Odd one's just misbehaving, isn't it? The odd one's just squatting down a bit and keeping a tad low. Second day, fourth day, perhaps you start thinking things like that, but not second day.
Well, especially here, where they've had nothing but draws in the county championship, been pretty turgid, placid surfaces.
Yeah.
Archer runs in from the Anderson end. And Washington is beaten on the outside edge again. Just put my commentary on a loop here. 89 overs gone. 1 run off that over. 278 for 5. England have started menacingly today, especially Archer, who's bowled tremendously.
In terms of plays and misses, according to the CricViz data,
lovely.
Around about 11% of deliveries have been played at and missed, which equates to 60 deliveries so far in 89 overs.
So it's sort of more than 1 every 2 overs, just.
Yes. So basically 1 every 9 balls.
That feels a little bit unlucky to me.
But actually, you're looking at the same stat for other innings in the series. It's about average.
Oh, is it? Okay.
How about this morning?
This morning?
Yes.
Oh, give me a minute.
Yes. Yes. Wokes into Shardle. 3 slips in place, and the places nicely. Just plays around the front pad and pushes it and tucks it to mid-wicket, where Archer has to move from mid-on to field, so they get a run.
Well, it's a tough game, Test match cricket. You've got to keep going, haven't you? You can't, some days, every time they play a shot, they nick it and it's out, doesn't it? Some days you just got to, some days you do and some days you don't.
Well, I mean, there was, when India were bowled out very cheaply in Australia, was it 36, Prakash? Yes. I mean, I think they didn't have that many false shots. It was just every time they played a false shot, it went straight to hand.
There you go.
Like the 60, when Australia were bowled out for 60 by Stuart Broad.
Yeah.
It's basically edge gone, wasn't it? As opposed to play and miss.
Sometimes.
Now the ball is being looked at.
Oh.
This ball, which has behaved rather nicely for England this morning, is being perused and then just cleansed, I think.
Just blessed.
Yes.
I think Wokes was showing the umpire that he was cleaning it in a legitimate way.
Oh, I see.
Oh, a bit of mud.
Yeah, in the seam, perhaps.
Not picking the seam.
Wokes into Washington. And Washington is playing this with an angled bat into the gully region, into the ground. And there's no run.
On the plays and misses today, so in the first 6 overs,
36 balls.
11 plays and misses.
So that's every 3 balls as opposed to every 9.
That's how it felt.
It's 3 times more play and missing.
and also 6 edges.
And 6 on top of that.
Yeah.
So 17 out of 36 balls.
Yeah,
Has been a potential wicket. It's felt like it.
It has. Keep your eyes open here. As Woakes is in to Washington, who, does he play a miss? I think he might have just played just inside the line of that. Be interesting to see. By the way, we mentioned we're playing part 2 of Settling the Score, our musical celebration of the 2005 Men's Ashes at lunch today. If you can't wait that long, you can listen now on BBC Sounds. And it's being played in full on 5 Live tonight at 8 p.m. It'll be accompanied by a live text on the BBC Sport website and app. We're asking people to send in their memories and pictures of 2005, where and how you were following it.
Sorry, I misread the stats.
Oh dear. Woakes in. Washington lets this go by through to the keeper. No run. OK.
There's a lot of columns on the screen. It's actually 7 plays and misses and 7 edges in the first 6 overs. But still quite a lot.
So 14 out of 36. And then how many leaves? Because basically the game...
Well, the leaves was 11 leaves.
11 leaves, 14 false shots.
Yep.
And a partridge in a pear tree.
And a very ill-feeling caterpillar.
And that leaves... Very good. That leaves us with 11 sort of well-played hitting the bat shots. Woakes in. Washington does hit the bat with the ball with this line with the bat, if you know what I mean, and tucks it to short square leg, and there's no run. Still got those slips in place. Clouds, are they lifting a trifle? There's a little bit of blue sky. As my grandmother used to say, is there enough to make a sailor a pair of trousers?
That's right, yes. Never quite got that one, but I know what you mean.
No, I mentioned it to our producer Charlotte Swift. She was utterly baffled by this until it was pointed out to her the term navy blue. And from that, all things followed.
They do. Loose cannon.
Yes.
Yeah. Ship-shape, Bristol fashion.
Bristol fashion, yes. Right. Here comes Woakes around the wicket to the left-handed Washington, who flicks at it. It's down the leg side, doesn't make contact. Through to Smith, end of the over, the 90th of the innings, the 7th with this new ball.
Good start.
Half an hour gone. India 15 for 1 this morning, and well, is it 15 for 2 if we think that Rishabh Pant isn't going to bat? I mean,
don't think he is he?
Well, I keep getting conflicting reports because Deep Dasgupta seemed to suggest that he might bat in an emergency.
Well, there's a fair chance there might be an emergency, whatever that emergency is. But, I mean,
but an emergency would be in the first innings as well as the second one. I mean, if you're anticipating emergencies, then you might as well try and
preempt the
emergency first up before it became an even bigger emergency.
Here's Mike. Mike's turned up. You could talk,
sorry, Tuffers.
Talk about emergencies with Warning.
There's no better man for the subject. Archer's continuing into Tucker, and it defends, and the front foot pushes into the offside, and it's fielded by Woakes at extra cover, no run.
To illustrate what India would be missing if Pant is unavailable to bat again in this series, he's made 462 runs in 7 innings, averaged 77. The 200s he made in the first test at Headingley, plus 2 other 50-plus scores. In the top 10 already of most runs by a keeper in a test series. Jamie Smith's on 415, so well set to join him. The all-time record in England, 465 by Alex Stewart in 1998 against South Africa.
Archer in, and really wide and brilliantly taken by Jamie Smith in front of, second slip. Not given as a wide, it went a long way off the pitch, but Jamie Smith has so far had to dive a long way to his left off Archer, a long way to his right. The ball is zipping and moving around. Michael Vaughan, what have you made of a pulsating half an hour?
Yeah, morning. There's action out there. There's a bit of movement, and you get it here at Old Trafford where you look at a pitch and think, there's a bit happening. The odd ball's bouncing through to the keeper, the odd ball's flying through to the keeper.
How has this happened overnight? Well, just a great deal yesterday, did it?
It's a new ball.
Archer is in, and Shardle down the leg side, and a great take again from Jamie Smith. He uses his feet well, does Smith, when he goes for the take. That gives him a little step. Not all keepers do that. Some just sort of fall or dive, but he just does a little step.
Yeah, he's a good operator. I mean, I was so surprised yesterday when he dropped that catch.
Yes,
it's brilliant. Really the only mistake he's made all series.
I mean, it was a weird one because it sort of swung back at him and it came off the face of the bat. So I think it surprised him by the speed and the trajectory a little.
I think the pitch is cold, by the way, in the morning.
Cold. OK, you'll have to explain more. Archer in. This is well defended by Shardle. Thinks for a run that is not there as it goes to point. He's playing really well here, is Shardle, defensively splendid.
Well, he's a good cricketer. I mean, it's an opportunity that he probably thought had gone. Nitish Kumar already played well at Lords, and he's probably thinking, Shardle, well, that's me done in Test match cricket. And Nitish gets an injury to that knee, and it gives him this chance. He's had it before in the IPL, you know, where he wasn't even picked. Then he got picked up late in the day, and he had a good season. So he's got a bit of a bounce-back ability mentality.
Here's Archer. Horrible bouncer. Goes for 5 wides. There's nothing that Jamie Smith could do about that. He tried, but that has flown miles in the air. It's almost an indescribable ball. That's come from nowhere. He's smiling about it, but I think he's just saying it slipped out of my hand. But it was a bouncer that went a mile. Oh, I say. I mean, yeah. It's been a bit erratic, this over Archer, after he was superb. He was purring in the first couple of overs today.
To left-handers, I mean, he's got a tremendous record.
He loves it, doesn't he, left-handers?
Gets that ball and nip across them.
Here is Archer again. And this is driven and missed. Oh, and that was on the walk. Very unlike Shardle this morning, who has been immaculate with his footwork. But on this occasion, he just played the ball on the walk.
Yeah, I mean, his records, Andy will tell us, against left-handers, he averages 17 or 19, and against righties, it's a fair few more. It's because he gets so tight into the stumps, and he just nips it naturally across the left-handers and away from the left-handers' outside edge.
Shardle on strike now, just guides this ball that comes back into him to backward point. There's no run. End of the over, 91 gone, 284 for 5. Thakur has 33. Washington Sundar, been out there a while, has yet to score off his 18 balls.
Archer averages 22 in Test against left-handers, 36 against right-handers. In one-day international cricket, 20 to left-handers, 30 to right-handers.
That's probably unusual, isn't it? Don't people prefer generally, I mean, I suppose Stuart Broad like bowling to left-handers, once he mastered coming round the wicket. But as a rule, you'd have bowled more against right-handers. You'd be sort of more used to it, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing most bowlers have a preference of left or right, but not quite as
pronounced.
It's quite. It's something that I'll want to improve upon, particularly against the righties.
So Woakes is going to continue. He's coming round the wicket this time to Washington. He's been over before, 3 slips and a leg slip. And it's played into the onside. They're going through for a quick single, and they'll get there. That's well run. Washington, he's got off the mark. He's been there a while. He's finally got his first run.
Yeah, my point on the pitch, I do think pitches are colder in the morning.
Oh, yes. Right. So what happens?
Well, I think when a pitch is cold, the seam kind of eats into it a little bit more.
Oh.
And when it's warmer, it's a bit harder. It doesn't quite have enough oomph and a bit of moisture.
Oh.
A colder pitch has to be a bit more moist.
Does it swing a bit more when it's warmer, though, creating that little convection current that shimmers?
I've not thought about that too much, but I just think this pitch is just cold. It'll warm up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Woakes into Shardle, who defends really solidly, very late and square of the wicket on the front foot to point. And there's no run. Been really impressed with the way Shardle's batted in this innings.
He played well last night, didn't he? He came out with a bit more...
Really well.
More intent.
Yeah, but his game looks more compact. Everything about it looks like he's got his game head on, perhaps, here. Well, he's going to struggle to prize him out if he keeps playing like this.
Yeah, it looks like he's got a big piece of willow. It's a big chunk of wood. Well, India need I'm looking at the pitch. It's a good one. They're going to need at least 350, aren't they, to put England under pressure?
You'd think. Woakes in, beats the bat. Beauty. Just swings away, nips away, really. Came in and then went away. And Shardle, who was just covering his off stump, defensively right, but the ball had other ideas.
I'm noticing the party stand is full today.
Oh, yes.
From pretty much the get-go at 11 o'clock. The gaps yesterday were quite evident early on that the party stand wasn't quite at its...
bit warmer generally today.
Maybe a bit warmer, yeah.
One of our
Nice
colleagues.
today for sitting in the party stand.
Wokes in again. Oh, full and dug out up to mid on. Archer shies at the stumps at the keeper's end and misses, but I think Washington was home anyway. Pick up a single, 286 for 5. One of our colleagues, Melissa Story, was in the house yesterday. She was here. She was dressed as well, there's 3 characters in Shrek, aren't there? One's a donkey, that wasn't her. One's Shrek, that wasn't her. So the other one, wearing does Shrek got a kind of love interest?
Oh, yeah, I think he does, yes.
I think she was dressed like that.
Right.
She was very green, let's put it that way. Princess Fiona. I think she might have been being Princess Fiona. It was with her too, she was with a donkey and she was with a Shrek. As Wokes is in, and this, well, does it beat the bad? I think Washington played inside the line of that, but it did go away from the left-hander into the gloves of Smith, but very low. 286 for 5, the score remains. You're getting it up for me to have a look. You sort of, yes. Yes, sort of a bit like that, yeah.
I do like the donkey in Shrek.
Yeah, well, the donkey's coming again.
Eddie Murphy,
she's coming
isn't it?
on Sunday. Do you think so, yeah?
The donkey's coming in.
Probably on Sunday, yeah.
All right, nice.
Double bubbly. They felt very out of place because there was no one else in fancy dress in the party stand. Wokes in, that's well defended by Washington, and he squirts it away through backward point. It's running off towards the boundary. They've come back for an easy 2, and Washington's just getting into his work a bit now. End of the over, 288 for 5, Washington 3. Shardle has 34.
Have you done this on this show? That this is the first time in Indian men's cricket history that they've had 5 left-handers playing in the 11.
Michael,
can you check that, Andy? I mean, I'm
continue with this. I've got to go because Alison Mitchell's coming in.
I'm on a WhatsApp group with a digital company in India, and yeah, it's come on here that it's the first time ever that they've played with 5 left-handers, which seems bizarre. Are you typing away there, Andy, trying to find that out, whether it's false or true? Is it? Can you get to me if it's false?
Morning, Michael. Morning, everyone. Archer racing in again and leaning back almost. The ball grazing the face of the bat as it goes through to Smith that time. Tackle there on 34. And Washington on 3 down at the non-strikers end. 288 for 5. Overcast skies here at Old Trafford. Little pockets of blue up above. A bit of a hazy feel to this day so far. England already with the 1 wicket, getting Jadeja early. That was Archer's 5th ball of the day. He's in again, right arm over there with a leg slip in place to Thakur. Takes a quick single as he came forward, and the only fielder there on the leg side is Stokes at mid-on, who came rushing forward to pick up. And another one added for India. What have you got, Zoltz?
It is indeed the first time India ever had 5.
So I've delivered a stat to you, Zoltz. Is that correct? Well, it's not my stat.
Yeah, that's unusual. I've been 660 times previously in Test cricket in over 2,500 games that a team has had 5 or more left-handers, but India have never been one of those teams, which is odd.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Well, they've had some right-handers who've been pretty much mainstays, haven't they? Which would have helped that cause. 4 slips down the gully. Archer around the wicket here to one of those left-handers coming forward. Defending, Archer picking up and giving the ball a rub before he walks back to the end of his mark.
I'm thinking of left-handers for Captain Gambia, Sarah Ganguly, Yuvraj Singh, Suresh Raina, kind of that kind of group that may have played together. But I then thought the tail enders from India, they don't have many bowlers that bat left-handed. Have you got any stats on that?
You're going to make him work hard this morning. He hasn't had a cup of coffee yet. Around the wicket again, defence into the onside, up towards mid-on this time.
Ali, just think through of our time watching India play Test
Zahir
cricket.
Khan.
He played right-handed.
Right-handed.
Think of left-handed tail enders for India. Like, I'm talking tail enders from in 9, 10 and 11. I can't recollect too many.
Zoltz will find
Ashish
them.
Nehru, he was right-handed as well, wasn't he?
I remember whether they're right or left arm, but rarely remember whether they're right or left-handed bat. Archer in with movement away there from Washington Sundar, coming forward defensively. And it's moved away off the pitch beautifully for Archer. He's got a grin on his face as he walks back past the umpire. Non-striker's end. He's been hunting wickets this morning.
Well, I reckon that his first over of the day was absolutely fantastic. He's not quite been as accurate in the previous over. He's got the big wicket of Jadeja, but he's not quite got it right since then. But to left-handers, you just know.
Sundar awaits. Archer in now. Angle behind square on the leg side, down towards fine leg, into the ground. Pass is there to pick up. End of the over from Archer. India a 290 for 5, but that is effectively for 6, remember, with the news of Rishabh Pant still not officially confirmed, I think, by the Indian board, but all the reports are a broken metatarsal, and we won't see him. But he has been spotted at the ground wearing a moon boot, so he's reportedly here. I haven't seen him with my own eyes as yet.
Yeah, we won't be seeing Rishabh. Whispers that, you know, they're saying that he may bat in the second. He won't be batting.
And can you imagine if India need 15 to win?
Well,
suddenly go, and then he walks out with a moon boot on and just stands and tries to lay bat on it.
Yeah,
that'll be a hell of a game, though, since they're batting first. They'll have to force the follow on, and then it'll be like Headingley 81 all over again.
Yeah, and
what a game that would be.
Have you found something out about these left-handers and tail-enders from India?
So, just looking at Indian bowlers, the top 18 Indian wicket takers in Test history in men's cricket, only one is a left-handed bat, who's Ravi Jadeja. Of sort of more recent players, Irfan Pathan, who took over 100 wickets in his 29 tests, is a good left-handed.
But they're kind of all-rounders. I'm talking bowlers. Genuine bowlers. Have they ever had one?
Kuldeep Yadav bats left-handed.
Yeah.
But hasn't played a lot of Test cricket.
Sundar awaits, Wokes in around the wicket, outside the off stump. He played inside the line of that. Again, fraction of movement away off the surface still for Wokes.
Yeah, there's certainly seam movement out there, which, again, you look at the number, 290 for 5, but as we keep saying, it's 290 for 6. With that movement, I mean, if you look at the whole series, England regular have been, at Edgbaston they were 80 for 5 twice, 120 odd for 3 at Lords. Again, in the second innings, they were 140 for 4 and then 5 quickly because Joe Root got out.
Wokes moves in, some moving off the surface again, and had a bounce away into the gloves of Jamie Smith, left alone by Sundar.
Yeah, so I guess if you're going to lose a player in a Test match, you just don't want to lose a player. But if you do, I guess a batter who's got 37, at least he's giving you 37. If you lose a bowler to an injury, you can't obviously have all your bowlers fit and firing to get you 20 wickets. That's when it really hurts you. So at least India at the minute have got all their bowlers fit.
Wokes in again, pushes it across. It's going down to the boundary for byes from around the wicket. Wide's signalled because it's flown from around the wicket, angled down the leg side, and then between the keeper and leg slip. Well, it's quite an extraordinary from Wokes, and he's going to switch. Coming back over, is he here?
No, he's going to stay around the I just wonder if it's one of those balls that
slip out the... Well, it's moved actually off the surface, isn't it?
Well, I just wonder if you sometimes get balls that just act a little bit strange and that they're just not quite getting it in the right area. Maybe it's because it's just doing a bit too much. And that's swung a long way down the leg side.
Yeah. Well, leg slip's standing a little finer now. Wokes in again, and that's a beauty. That's a better line, pushing the batter forward, drawing him in, and passing that outside edge again by not too much. 295 for 5. India remain. 3 more balls left to come in this over. Wokes moving back to his end of his mark. But we're talking about bowlers and injuries. I mean, that was the Nathan Lyon injury, wasn't it, at the Ashes in 2023, when suddenly a key player for you is down. And it's not like the wicket-keeper, substitute fielder, can come on and keep wicket in that instance. Wokes in, Fuller defended this time and has managed to angle it out between gully and backward point out into the deep. And 2 runs added to India. Now, we have an update on Rishabh Pant. Rishabh Pant, who sustained an injury to his right foot on day 1 of the Manchester Test. This reads, will not be performing wicketkeeper duties for the remainder of this match. Dhruv Jurel will assume the role of wicketkeeper. Despite his injury, Rishabh Pant has joined the team on day 2 and will be available to bat as per team requirements. I suspect that last line, as Woakes is in, off the outside edge, into the ground and out towards gully, no run. I suspect that last line is maybe the most pertinent, as per team requirements.
Yeah.
Surely
He won't be batting.
the way he was injured, if he has arrived at the ground in a moon boot. But we will see. But certainly-
Unless they... it's Rishabh Pant. He's a warrior, isn't he? To come back from his car crash, you just know that he's made of steel.
He has faced greater adversity than this. It would be a remarkable tale of the test if he does come out to bat at some point. Wokeson again, full Washington. Sundar defending now. A bit of a hesitation here in the run, and the throw, the dive forward in the covers. The release is underarm, but I think there's a bit of a trip actually there on the grass, and the throw wasn't released cleanly. Certainly wasn't directed at the stumps in the way it needed to be. 298 for 5 at the end of the over.
The only thing I could think could happen, he comes in at number 11 and say there's Shardul Thakur smacking it to all parts and there's one ball remaining and Rishabh kind of blocks that ball, and then it gives Shardul Thakur 6 balls to strike a few more runs. And if he does so, Rishabh said, OK, obviously he can't run.
No.
And he said, well, I'll just stay down here and try and block. And then it just allows that batter that's in to keep striking. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me because it's Rishabh Pant, but the last thing that, and I've not heard whether the crack's displaced or I don't know what kind of crack it is. The worst thing that could happen for Rishabh, he got hit on that foot again.
Well, that update didn't actually specify or confirm the nature of the injury, did it? The reports are of a broken metatarsal. Archer in around the wicket, outside edge. It was into the ground, then it's gone between 4th and 5th slip, or 4th slip and gully. It's to Ollie Pope's right. It went quite hard, quite fast into the ground and down to the boundary for 4. Brings up the 300 for India on this second morning, 302 for 5.
Yeah, and what I'll say is on a pitch that we've seen this morning, there's certainly movement out there. You know, Jasprit Bumrah, Siraj are real high-class bowlers, and when they're seeing this kind of movement, a lot of the edges are going into the ground, they're not carrying to the cordon, which makes it difficult as a bowler to get those wickets, but it should encourage the likes of Bumrah that there is some action out there.
Archer, smooth run in past the umpire. Now, did he bring the hands inside the line at the last moment? Washington Sundar there on strike, a ball on a length. Good carry through to Smith again. And the intriguing thing about this series so far as well is all the talk and the hype, justified hype around Jasprit Bumrah. But he hasn't yet played in a winning test match for India in this series. The 2 matches that he's played in have been the 2 defeats that India have suffered. And they have a debutant in their bowling attack. They've had a different attack in every match. Around the wicket, Archer, and that beats the edge. Forward, defence. Archer staring up towards the sky. Washington Sundar has played and missed. Lots.
A piece of skill here from Harry Brook. Watch, they're trying to get so what they're doing, they're flicking the cap in the air.
Land on their head.
He's done it 2 in 2. You know, like the flick of the bottle that the kids do, and it lands on the... Harry Brook 2 in 2. He's flicked the cap in the air and he's just landed it straight on his head.
Tell you what else Harry Brook did this morning.
Cartwheel.
A handstand I saw him do that he held for ages. Around the wicket, Archer in. Defence from the crease from Sundar. Angles out towards the covers, there's no run.
Let's see if he does it again.
Well, he and Crawley are trying to have a bit of a contest, aren't they? Crawley, I think, is the apprentice to the mastery of Brook with the cap flipping.
I think they've had a little bit of a wager there, and Harry Brook's he's well in front.
Did Harry Brook do gymnastics, do we know, as a younger child? Because honestly, the handstand he held earlier on the ground, he held it for a very Max Whitlock-esque. Archer, White, watch on his left wrist, comes in down the leg side, and looking to follow it was Washington Sundar. Doesn't get anything on it, taken by Smith. Moving away to his right down that leg side. He did look to follow it. There's a man back at...
Oh, he's got it off again
leg.
here, Harry. He's got it in his right hand. How's he going to put it back on his head? Is he going to flick it?
He'll wait till somebody's watching him. Really? Is Crawley going to look?
No. Orthodox.
Good skills.
The skipper's warming up. He bowled tremendous yesterday. 2 wickets. Big one of the Indian captain.
Well, only one wicket so far today in this first hour. Archer in, outside edge, skews away into the ground though. And out towards backward point where it's fielded. A dot ball. Archer taking that one wicket this morning of Jadeja, Archer's fifth ball of the day. And it was a good catch by Harry Brook as well at second slip. He went for a full stretch dive to his right hand side, took it two-handed, and that was Jadeja out for just 20, adding only one to his overnight score. Results.
But to highlight how much more difficult it's been for the batters today, comparing Woakes and Archer in this session compared to the first session yesterday, they've got about 50% more movement in the air and also around 50% more movement off the pitch. So what our eyes have been telling us is backed up by the ball tracking data.
It's always good to know. Well, let's see what Stokes can make happen here, because he is indeed coming on to bowl from the Statham end of the ground. So he'll be bowling towards the pavilion. And we are seeing vision of Rishabh Pant in his whites in the ground. We can't see his feet. He's standing there behind the coach, Gautam Gambhir, having a chat in the dressing room. But he has got his full whites on.
He's stretching.
Well, are the reports misplaced? Who knows about the nature, the extent of the injury? We will see.
Well, for the good of the game, I hope so.
Yeah, it would be
I hate
incredible.
seeing an injury like that. Kind of just almost ruins the contest when you lose such a flamboyant player so early.
Here is Stokes then, his first ball on this day. Some lovely movement away from Shardul Thakur. It lets that one go though, and through to Smith. Stokes always walks with such purpose back to the end of his mark. Fairly brisk walk. He got Shubman Gill and Sai Sudarshan yesterday. Sudarshan, who had put on, 72 with Rishabh Pant until that injury happened. So it was a really important scalp for him to get. Remember, Sudarshan had been dropped when he was on 20. A rare miss by Jamie Smith behind the stumps. Stokes moves into Thakur. Well, it's a half-hearted play at that, angling it into the ground out to third slip, but he shaped as if maybe to try and cut and then thought better of it, but the bat was still dangling. Unfortunately, deflected into the ground.
The one thing you say about the Indian side, if you look at the last few years, that they've found a way. You go back to the last series that won in Australia, they were depleted.
India, yes.
They were depleted. That team that they had out in Brisbane, when they chased down that target, it was a completely different team. Virat Kohli had gone home. They were completely depleted, and they found a way of winning that series.
And who played a key role in that match? As Stokes moves into Thakur.
Wow.
Brute of a ball, which has taken the edge, England believe, and gone through to Smith, but Thakur is not moving. He's wandering away towards square leg, and there hasn't been anything from the umpire. Well, it was a ball that climbed on Thakur. Stokes continued in his run, in his follow-through to celebrate, believing that the ball had taken the edge, and he's now called for the review.
Well, it's flown. It's flown off a length, this one. Bounced and it's moved away.
Director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. I have checked both feeds. Fair delivery. Front on, please.
Right, has Stokes struck in his first over of the day? There are two batters in the middle leaning on their bat handle.
But the third umpire did say review for LBW, which would definitely not out. It's a review for caught behind.
Oh, what else is it here?
The ball is close to the
Didn't
bat.
take shoulder, did it?
Can go to
Valenti?
the ultra edge.
Well, ultra edge first. Now it's climbing past the gloves.
Nice and slow. Move
Yes.
forward, move forward, move forward, move
Yeah.
forward. Yeah. Flat line as the ball past the bat rod. You can stay with your original decision, not out.
It's gone past the gloves.
You're on the screen.
And then it's grazed the side of the shoulder.
Rod Tucker's having a brilliant game.
That was a good decision.
Made, two yesterday that were tremendous decisions, and another one there that had been easy to just put the finger up. That was a really, really good decision.
Well, Stokes clearly saw the deflection. I wasn't sure that Jamie Smith celebrated immediately, actually.
Even Joe Root at first, he was unsure as well. But Ben Stokes is usually the one I trust more than anybody.
It was almost a delivery he felt deserved at wicket because it climbed so brutishly. It was quick. Stokes in again. Whitford slashed away through the covers by Thakur, and that's going for 4. No stopping that. What a riposte.
Well, it's full. It's there to be hit, but he committed to that stroke. That was a tremendous swing of the willow. Dangerous player. We saw that at the Oval in the last tour that India were here.
And Stokes did offer him some room to free those arms.
He went for the in-swinger. I think the last ball was a lovely outswinger that reared up. He went to try and bring the ball back in.
3 slips down the gully still, and the backward point, mid-off, mid-on, both up. Stokes in now over the wicket to Thakur, a little tighter in the line, goes past the stumps and through to Smith. Again, a little bit of shape away. And India 306 for 5, Thakur 39. Washington at the non-strikers end on 11.
So 3 DRS referrals, 1 by India, that was Shubman Gill's LBW, and 2 by England, the one we've just seen and the one against Pant yesterday. All the umpire's original decision by Rod Tucker upheld.
Well played, Rod Tucker. The umpires get marked on their DRS calls, don't they, on every decision. All goes into their own scorebook, if you like. 306 for 5, Stokes moves in, fuller delivery, draws the defence, beats the bat. Through to Jamie Smith it goes. End of the over when Smith thought he might have had a catch. Stokes thought he might have grazed the glove on the way through. So Thakur stays on 39, Washington 11. Jadeja the wicket to fall today, having added only 1 to his overnight score. India 306 for 5. There is a new episode of No Balls, the cricket podcast, available now on BBC Sounds, should let you know, where Kate Cross and Alex Hartley are joined by India legend Smriti Mandana. Do have a look at that and have a download. And there's a new Tailenders episode up there as well with Greg James, Jimmy Anderson and Felix White. As drinks are being taken here at Old Trafford. Sir Alistair Cook has replaced Michael Vaughan. Cookie, good afternoon to you, it is now, and then Prakash Wakanka is going to come in next to you.
Oh, what a morning's cricket. The first hour, the ball's done plenty. Done more today than it did yesterday, without a shadow of a doubt. A bit more uneven bounce. I'm not saying drastic uneven bounce, but a bit more nip. India have done well only to lose 1 wicket, I would say.
It's been morning, Sir Alistair. Morning, everyone. Yes, it's been a trying hour. Jadeja's wicket, and then loads of plays and misses, and we've had those stats from Andy. What's it? 40-50% thereabouts.
It was in the early overs. Around about 40% false shots. It's eased off a little bit so far the first hour. 42 runs for 1 wicket. 10 of those runs from 2 lots of 5 byes. So, the extras having quite an influential series.
Yes. After Lords. Let me ask you this, Sir Alistair. We all saw what kind of injury it looked like when the ball hit Pant. We've now just seen an official statement from the Indian team management, which simply ends by saying he may bat depending on team requirements. How on earth will... Surely he can't come out to bat in something like a big boot or something. It's not possible.
Why not?
It's going to be...
Well, he plays the roly-voly sweeps. He plays everything. He plays unconventionally. Well, I remember when Ian Bell, he walked out. I think he broke his foot, and he walked out with a moon boot at number 11 and hobbled down the stairs and got out there. And he didn't actually face the ball. I think Jonathan Trott got out the other end, is what I remember. But if he can stand there, you stand there, clear his right foot, the broken one out the way. He could add 15 runs. There's no point blocking unless say maybe Thakur's going nicely at the other end. Maybe he can just block. I wouldn't be surprised if he comes out number 11 in this first innings as well. I mean, it depends. If it's Bumrah,
how many Yorkers will he face?
Yeah, but if you don't stand in line, you just you clear.
That boot certainly doesn't have the kind of protection to have a ball hit.
No, but if you tape it up loads as well,
right?
It's a big. Everyone says, "Well, you want a substitution." Yeah, what about the comic value of someone walking out with a moon boot? Be entertaining. I think it. If it's Siraj at the other end, there's no point. If you get a wicket at the end of the last over, and he doesn't start the over, and then Siraj can then just go or whoever's batting the other end could just then you go and whack a few. So I do think it's possible. I do think it's possible what you can do.
Well, we're just seeing an image of him on our monitor in the whites. So he's certainly got a determined look on his face.
It does look. it does look as if he's going to bat in this inning.
somewhat.
When you're sitting with your white top on, if you're no interest in, or you're not going to, there's no need to be in your white top. So, no, credit to him if he does. And actually, it's a free shot, isn't it?
Yes. I mean, very little to lose would be one way to look at it.
Apart from
another toe injury, yes. Or somewhere else on the body. Anyway, drinks are off the field, and the bowling change with Kaas in for his first over of the morning. And this time it's short and wide, and it's slashed away. Didn't get all of it. It sort of plugs in the outfield a bit, so they won't get 4, but they'll come back for the third. Or is it just a second? Just a second. Didn't run.
Well, they both stood there thinking, that's definitely 4. And it was
appreciating.
It was one of my 9 irons, really. Look, I just wish I could have that much spin on it and all mine bounced through the green.
Yes, there has been overnight rain, so the outfield, understandably, just a little bit sluggish. So 2 runs, nevertheless, to Washington. That was a loosener from Kaas.
I mean, I didn't have rain on my radar last night, as in not on my device, but on my brain. I didn't think there was any rain.
It was. I was in the city at about 9:30.
What time did you get in?
About 10ish.
Are you sure?
Yes, outside the off stump, left alone. 3:08 for 5.
I heard it was raining at 3 a.m.
Oh, that I did not see. That would be only Dan Norcross. Don't think it could have been anyone else who could have seen the rain at 3 in the morning. 3:08 for 5. Hours play. Has been testing. The ball's done a lot more. And would that just be, you reckon, the pitch behaving?
I don't know. I went out there this morning, and
you said it looks
absolutely exactly the same as it did yesterday. A few more footmarks, but hardly any indentations.
Kaas into Washington, who's pushing it out towards Archer at mid-on.
So I think India will be happy that they've seen it. So if there'd been no movement at all with the new ball this morning, I think, this is a flat wicket. So I think when the ball gets a bit softer, it is a very flat wicket. But there's been 14, 15 overs this morning of considerable movement, and in 15, 16 overs you can do a lot of damage. And when you've got a score on the board, it's not I wouldn't say it's a match-winning score, 308, but they're certainly going to be in the game no matter what they get.
Kaas bowls, defended on the offside. Washington's, I think, taken a leaf out of Jadeja's batting books, especially where running is concerned. He hits the ball, he sort of does 2 rapid jumps. He's going to be warned, I think, shortly by the umpire unless he gets off that. I don't think he was on that danger area, but it's flirting with it for sure. 3:08 for 5. It's just become a little bit brighter. We can see some blue sky away at about 10 o'clock from where we're looking down at Old Trafford. There's Kaas round the wicket into Washington. He plays a decent looking flick off his hip. He'll get 1 down towards square leg. 3:09 now for 5. And Washington's up to 14.
Yeah, just a little clip off his hip. To be fair to Sundar, he's a gutsy cricketer, isn't he?
Yes.
He's a real, you think coming in batting at 8, 7, 8, 9. No, he's a better player than that, actually, isn't he? He's got a good technique.
He does, and as a youngster, if memory serves me right, he actually used to open the batting in age group cricket, a bit like Ravichandran Ashwin used to do when he played at under 19 levels.
Ashwin must have always bowled spin, hadn't he?
Yes. No, actually, I'll tell you a story about that. Here's the last ball of the over, moves away, left alone by Shardul Thakur. So Ravichandran Ashwin apparently in his book says he wanted to be a quick bowler, and he was coached out of it, or suggested strongly by his school coach that he should bowl spin because he started having early on a problem with his back, and that is why he then reverted to off spin.
He wasn't really the character, had much fast twitch fibres in his body, did he? He wasn't someone you'd see snapping in, you would imagine.
No, and you could see that, right? I mean, Ashwin on the field wasn't always the quickest, the sharpest or quickest to run. And when he and Pujara both used to play, we used to often have this little joke, with all due respect to both of them, that if they were chasing a ball in the outfield, it didn't make for great television, or made for great television, depending on which way you look at it. Fresh over from Ben Stokes, just moving the man at mid-wicket. I think that's Vokes, just a little bit squarer, and wants to move the long leg also finer. 3 slips, a gully, a backward point, mid-off, whitish mid-on. And the two men on the onside. Here's wide of the wicket. He bowls to Washington, who defends that in front of him. No run.
It's on Washington Sundar's batting. He has 2 first-class hundreds. He started his first-class career opening the batting for Tamil Nadu. So yeah, has a pedigree. Has made some valuable runs for India in his test career. Part of that team that won in Brisbane in that game we were talking about.
Yes, I was about to talk about that. It was a very important sort of an innings. In fact, he brought the match very close and then played, if I remember right, a pull off Hazelwood to be caught, and then it was left to Pant to finish off that game. Here's Stokes now reverting to over the wicket to the left-handed Washington. He's really bowls, and Washington again just defending it off his hip, curving in just a shade.
I always find it strange when you see people batting in long sleeve jumpers.
Yeah, well, he comes from Chennai. Anything in this country by and large, except that couple of days when it's been really hot, you've seen Washington in the long sleeve jumper.
Is Chennai the hottest?
Oh, by far.
In India.
I mean, there will be other places in India. I think there's a place called Churu in Rajasthan, near the desert on the Pakistan border, which gets very, very hot. In recent times, parts of central India have seen extreme heat. Looking for the Yorker, and he's managed to play it out, or it's just gone away. But it was a terrific Yorker. He was almost down on his haunches as he somehow clamped down on it just in the nick of time.
Well, there's an in-swinging Yorker from Ben Stokes, and he's jammed it on. And as he's jammed it, it's a bit like that Siraj, where it's gone back onto his stumps, but he was in the crouch position almost on all fours, and then he was trying to knock it away. But he didn't need to in the end. He's good awareness.
Yes, well, it was headed towards the stumps had it not taken his back pad on the way and deviating away off where his off stump was. What a great ball that was. Well played too. There's Stokes in, and he's getting off strike by pushing that away towards the covers. No run. 1 added to the total. 310 for 5.
A little bit of a shape from Ben Stokes this morning, more than yesterday. I think he'll like bowling with Thakur. That away shape, decent pace.
Well, Shardul Thakur, I said at the beginning of the game that he's probably playing for his place in future Test match cricket. He's done his chances no harm so far. 310 for 5.
Getting poked by Jonathan Agnew. I'll tell you why in a second.
Here's Stokes into Thakur, bowls, and Thakur is defending, takes his bottom hand off, pushes back.
He's doing the universal sign of an in-swing, and then the bowlers with their 2 fingers, he's going, then he's pretending I'm batting like I was in this last couple of days, with my foot getting crossed and getting my pad blown up, and he's got the umpire and he's laughing, saying, Ben Stokes will get you LBW at the moment. Yes, he would, Agus, you're right. Absolutely. And now he's saying that he will get, but actually I think we should make a little call that Agus should come back and play this Legends League. Let's see what these in-swingers are really like. Because even I might better hit them.
Stokes in, bowls to Thakur, who's defending on the offside, no run. That'll be a sight, won't it?
Well, actually, it's not. I'll enjoy watching him bowl. I'll enjoy trying to watch him get out of the car the next day. I'm going to get like one of those GoFundMe pages and let's get him out there.
310 for 5. 98 overs have been bowled, and India have seen through the morning. They started at 264 and have added about 46 runs by my reckoning. I get a thumbs up from Andy. That's great.
Very good.
That's terrific.
So is our Ask the Question out yet?
Yes, the TMS Daily Quiz has a special question from Alistair today. To get that goes to the BBC Sounds feed or wherever you get your podcasts.
Okay, so I've been doing Zoltz's job for him.
Yeah.
That's very kind of you.
Was it a micro pod you've called it?
A micro podcast.
Yeah,
longer than a nano pod.
Yes.
So what you said. Yes. Start of a fresh over. Cars in to bowl to Washington. Lets it go. Ball comes back just a shade at him. And you're not going to say what the question is about, not the question itself.
So he wants hits, you see. He wants more hits.
Well, the question is related.
But he might draw more attention if he gave the.
It's related to Liam Dawson's lengthy gap between Test matches.
I thought it was a very good question.
So we'll have the. Yeah, so we'll try to set a question every day that makes people think, not a question of sort of knowing a bit of trivia, but something that people think about and take a guess at. I have a question every weekday morning.
3 slips in a gully. past umpire Raza. He's in, he bowls, and once again he lets it go through nicely.
What I did do, Prakash, though, is I did half the work. I did the question, but I didn't actually have the answer. So Salts had to go and look at the answer and give me the...
Oh, well done. I doubt if he's going to ask you too many times after that. Because he made him work. He thought he'd sort of delegated that out. Still overcast. And it's expected to be that way, but what has been really... I think we've been fortunate not to have any interruptions so far by any rain. So hope it stays that way. Cars in now, 3 slips in place. The gullies come out, and this one just goes straight through, and just a shade low and tumbling away.
We've definitely seen a few more balls today that have behaved indifferently. I wouldn't say like drastically indifferently, but it surprised me. I've read this pitch a little bit wrong, that it will deteriorate a little bit more, but that one there's got scooted through onto the first bounce to Jamie Smith. We've seen a couple from Chris Wokes,
including that appeal.
Yeah, that was Stokes, and then Wokes bowled a couple which kind of carried almost head high to Jamie Smith.
In comes Cars again. Balls to Sundar, who works it back with a square. This sprinting through for the first, and they are coming back for the second. The return comes in, but this is good running. Very meaningful, purposeful running. Pick up 2 runs. Every run crucial from here on in.
Well, it's been a really good partnership, isn't it? 46 is worth at the minute, and you thought today Jadeja would hold the key. He would. The big wicket for England would have been Jadeja. They got him in the first over, Archer's first over. Actually, since then, these two have really battled really well, and crucial runs. And I like that intent. I've just wondered the whole series with India have just been slightly lower in their intent. They scored a lot of runs, but without really taking the game to England, and just little signs of that. They're pushing on, not pushing on, but I like that thinking how every run is so important.
Reverting to bowling over the wicket now, and this one strikes him on the bat. Bad, but a little bit of bat in it for sure, and therefore there's no appeal. In fact, that change, I think, after the first test was a little bit more visible. I think there must have been conversations in the dressing room about hanging in there, fighting it out, not just gifting your wickets. I think they were a bit loose in that first test match. He certainly showed intent, and this is good. I mean, it's been that kind of series, hasn't it? We've talked about it all along, that it's been sort of pendulum swinging here and there. It's just that I think England have grabbed the more important moments when it really had to be done. Here's Cars into Sundar, and Sundar defends, fielded by Archer.
They're fighting hard. Again, now you start thinking, well, 350, they should get 350 from here. And then you think, well, can we get 370, 380? And then you get any time, I don't care, whatever side you're playing against, any time you get close to 400 in the first innings, you're in the game for a long period of time. And even with a partnership from the opposition, you're always in the game. So if they can scrape another 70 or 80 runs.
There's a lot of runs.
It's a lot of runs, but it is possible.
I guess everything's possible, absolutely.
But then England say, can we, get these Sunday out for 330? With Bumrah, Siraj.
Yeah, look who's got the ball in his hand. He's the magic man. Stokes now, running away 3 slips and a wideish gully. Goes in and bowls to Thakur. Thakur flashes at it. This is the first sort of or second time he's attempted a loose stroke. Otherwise, he's been very disciplined.
It was there to hit there, wasn't it?
It was
a short, wide ball. Maybe not quite as wide as he thought. And Ben Stokes got a bit more extra bounce. But there's definitely, you've got to take them on, haven't you? You definitely take them on, especially when you're not getting too many freebies. Is that rain? Is that rain in that cloud? Just a sprinkle, or is... Salts is now getting the binoculars out to see whether they can see the raindrops.
Outside the off stump, swinging away, left alone. And immediately a change in field. He wants the deep square leg to move in, strengthen the offside field, moving the man at deep backward square a little bit squarer as well. Andy, what did your investigation reveal?
I see no raindrops with binoculars.
Very well done.
Good effort there. I don't think it's just got dark, didn't it, for a little bit?
The crowd are having a good time, but also getting into it now. Very strong 7-2 offside field. 3 slips, a gully backward point cover and extra cover. Full ball, worked on the onside. Washington thinking of a run. He could have been gone if it had been a direct hit. Last thing India wanted, but this would have been out had this ball been a direct hit. No question about it. He was backing up way too far, Washington.
So it was hit to that one man on the leg side in front of square, Bryden Cast, and Sundar has got down there, and as he's turned, he then slipped. So he slipped, and that's what's cost him. That is what's cost him getting his footing to get into ground, and he would have been short by, I'm going to say, a little bit of time, half a foot. Bryden Cast was with one stump to aim at from the side.
Also good work by Rod Tucker there.
Yes, I saw that.
Very good work. Here's way down the leg side, left alone. Sundar was looking for someone to come in, maybe change of glove, maybe something else, but Tucker using just plain common sense, I think, saying, hold on, we'll wait for this over to finish. He's not on strike anyway.
No, exactly.
Very sensible.
Exactly. Yeah, one stump to aim at. Just looking at the replay, it's quick. Castle's quick for a big man. He got rid of that ball very quickly. And the reason Sundar wants a new jumper and new gloves, but he's dived 2 hands with straight into the dusty bit of where you mark your guards in front of the stumps.
There's Stokes in again to bowl to Thakur. Is in bowls, and Thakur lets it go outside the off stump again.
Good leave, that. Good leave. A bit of shape from Stokes as he's picking up good pace there. 85 mile an hour, that last ball. Good shape on it. It's definitely swung more this morning than it has done yesterday.
No question. Shardul Thakur, of course, plays for Mumbai and plays a lot of his cricket at the Bandra Kurla complex, which is the ground where lots of other first-class games get played. And he dominates there, and the operating sort of nickname for him there is the Beefy of BKC.
What's that, sorry?
Beefy off the BKC, the Bandra Kurla complex ground, because he dominates with bat and ball. This was in the air, was it? May not have carried, just in short, just in front of the man at backward point.
Yeah, it was Ollie
Pope. At that Ollie Pope, wasn't it? Yeah. Well, he's had a close shave there, but he gets a run. It's 313 for 5, retains the strike, and even 100 overs have now been bowled. And as
we're watching a replay, a bit of extra bounce from Ben Stokes, and that's
well shot.
Good effort from Ollie Pope, because it's very hard to dive forward, but he has dived forward at the ball.
Here's an opportunity for you to discuss further who's going to bowl to you, because Aggers is coming in now and replacing me.
Don't stir it up, Prakash.
No, there he is. He's bottling the challenge I've set down to him. Maybe we could just have a net, Aggers. Maybe you could just dust those.
I haven't bowled a ball for a very long time.
You must have
the point I was making, and we have talked about this sensibly sometimes, is that I always felt that the danger ball to the left-hander was one that actually, yes, you do set them up a bit, but that one that comes back. And only Stokes has really done that. Archer tried one, he went for wides down here. Wokes tried one, it shot off for wides. So it's there, but that planting of the foot on the LBW was just kind of, I don't know, I think I've mentioned Ken Higgs once already today. I mentioned him again. That was just kind of his ball, the one he taught us. In comes Cass, bowls the big leap, and that's pushed away square, beats Pope at backward point, dives, sprawls across this damp grass, and they take a single. It's been a battle this morning, hasn't it?
A real battle, and India have really gutsed it out.
Yep.
Probably 50 odd runs scored, but valuable 50. When I saw the ball move for Wokes and Archer's first few overs, especially with Jadeja getting out, I thought they could roll India here. But again, as the whole series, they've scrapped really hard with the bat without being dominating really at any stage, apart from when Gill has got going. India haven't ever got on top of England's bowls in terms of run rate, but in terms of miles on the legs, they're making them work for every wicket.
Here's Carsey stuck on the pad there, pushing forward. I wonder if we got a little nick on that, because that did cut back. Sundar has hung around 17 from 53 balls. They have bowled a fuller length, and that's definitely been part of the reason today why the ball has moved a bit more. It's that little bit. I'm talking about a couple of feet, aren't you? They've just bowled that fuller length today. Ball was just kissed off the pitch.
But why has it moved more today than it has
goodness.
They did yesterday.
That's baffled professors and scientists for a million years, I think. In comes Carse again, bowls outside the off stump, and it's taken by Jamie Smith.
A good carry again. We've seen a little bit today, like a lot more balls have been carrying to Jamie Smith at waist height. And we saw a fair few yesterday, like he was taking them a lot lower, more around his shin height. So whether this pitch has just quickened up a smidgen,
Think he might be standing a bit closer.
I don't know. Like you look for the marks, don't you? But not any real concern or difference, is there really?
Slips on quite a sharp angle. And there's Carse on his way, comes and bowls, and Sunday's right behind us, crouching into a defensive stroke, getting the ball firmly back to the big, strongly built fast bowler.
The one thing you say about this pitch, though, like, has every batsman got double figures? Yeah. So when that happens, then it is a good wicket, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, there's not not one stage really of England gone two wickets quickly. Shows it's not a minefield though at all, even though we've seen more movement today.
Carse wheels round in the distance. He's got the famous old pavilion there in the background. And he's on his way, moves in, bowls, Sunda forward, drives that, but only as far as backward point. Scrambling save there. And, there's no run.
I don't know if I feel sorry for the old pavilion, because it just doesn't look like it's there, but it's not really there, is it? It's
Did you play in it when it was before it was reformed? Yeah,
I did. Yeah, but it feels like you can see a bit of it, but it's been kind of like covered over by all the modern stuff.
Yeah. Well, I guess they
drowning in glass.
They couldn't knock it down. It was an old Victorian building, isn't it? It must be protected, I guess. So they've gone upwards.
Yeah, you don't want to knock a building like that down,
No. Appreciate to see what the Trent Bridge one looks like when they're finished. Carse comes in, bowls outside the off stump, and again that kept really low.
That kept low, but then all the rest of Smith's been on waste time.
End of the over from Carse. 3:14 for 5. It is very cloudy and it's humid. It rained here quite heavily here last night, and the big news is we have a cake.
Yes. Who's it for? Is it for me or you, Aggers?
I can't read that. What does it say?
Dear TMS gang and this is reading it, and that can't be right. Lovely Aggers in particular.
Well, it's nothing to do with me.
You're 1-0 up then today. You can read the rest of the stuff.
Julie Hall. Hello, Julie. How lovely for you to send us this cake, which is the shape of a hat.
It's a Jofra Archer hat.
Well, it is. So there we are. There's a long story about this hat, some of which has been slightly misunderstood, if I'm honest. Anyway, I didn't get Ben Stokes' hat, which I wanted, but that is a beautiful MCC Panama, wonderfully made. Thank you, Julie Hall. Thank you, Stokes. Over the wicket. And bowls on off stump, pushed away out to Archer, the man in question. They're trotting in from mid-off, and there's no run. But yes, so I have lost my hat.
You lost your hat, and now says she's telling you to eat your hat as well.
There's a lovely picture of Jofra wearing it on the balcony at Lord's, celebrating England's win. And he's polishing the ball hard at the moment, tossing it on to Stokes, who really was behind this bet. Mopping his brow.
But all friends now, aren't you?
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's never any. I mean, he was quite keen to make it clear that he was back in the side, which is fair enough. A lot of people wondering whether he'd play Test cricket again or not. In goes Stokes, bowls down the leg side, little dabble there from Thakur, collected by Smith, and he's done brilliantly well to get back. So that was what it's all about. And we had a nice conversation before this match started.
I was just actually seeing whether that was actually a proper hat or something.
I know.
It looked good, didn't
Stick
it?
it on.
Good hat.
I, like many others, was highly amused by the hat bet shenanigans of the Lord's Test. Jonathan surrendering his hat to Ben Stokes and to Jofra for his post-match interview in the said hat. It was great fun, says Julie. And it was good fun. In goes Stokes, over the wicket, moves in, bowls, a little swing away, and there's no stroke. It led me to thinking, whilst pondering what kind of cake to make, if you've lost your hat in a bet, then why not eat your hat as well? So here it is. The hat is St Clement's flavoured.
What does that mean?
St Clement's.
It's orange and lemon.
Well, I think it's orange, isn't it? Yes. oranges and lemons, the bells of St Clements. Something like that.
I'm just nodding here. I'll agree with you.
Much love, Julie Hall. Thank you, Julie, and for joining in the fun. And it's a magnificent cake hat with MCC ribbon. 3:14 for 5. In goes Stokes and bowls and is sliced and caught finally, and you have a wicket. Tucker swishes his bat. He went for a big drive, too many, and Duckett has taken a good catch there. The second of the morning. My word, England have toiled for that. They really have worked hard. They've beaten the bat time and time and time again. But lots of credit to Thakur and also to Washington Sundar for hanging around, sticking it out. That's a good catch from Duckett. He was completely off the ground as he took that with both hands. Lovely catch to his left. And England finally, under rather threatening skies, have their wicket. Now there's a huge cheer. Yeah. It's not.
I think
it's not who we think it might be, is it? I can't see. It's out of our view below us, where the batsmen enter from.
That has to be with a cheer like that.
Is this Rishabh Pant coming out?
Here it is.
Well, hang on a minute. This bloke just had a broken foot. We weren't going to see him again in the series. And very, very gingerly, Rishabh Pant, a step at a time, is walking out to bat. And the Indian supporters down there to our right, as I say, it's out of our view. They gave the game away, really, with that huge cheer. A lot are on their feet as Rishabh Pant walks out to bat. It is remarkable, really, and he's walking extremely slowly. I mean, he won't be running anywhere, surely. But he's walking out very, very slowly indeed. He came down each step, one at a time. Well, I hope he doesn't get one on the foot. I mean, that would just be horrific.
So, Aggers, if you're a bowler now, and you're bowling in-swing to a left-hander, with a broken toe, where are you bowling it?
I'm bowling it from about 20 yards. I'm bowling straight into his boots. I mean, you can't give any mercy.
No, you can't give mercy, but fair play to Pant.
Let's see where he bats from.
Well, I can't imagine his right foot with the broken foot will be going anywhere down the pitch. It doesn't.
But he also can't run. Look at him; he can hardly walk.
Well, so England, you can spread the field, can't you? You can. Everyone in the ring can be 10 yards deeper.
Yeah.
You know he's going to play big shots, but just as an effort to get out there and show everyone, it's important. He could get another 20 runs here.
Stokes coming round the wicket.
He could get 20 valuable runs.
Yes, he could.
And quickly. But knowing Pant, he might play a totally different way.
There's no third. How would have that offside boundary protected, I think. Third man round to deep point. I just feels like he's going to step away.
What happens if he's just a big bluff and he just sprints the first two?
Well, that is a remarkable entrance.
He's also got. I thought he'd have it all taped up. I did think he might bat again, but I thought he'd have. You could just tape his bat, give him some kind of protection.
Well, he's taken guard and he's standing in line at the moment. Stokes on his way from round the wicket, bowls, and he fishes outside the off stump, putting his damaged foot towards the ball.
Just going to say, there was no backing away or clearing the front leg. He's.
And this rather brings tears to the eyes, to be honest.
Well, I think if he gets one on the end of his toe.
I mean, to be fair, you don't get hit on the foot that often, do you? I mean, you don't. You've got your bat. It's only when you play a shot.
And he's bang out his crease as well.
Stokes runs in, bowls to Pant, who's beaten outside the off stump, again playing an orthodox shot.
I mean, broken toe or not, no one's hitting that ball. That swung in and nipped away from around the wicket.
Fine delivery. And a very good over from Stokes. Well, what drama. 3 for 53 for Stokes. What drama. He was written out of the series.
He was.
And most people this morning, the stuff I read.
Well, I thought he might have had to go second innings, like another day or... Another day, it does settle down. It's still going to hurt, of course it is, but to go out there straight away on day.
Unbelievable. I mean, it must be throbbing. He's got a boot on. I mean, a normal cricket batting boot. So he'll be strapped up. Well, he must. Do you have an injection in there?
Well, you could have one of those blockers, couldn't you? Where it just blocks. I think it's a nerve blocker, isn't it? So you could probably block up. I mean, I'm now talking like a medical expert, but there are things which then numb the whole foot.
Carse on his way, and he's bowling to Washington Sundar, who gets a nasty bouncer. Ball runs away into the leg side. Pant wants to run. Washington's actually sitting on his bottom there. He was absolutely knocked off his feet by that. He hadn't a clue where the ball had gone. But Pant was he was setting off. He was saying, "Come on, we'll run." Well, I don't know. I mean, if you have if he has got a fractured foot, is it a good thing to be walking around on it? I don't know. We need an orthopaedic surgeon on this. But I don't know. I'm not looking at you, Andy, for that. Hello, Deep.
Hello.
In comes Carse then, running in now. Bowls to Washington Sundar, who fends that away into the leg side. Carse goes bounding through to pick it up. And umpire Tucker is moving into the offside from his square leg position, just to keep an eye on where those leg side fielders are in terms of square leg. You can only have two behind square, of course, so he's just keeping an eye on that from his position now in the offside, trotting into position. The floodlights are coming on. I mean, it's all happening here. Floodlights very slowly warming up, particularly the Hartley one. And in comes Carse. Pavilion behind him, moves in bowls, and Sundar keeps the bat inside the line. Well, Deep, what's going on here?
This is unbelievable. I mean, we saw him kind of taken off the field yesterday, and then he's back on right now. There've been so much rumors going around about him being out for 6 weeks and all. It still might be a fractured toe or metatarsal, it's called. It still can be, but the idea is it's just amazing. I thought he might be available to bat, as we heard from the Indian camp, but I was thinking maybe second innings.
In an emergency or something?
Yeah.
Carse again comes bounding in bowls, and Sundar gets a Yorker. Ball rolls away into the offside. He jabs his bat down. I just wonder how he's going to play.
That's quite interesting, but I think that it's the fact that he doesn't move his feet too much, and he's got these unusual areas where he can score. So he's very handsy as a batter. So like pull or ramp shots, just stand and deliver, which he usually does. Yeah, and obviously it'll be depending predominantly on boundaries. Very important, not about him, but how Washington now approaches. What's his role in this partnership?
Well, Pant's practicing playing the Yorker there as he waits for Carse, who bowls outside the off stump. Interesting, he's got it in his mind that obviously he's going to aim for his foot. I just wonder though, you're a batsman. Are you, because you don't get hit on the foot that often, do you? I mean, you don't. You know. For me, you're more likely to get hit on the boot if you're playing a bit of a cross-batted swipe and you get a thick edge off the bat and it cannons into your boot, rather than if you just play normally. Do you think that's a fair comment?
That's a fair comment, but I don't think you're thinking like that. I mean, if I were in his place, I would think about my game plan, maybe open up my stance a little bit, take my front foot away.
Carse bowls, and Washington allows that through outside the off stump. Pant will be on strike, and Stokes will bowl to him. 314 for 6, 24 minutes to go until lunch.
No ball.
Oh, it's a no ball. All that. The field is all moved, getting into position. So Carse will have to go back and try it again.
The other thing that India might be looking at is try and delay India's second innings, England's first innings, because this pitch will start misbehaving is what my reading is as the game goes on.
Carse to finish the over. Bowls, Sundar lets it go through. All that for a shouldered arms outside the off stump. So now it is the end of the over. And there's still 23 minutes to go until lunch. Pant will be on strike. Stokes is already peeling off his sweater. And let's see, Pant's doing some gardening there. Washington's coming down to talk to him. I don't think we're going to see any scampered singles. So I guess you've got to wait and see how he's going to play. I'll definitely have a third man or someone squarish down there, which they didn't have when he first came out. But it just feels like he's likeliest, I'd have thought, to back away and try and carve, but you just don't know with Pant.
That's true. And what are these? I mean, these two are thinking in terms of, are they just going to hang in there, bat for as long as possible, or Rishabh comes out and starts hitting a few shots, try and get boundaries?
Well, we'll soon find out. 3 slips, a gully. There's a deep square leg, and Stokes is on his way round the wicket. Bowles. Oh, there's a nasty one from Stokes. They're off a length, and it climbed. We've seen that happen a couple of times today, and that struck Pant on the glove. I mean, that's all he needs, frankly. He doesn't need any more bruises, and that was a nasty one.
It was, and we've seen that happen a few times, and that's exactly my point. As this game continues, and I believe there are ridges on that pitch, that'll be starting to have a little more effect on how the ball behaves, I believe, as this game goes on.
That was a really brutal ball. Stokes again runs in, bowls to Pant, who leans back, cuts into the offside. Now he's sort of running, trotting, jogging. He would have got 2 for that under normal circumstances, but he sort of shuffled down to the non-striker's end and took 1.
This is amazing because he's not just batting, obviously, with the series on the line. This is a huge effort. He's setting an example as one of the leaders, vice captain of the side.
Yep.
This is a really, really huge effort and much appreciated.
But he's got himself to the non-striker's end. It is remarkable. Stokes. Shadows from the floodlights at his feet now as he runs away. Bowles. Ball swings into the left-handed Sundar. Plays that away out to mid-wicket. Pope picks it up. And he got a wonderful ovation. I mean, it wasn't just the Indian supporters here. I mean, everybody. There are people on their feet applauding him. It's excellent. Rod Tucker's having a chat with him. He's an amiable so-and-so. Saying well done. And I think the one that took off actually, I think, got him up on the bicep. It really climbed. Yeah.
But I think that pain would fade away with what he's already feeling on his toe right now.
Yeah. 316 for 6. Stokes round the wicket, runs in, bowls outside the off stump. Washington thinks about it and allows it to go by. And if he is going to bat, I mean, he's right that he's doing it now while he's got a player or 2 around, isn't it? True. It's no point sending him with Bumrah or something.
True.
So you're going to bat? Okay, we'll get out there and do it now. Well, we've seen people batting with broken arms. In fact, we're talking about Paul Terry only yesterday, weren't we? On this ground, batting with a broken arm. Colin Cowdrey walking out to bat at Lord's in 1963.
That same 84 series, Malcolm Marshall came in with a broken hand, I think, wasn't it?
Did he get 7 for? I think he got 7 or 8 wickets, didn't he? With a broken arm.
Yeah, with the plaster on.
Yeah. Stokes bowls full. Oh, that bounced a second time. It wasn't a slower ball. Looking at the gun, 84 miles an hour. That rolled. So we've seen in this over one lift from a length and then another from a pretty similar place really shoot along the ground.
Yeah, quite interesting to see when India would bowl.
Yep.
What's their tactics is, because as of now the English bowlers have tried to bowl the usual channel outside off stump. We might just see India targeting the stumps a little more with this variable bounce.
Yeah, agreed. Beautiful conditions to bowl in. Absolutely perfect. Floodlights on, Stokes bowls, Sundar turns it away down the corner, Pant goes shuffling off down to the far end. It's going to be the end of the over, so Sundar will keep strike. Stokes disappointed about that. 317 for 6. Sundar has 18, Pant has 38. We've got 20 minutes to go until lunch, and of course the second part of our Ashes Classic, which everyone I know is enjoying very much. And to take us there after words from Deep Dasgupta will be Dan Norcross.
Thank you, Agus. Yeah, this is really good to see, and quite interesting as well. You mentioned about the crowd cheering as soon as they saw Rishabh taking the field. Yeah, why not? He's an entertainer, and he will do exactly that. As long as he's out there, I'm sure he's going to play his shots.
Couple of things. I don't understand why there isn't a short leg to Washington when Cars is directing the ball short at his head. The ball's gone there a couple of times. There is a leg slip. But I want to come back to Colin Cowdrey in a moment. As Cars is in, it's left alone by Washington. Goes to the keeper, no run. Because, in my view, I don't know if you're aware of that 1963, isn't it, test match at Lord's between England and the West Indies. And Colin Cowdrey, broken arm. and it became one of the great acts of heroism in English cricket. Well, what actually happened is he walked to the crease at the non-striker's end after a run-out with 2 balls left in the final over of the match and was never going to have to face a ball. It is without doubt one of the most overrated acts of heroism that has ever been produced in the annals of any sport or indeed any activity. I mean, I could have done that as Cars is in, through to the keeper, no run. And I'm a notorious coward. I mean, really.
What I do remember is Anil Kumble bowled with a broken jaw.
Oof.
Yeah, in West Indies. I was there in Antigua, if my memory serves me right. It was Antigua. He came in and bowled quite a few overs with a broken jaw. So it was a return catch, if I'm not wrong, which he kind of missed, went through his hand. There you go.
Oh, how unpleasant. Yes.
So that was Antigua, and he bowled quite a few overs with that taped up jaw of his.
Cars into Washington, who taps this into the onside, and it's a very slow single they're going to take. Rishabh had to get a bit of a hobble on to get there. It didn't, well, it went about 30 yards, and the fielder's about 10, 15 further yards away, but Rishabh started by walking, and then as he got a little nearer, the throw was about to come in, he just had to have a little dart. The Yorker is the obvious ball. We haven't quite seen that yet to him.
But also something that I would want to see is, has he changed his stance? Like I was saying a little bit earlier, I might, if I were him, I would open up his stance a little bit.
Keep that foot out of the way.
Yeah. Just keep it out of the way, because anyways, it's going to be all hands.
Yes, well, before, I think that Stokes is bowling round the wicket to him, wasn't he? There's a different angle of attack here with the over the wicket. He is slightly open stanced. As Cars is in, and he slaps this into the offside with one hand, the ball that was coming back into him, and he has a little jog, shy at the stumps, is backed up at the non-striker's end. The fielder's a little too deep for my mind here, actually. They're just making it a little too easy for him to get home. 319 for 6 with that single.
Yeah.
It's right to be a bit deeper, but at the moment he can just about get to the other end. I think the other point you're making is a fascinating one, which is what is he out there to do? Is he out there to extend the innings, or is he out there to score some runs? And obviously those two things can go in tandem, but we haven't yet seen the sort of, oh well, I might as well have a slog kind of intent.
Yeah, and Washington has been playing his usual self as well.
Cars into Washington. Another short ball is sort of fended away to where a short leg might be. In the air, throw comes in. They've got through for the single. Just. Even though it's a very long single, but it's made long by Punt's injury. I don't know why they haven't got a short leg in at all. It's baffling to me. Lou Warring, Wiltshire. Punt is like the Black Knight from Monty Python's The Holy Grail. Yeah, it's only a flesh wound. You familiar with that film?
Monty Python?
Yeah, The Holy Grail is as a character who engages in a fight with King Arthur and has his limbs gradually severed, but he refuses to stop fighting. Cars is in and goes for the swish. Does Punt and misses. That's sort of what I thought we'd see more of. A swish and a miss through to Smith. End of the over, 320 for 6. Washington's under 20. Punt has 39. He's confounded us all. Andy.
Oh, that Anil Kumble.
Oh, sorry, it's another no ball off the 6th ball of the over. We'll come back to you. So Cars will get to bowl another ball at Punt.
Just quickly, with his head bandaged up, sort of top to bottom. Bowled 14 overs, got Brian Lara out, LBW, in a drawn test. It was 2002 in Trinidad.
OK, umpires are coming together now. Is this about the light? It is gloomy. They're having a chat. Are they going to bring out the light meter, the Megatron? Is there apparently a little bit of rain in the air, I'm being told. Very little. We're coming so close to lunch that they could take an early lunch and hope that this passes by. We didn't have any rain in the forecast, so it might be just a tiny bit of light rain passing, which the umpires might think, well, let's go to lunch. Cars in to complete the over. And Punt lets it go by this time. A similar ball to the last one, but he decides not to swish. End of the over, 321 for 6.
Talking about rain and forecast and all, I was doing a pitch report a while earlier on. The sun was out this morning, right?
Yes, it's really quite nice.
Yeah, and in my pitch report I said, yeah, it's good news, the sun is out and all of that. And then suddenly, after that, it was all overcast.
Yeah, I'm afraid that's English weather for you, Dean. I mean, you know it well. You live here. So, yeah, you know. I mean, it's even more capricious, perhaps, sometimes up in Manchester with the prevailing westerlies coming in. The third umpire has come and brought out a light meter, I think.
A jumper.
A jumper, right.
For Rod Tucker, he's got his jumper on now.
Right, okay. Well, everyone's a bit cold. Apparently lots of people have been asking why punt can't have a runner. Things have changed, have they not, Dean?
Yes, and for maybe, I mean, obviously a few years ago that rules are now gone. You can't have a runner anymore, and that is because of us cricketers, because few of us have misused it so much that the authorities have said, you know what, no more runners. If you're injured, you're injured. You can't have a runner anymore.
I can understand that. When I was at university, I used to fake a thigh injury when I was opening the batting and have a runner. I had a runner for 7 consecutive matches in the summer of 1989. See, it was lovely. All right, they're coming off. They are coming off. The rain must have got a little bit heavier. I can just about see it. It's such light rain. It's not the sort of, as our colleague at Surrey would say, Mark Church, it's not wet rain. It's very light, drizzly rain. And they're going to bring the hover cover on. So you would imagine an early lunch would be taken at 10 to 1, and if it tidies up, they could get back out at 1:30 without losing any time. We can all obviously make up time as well today. So if this goes on for a little bit longer than we were anticipating, it's a shame because the game was just bubbling up to very exciting spectacle at the moment. We've got an injured punt out there. We've got a very doughty Washington that we're just seeing Rishabh hobble off. It looks really painful. This is an amazing effort from Rishabh, and the other thing about it, Deep, is he didn't have to come out back in now. I mean, he could have waited for a couple of wickets to fall. So they must be wanting to use him in a slightly more proactive role. Otherwise, you just leave him at 11 and then say just try and eke out a bit more time. But obviously they think that he can be productive on this one leg.
True, and with Washington at the other end, he doesn't have to really worry in terms of farming strike and all of that. So it's better off that he's out now with Washington at the other end, and he can still bat. I mean, this is a really huge effort, gladiatorial, seriously, from Rishabh Pant.
It is magnificent, and it'll go down in the annals alongside the likes of Paul Terry and Malcolm Marshall, Anil Kumble, and scandalously Colin Cowdrey, who shouldn't be in those annals, in my view. So this morning, 264 for 5. We've only had 264 for 4. I beg your pardon. We've had 2 wickets. First to go was Jadeja, a beautiful ball from Jofra Archer. He bowled magnificently in the first half an hour or so. Had the ball on a string. It was a tremendous effort. He picked up his first wicket. He ended up with figures of 1 for 59 at the end of the session. Wokes 1 for 66. Carr's yet to take a wicket, but Ben Stokes was the man to take the second and last wicket of the session when Shardul Thakur was caught driving a ball that just moved away a touch from Stokes into the hands of Ben Duckett. And as a result, we are left with a score of 321 for 6. So 57 runs have come in that session of 22 overs for the loss of 2 wickets. It's been relatively slow attritional stuff. Lunch has been taken, we thought it would be, and it will go on until 1:30. So there'll be, I don't know if they'll change the session times. They probably won't bother, will they? There's only 10 minutes to make up, so hopefully tea will stay where it should be and everything can get back to normal. I mean, looking around me, the clouds are a bit low, a bit scuzzy, but you know what? The rain isn't so great that umbrellas are up generally. I can see a few, but not many. Those that have their umbrellas up should know better. And the cover has not had the tarpaulins brought out, so it's just the hover cover at the moment on the pitch. So I am hopeful, and the weather forecast is hopeful that we are. Jonathan Agnew's alongside me. Is he looking at the weather forecast? Is he looking at his? No, he's not. The forecast itself said that there would be no rain, so any forecast I look at is therefore unreliable. But we're hopeful that we'll get back out there. What has been a fascinating session, I think. England will be annoyed they didn't pick up more wickets. A lot of plays and misses. Andy Zoltzman was telling us. We got the number of plays and misses early on. We had 14 out of the first 36 that were either played and missed at or edged, 36 balls. And in that period, England only managed to pick up the 1 wicket. Shardul Thakur looked superb today. His technique was splendid, and then he just started playing a few wafty shots, and that resulted in his demise. But the really big story is that Rishabh Pant, much to the amazement of many of my colleagues who said there was absolutely no way we were going to see him bat again, well, we got to see him bat within an hour and a half. So what do you know? What does anybody know?
I mean, it just keeps getting better and better, really, this series, doesn't it? We were all sitting there thinking that, you know, that was Pant done. I'm pretty sure he is sort of done for the next Test match, perhaps, but he's going to try and play a part here as well. Great big roar when he hobbled and waddled down the stairs. Just keeps giving this one, Prakash.
He certainly does, and you know, I can just imagine particularly the regional language newspaper headlines and images tomorrow morning back in India.
Go on.
I think you're going to see him in various attires. It could be simulations of samurai and great warriors gone by, and swords and spears and what have you.
Yes.
I'm sure it's going to be like that, where it'll be very different out here, because he's essentially going to survive and try and provide whatever he can. Stokes having a chat with Pant, probably think,
are you still here?
We're going to hit it, mate.
Are you still here? We thought we'd done for you there. I mean, the in-swinging Yorker might be a bit of a tricky one to play. Crikey, can you imagine the pain if one of those thuds into that foot?
And on a more serious note, I mean, look, how much more damage? I'm not a doctor, but I've just had a few messages from people who are.
Yes.
And one of them saying that, look, if the ball were to, if there was another injury on that, the risk of the bone actually splintering.
Oh, gosh.
And then that makes it far more complicated. So let's hope none of that happens.
No, let's not.
But we're about to get underway, and it is the England captain, Ben Stokes, with the ball. 3 slips in place, a backward point, and extra cover with a leg slip to go with it. Bowles, first ball to Washington, takes his bottom hand off, drops it.
I mean, what it does show is, you know, the desire, doesn't it? You know, the team spirit and everything. You know, it's all hands to the pump, and everyone loves it when someone comes out with a busted arm, if you know what I'm trying to say. You know what I mean? I've seen it many times in cricket where people are hauled out. What was it? Nathan Lyon at Lords with his calf came out, didn't
Malcolm
he?
Marshall.
Malcolm Marshall. It just adds to it all, doesn't it?
Yeah, it certainly does. Here's Stokes going away from our second ball after lunch into Sundar Bowles, and Sundar lets it go outside the off stump.
And also, you just get the feeling that this game is going to be another tight one, and if they can somehow squeak, what's the partnership worth already now, Andy? Just it's 2?
7.
7. So if they can squeak another 20 or 30, could be crucial.
We saw the margin at Lords at the end. I mean, it's one of those ifs and buts, but the buys and extras were essentially the difference, you would say. But here's Stokes trying to make sure it doesn't become anywhere near tight. Goes away and bowls to Sundar, who's defending nicely. Ordinarily, he might have thought about a run, but obviously not in this case.
England will be hugely frustrated by that session. You just got the feeling with that new ball, and I thought they bowled well.
They did.
They bowled well. They went past the edge on numerous occasions, and full shots, and caught well. You just got the feeling that England will be thinking, crikey, O'Reilly, if we just let something slip there, I know that luck comes into it, but they were thinking we could have bowled them out. We should be batting now.
There's Stokes, past umpire Tucker, wide of the crease, Bowles left alone.
And he's dropped anchor, hasn't he? Sundar.
Yes.
He's played very well. He's got.
Well, he's a good bat.
Yeah,
definitely is. And I think as the white ball game has progressed in India, people like Washington Sundar have had to make choices and adjustments both to the way they ply their trade. We now know that he used to open the batting. In fact, open in first-class cricket for Tamil Nadu.
Well, he's played like an opener, hasn't he? He's been very cautious outside that off stump and just said,
he's battled through.
Battled. That's what Test cricket's all about.
There's Stokes in Bowles. Well left. Really well left in the end. That was going for the throat, and he went away and down on his knee just to let it pass by. This is really old-fashioned stuff. Memory goes back to black and white television when we used to watch Sunil Gavaskar without helmet, bobbing and weaving, and Mohinder Amarnath taking a few on his body and hooking every now and then. Yeah, those images. We were just talking with Daggers, weren't you, about memories of radio. I just think that, because the camera is the eye for television, whereas we on radio are privileged to be able to do a lot more than that. Here's Stokes in bowls and pushed away on the offside and set punt, and punt nods, and they will jog across for a single. Punt will walk. And one more to the total. 3:22 now for 6.
Yeah, take nothing away from India. I mean, I've seen plenty of sides in that situation. When the ball's hooping around and darting around, it just seemed to wake up the pitch, didn't it? This morning?
Did. And maybe the overnight rain,
perhaps something, or it was a bit heavier and a bit warmer,
humid as well
this morning. So, and I've seen some sides with that tail and that middle order. I wouldn't say not fancy it, but just not have that real
resolve.
Shall not pass, and India showed bags of it there.
They certainly have, and they need to show more and more of it if they are to make a fist of this game. And Jofra Archer to start things off from the Sir James Anderson end, and he will bowl to Washington Sundar, who's got a single off the last ball.
Yes, well done, Jimmy. I forgot about that. Sir James Anderson. Yes.
Round the wicket is Archer to the left-handed Sundar. Is in, he bowls, and he's easing it away into the covers. There could have been a run. There won't be, given the present circumstances. And the lights are on. It's also a little bit brighter. The clouds are higher. They're whiter. Blue sky patches away on our left as well. And from a crowd perspective, maybe just a few less than we saw yesterday. Maybe filling in, maybe out for a bite around the concourse.
Yeah, they're all still
waiting out there.
Yeah.
Been a bit of a challenge getting in here. We've been told yesterday, of course, the county issued an explanation, urged people to come in early. Here's the sun's broken through, and this one's going away, left alone by Washington.
Yeah, I think they got it right as well, because everyone was just about in, I think, at the start.
I think so. There was less of a problem.
Yeah.
Punt in a conversation with umpire Hassan Raza.
Yes, I'm not holding my breath for my honours, I'm afraid. I think they might have gone. You never know, though. You never know. You live in hope, don't you?
Should you? You should, absolutely.
Yes, MFI, CNA.
Yeah, well, 8 years to come back into a test team. Ask Karun Nair, ask Liam Dawson. A lot of things can happen.
Okay.
3 slips in a wideish gully. Here's Archer in, bowls. He struck him on the pad. This could be close. Umpire Raza's having a hard look, but he's unmoved at the moment. They're going to go up, are they, or not? Doesn't seem like it, though Stokes is just sort of ambling across, looking at his colleagues behind the wicket.
Look good from where we are, but perhaps height. As you say, we're behind the batter. Can't quite see the height of it, but pretty confident at P.
Yeah, Smith wasn't really interested. Jamie wasn't. I'm just watching that on the replay now.
Oh, silly, it's not far. Back leg.
Yeah.
Back leg. I mean,
and he was down. He was bending. So
yeah. I mean, clipping the top of
off. Or umpires call it worse.
Yeah.
But anyway,
could have seen them given.
In a moment of bright sunshine here, and this one's carried. Has it been taken? I don't think Smith's confident of it. He's not gone up at all. But it was another lovely drill delivery from Archer.
Has that hit the pad?
I think it's taken the pad, I think.
Oh, if it's hit the pad, yes. If it's hit the pad, that's going to be close to LB. It might be another umpire's call, but I mean, he's got it absolutely hooping. Angled in and then swung away, missed the outside edge and clipped the back leg. Close.
Yep, will be close as it comes on. 3:22 for 6. The 107th over, the last ball has just been bowled.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. I have checked both feeds. It's a fair delivery. Front on, please.
That's Kumar Dharmasena.
It's an absolute corker of a delivery.
Look at that.
Nice and slow. We can go to the ball checking. Outrage, please. Would like to see the.
If it's missing,
outrage.
not by much.
you can see off.
Yeah, there's a gap between bat and the ball.
And then the foot
Can go to
moved.
the ball tracking when he's ready.
That is going to be tight.
On-field original decision is not out.
I think it's going to be umpire's call.
I think it is.
Maybe a quarter or less of the ball on the off stump. My guess.
I think your guess might be spot on, Prakash.
Clearly hitting the back pad.
Waiting for the ball tracking. Pitch outside off. Impact umpire's call. Wicket sitting. You can stay with your original on-field
Impact
not out
umpire's
decision.
call. Wickets
Hassan,
hitting.
you're on the screen.
What?
And this is
Hassan, you're on the screen.
This is a new one. Well, Washington survives, but we will talk about this, won't we? I mean, umpire's call on impact,
yes,
but wickets hitting.
Yes, that's right. So it's just got outside the line. I mean, crikey, I've seen them given. I mean, England have had no luck today with the ball. They've beat the bat, they've hit pads, they've had umpire's calls. Nothing's gone their way. They've caught brilliantly. I mean, you're not going to get any closer than that.
No.
You're not going to get any closer than that apart from being given out.
Oh, well, Archer's going to try and make amends with this one. Here is bowls to Sundar, and Sundar plays it to mid-on. There will be no run. That was a terrific delivery, wasn't it? As you
Well, it
said.
reminded me of the one that got pumped out at Lords. That's similar sort of to the left-hander, squares them up, and then just darts away from the outside edge. If it hadn't hit the pad, as it
would have
said,
clattered on.
It would have knocked off stump out of the ground. Was that? Oh, it's gone now, Phil.
It should have been frozen in time for you to look at. There's Archer in bowls, and this one he thinks for a moment of playing and lets it go outside the off stump.
Yeah, this will be infuriating, the England side now. You've got to keep your cool. You can start thinking that the world's against you a little bit now.
Yes, you can't let that get into your mind, can you?
No, you can't. And think, oh, crikey, if I'd have done this and if I'd have done that. And, why is everything seeming to go against us? Why aren't we getting those little outside edges? We must have gone past the bat 30 or 40 odd times, I think, in that first session, and it seems to be continuing after lunch. You've just got to keep your cool and keep your discipline.
Absolutely. Well, the sun has broken through the cloud, at least at the minute, and Stokes has got the ball in his hand now with Pant on strike. He's making adjustments to the field. He's got those three men deep on the onside, a deep square leg, a deep backward square where Crawley is just running back towards about maybe 10 yards inside the boundary, and then a regulation fine leg right on the fence. The three men in the deep catching. There's also a square third, or something bothering Pant.
It's one of those massive ladybirds from Lords. Come up the M1.
Travelled up. Two slips in place. Mid-on and mid-off are about halfway to the boundary, and Stokes is in to bowl to Pant. He's in, he bowls, and Pant. Oh, he got anything on it, or he just swung away? Wait and see. It's buys. The ball just swung way past. No chance for Jamie Smith. 4 runs to the Indian total, nevertheless. 322 for 6.
Absolutely, and they're just getting away from England a bit here. As you say, that frustration is just starting to come out in their bowling now. Poor delivery, wide down the leg side and swinging more. Smith,
no chance.
And now 326. Put another 50 or 60 on that, and all of a sudden that's a pretty decent score.
That's a lot of runs. There's balls, and Pant has dropped it to short square and is sprinting. It's almost like you think it's a sprint race between a fielder getting to the ball and Pant getting the 22 yards.
Yes, they've judged it pretty nicely so far. He's just sort of, as you say, not trying to hit it too hard. He's occasionally gone for the big shot, which you would do with a busted foot, but he's just timed it perfectly to just jog that one, and the fielders can't, stop it.
That's his 465th run of the series. That ties him with Alex Stewart for most runs in a test series in England by a wicketkeeper. Stewart did it in 1998 against South Africa.
Well, there you go. There's Stokes now to Sundar. He's in, he bowls, and he's worked it away nicely for another single. Down into the deep. Return comes in. Pant has jogged across.
It must be playing on Paz's mind though, because he'll sort of know that You don't want a Yorker blasting on
We haven't
that.
seen one since his come.
No, well, perhaps they're being nice. Perhaps they're showing a bit of spirit. Everyone's showing a bit of spirit of cricket.
Is that right?
Yes.
Somehow I find it hard to believe, but it may well be the case.
It might be, but I don't know how long it's going to last.
Yeah, well, I mean, these are professional players. They need a wicket. They should do everything within their power to get it. Here's Stokes balls, and there it is. There it is. Where did that hit? No visible sign of any pain from Pant, but that certainly was an in-swinging Yorker.
Yeah.
Tailed into his front foot. Now hit him on the shin, on the pad. Couple of inches lower, and
you might
don't want to think about it.
Might have heard a squeal.
Yeah, didn't.
Yeah.
There we go. So much for being
Spirit
nice.
of cricket.
But that's well within the spirit of cricket. Here's Vokes again, bowls the same one, and this time he's got it. It certainly hit him on the leg. Where, I don't know. He's hobbled across for a single. The returns come in. The total's inched up to 328, but that wasn't far either.
I think they've
got him on maybe the heel of the boot or somewhere, because he's now, you can see as a close-up of the right leg. Let's see where this one went.
Oh, I tell you something, that's not far off. That is about an inch. That is about an inch.
The first one was a couple of inches higher. This one was a little bit to the wider piece. You know, in artillery firing, there's an observation officer who guides the traffic, and all that Ben needs is that. But right now he's into Sundar, and Sundar's got the outside edge thick and fast. It races away to square third for 4. Now that'll be really frustrating.
Yeah, got to keep the cool here, England. Another one flies through that slip cordon. It's just, you just got to hang in there. You feel that you've done everything you can do with the new ball, England, this morning, and you've got a couple of wickets, but you'd be sitting there at lunch thinking, how the hell haven't we bowled them out? And then you come out here and that one's flown over third slip. Nothing's seeming to go. But this is Test cricket for you. Fight. There's a lot of fight out there. No one's going to give you a wicket.
Well, umpire Tucker's not necessarily pleased with the England.
I'm fearful now. I'm fearful now for this Yorker. Archer Yorker.
Yeah, we're just seeing a replay of the ball that hurt Pant off the inside edge onto his fifth metatarsal is what we hear.
Was it the fifth one?
Well, that's what we hear. There's lots of stories going around. The reality is Pant is out there. He's got some extra tape wrapped around that boot. He must have, I think, got a painkilling injection, some other medication.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
But he's battling it out there. And that's what it can do. He's got to 40, and Washington Sundar is on 26. India 333 for 6 at the moment as Archer comes into bowl to Pant. Where is he aiming for? And he's got it away down towards fine leg. Things come off the pad. Wait for umpire Raza to confirm that as Pant walks the single. Yes, it is leg byes. 334 for 6.
Yeah, I'm just seeing a few sort of double teapots, hands on hips and sort of shoulders, like what have we got to do here? What have we got to do here? You can't lose that intensity. You've almost got to just block it out.
Absolutely.
Heads are just dropping a little bit here for England. They need a little rattle up. They need this breakthrough. You feel that they're only 1 wicket away.
Archer into Washington Sundar bowls, and he's played a nice crisp looking stroke, but he'll get only a single, and Pant will have to hurry. And he does. The throw was a bit wayward, but they do manage to get the single. 336. Now, what can you think they'll do in the field when Washington's there? It's a bit of a dilemma, isn't it? You don't want fielders too close in because you know Pant will try and go over the top.
Yeah, I'll be
striking that balance.
Yeah, I'd definitely. If I was on the boundary, I'd be coming in 10 or 15. To really try and get that indecision of a possible run out. If they do just hit it in the leg side, it's a pretty easy single.
3 slips wait for Archer to bowl to Pant. He bowls and Pant is pushing it away gently. Can't move his foot the way he would have liked to, but he's got it away to point. No run. Ollie Pope doing the fielding. 335 for 6. 264, remember, is where India started the day. lost Jadeja in the second over, the 11th ball, if I remember correctly. And at that point, it looked like, okay, this might be a quick wrap of the innings. Yeah. But Sundar hung around. Shardul played well for his 40-odd.
Every time you think you've got a handle on which way this game's going,
Oh, he's pulled away and hit this one. Didn't get any timing on it. Just went straight in the air, but went absolutely straight. So there was no chance of a fielder getting anywhere near it. But it's a run nevertheless. 336 for 6.
Ben Stokes is now just sort of like laughing, sort of like a mad professor, sort of like, well, I don't know what to do now. You know, that one was a full toss, which is completely clothed and not timed. And
it's wringing his hand because he obviously got it very high on the bat. Yeah. It must have stung. Yeah. Sundar on strike to Archer bowls, and he's easing it in the offside. Will not take a run because Pope is close by.
And that run takes Pant past Alex Stewart, so he's now scored more runs in a series in England than any wicketkeeper in Test history. He's 7th on the all-time list, most runs by a keeper, 2nd for India behind the 525 made by Puri Kundaran in the 63-64 series against England in India. Dennis Lindsay of South Africa in 66-67 against Australia scored 606. That's the most by a keeper in one Test series.
600 runs. Wow. Here's Archer bowls and nicely played off the front foot, defended out towards Stokes at mid-off, no run. That's the end of the over. 336 for 6 after 109 overs. Run rate just shade over 3.
Yeah, I mean, and they'll be happy with this, India.
Oh, it's been a spirited fight.
Yeah, especially this morning. The pitch seemed to just change. And it's obviously, I know it sounds obvious, a new ball pitch.
But again, that's the point, isn't it? It's been 2 different phases of every single innings. New ball, 15, 20 overs, different, and then it's been a different pattern thereafter.
But every test, every day in this test match, I mean, we're pretty good sat up here, sort of feeling, you know, who's in control, who's not in control, who's looking to push on and gain momentum. We've done it for a few years, Prakash, haven't we? But every time you feel that there's something happening, something then just comes to counter it. It's been fascinating.
As well, the 2 umpires certainly are in the act. There's replacement bats that came out, I think, for Pant, was it?
Yeah. Really got it on the toe end, didn't it? That full toss to Archer, and it's probably just put a little split in it.
Karun Nair and Abhimanyu Iswaran. You feel for Abhimanyu. This is his second tour, and he hasn't really had any chance of a look in yet. And he's got tons and tons of runs in first-class cricket.
Yeah.
That's how it happens sometimes.
Absolutely.
Well, Pant on strike. 3 men catching deep on the boundary. There's a third about 5 yards inside the boundary. Mid-on, mid-off, halfway down. And 2 slips. Stokes to Pant. Looking for that Yorker. He's placed it well. I think it might be cut off. But Pant will obviously take only 1. He placed it quite well, so there's enough and more time to amble across. 337 for 6. Pant's up to 41 now. 42. Stokes was looking for that in-swinging toe cruncher again, wasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, you just get the feeling that they're scratching their heads here a bit, England. They've kind of given them the barrage and given them the best balls, and it hasn't dislodged them.
Stokes to Sundar. And he goes, ball shot bouncer, and he's hooked this one. It's going to be caught. It is. Right on the boundary. Got more elevation than distance. Washington will be disappointed. I think not dissimilar to the dismissal of Sai Sudarshan. And it's that man again, Ben Stokes.
When you need something to happen, it's the captain that always comes up with the goods. I mean, he's played beautifully there, Washington Sundar. He's been very watchful. But there's something about Ben Stokes when he bowls that everyone wants to take on the short ball. He's a little bit quicker than you think. Rushed him and got the top edge well caught right on the boundary sponge there by Chris Woakes. But, you know, he lures people into mistakes. You know, he hasn't put a foot wrong there, really, Washington Sundar. You know, he's left his bouncer, he's stuck, he's played beautifully outside the off stump. But then the rush of blood always comes against Ben Stokes.
Does. Gets a well-deserved round of applause. Does Washington Sundar. stood there, battled for a while. 337 for 7. Well, England have the breakthrough, and that's just what they needed. As you said, Phil, they might have been a little bit frustrated with what was going on.
Well, they were just scratching their heads a bit there, you know. And this is the debutant?
This is the debutant, Anshul Kamboj.
Yeah. Can he bat? What's he like?
Hasn't really set anything on fire with his bat. But the fact that he's come ahead of Bumrah and Siraj might suggest something.
Yeah.
Fearlessness of... It's not exactly a spring chicken. Plays for Haryana. As you can see, is well built. From a small town called Karnal.
A bowler. He's a bowling.
Yes.
He's a bowling with a bit of batting.
Well, batting we'll figure out.
Okay, we'll figure it out.
I wouldn't really count too much.
No.
But he's got some decent scores.
Well, he made an unbeaten 51 for India A against the England Lions in Northampton at the start of June. And that was his first class half century in his 24th match. This is his 25th. He averages 16 with the bat overall.
First ball in Test cricket to Anshul Kamboj. It's the England captain, and it's way outside the off stump, a little bit wayward, left alone. He's a strong lad, and what a day for him. Number 318. So think about it. 74 odd years of Test cricket for India.
Yeah.
Just 318 Indians have been privileged to wear that cap.
Absolutely. And that's why they started doing it. I mean, I think I don't know, I forgot what number I am. I should remember that. I think it's 547, might be. But it means something. As you say, all that history, all those years. It's a very, very exclusive club.
It is. Here he is now, bat raised, waits for Stokes. He bowls and he lets it go outside the off stump again.
Oh, he looks all right.
Setting him up for the...
Yes, but I mean,
nip back.
He's looking solid there. He's come out there, watchful.
Yeah, but think about it, Tafaz. 1.4 billion people, 4 on average, 4.5 on average a year are actually making it into the team as new players. 318 over 74 years. That's...
It was 1932, wasn't it? India's first.
32?
There you go.
Okay,
93 years.
Okay, well, that makes it 3.5 then. Yeah, something like that. But it is just remarkable. And
loads have tried.
Well, I mean, if it was 74 years, it would have been 4. Oh, what a delivery. He's got the outside edge. He's gone. Ben Stokes 2 in the over. And Anshul Kamboj that's his fifer as well. Oh, that's a terrific delivery. It took off, not dissimilar to the one that grazed Shardul Thakur's right shoulder. On this occasion, took the bat, and smart catch, easily taken behind the wickets. And Anshul Kamboj's Test debut with the bat ends without troubling the scorers.
Well, unlucky young man. That was an absolute corker. And finally, England get an outside edge. The angle from Ben Stokes, bowled out about 86, 87 miles an hour, angled into the right-hander, had to play it, and it's just swung away and rose up at him and got the shoulder of the bat. Finest of nicks through to the keeper. I mean, that's an absolute beauty.
Would have got better.
Would have got many better than...
Well, he can take heart in the fact that he was good enough to nick it.
Absolutely, but absolutely. I like that. Turn a negative into a positive.
Absolutely, always.
It's Ben Stokes' 5th 5-wicket haul for England in 115 matches. His first since 2017, when he took a 6 against West Indies at Lord's, 6 for 22. This is his 76th test since his last 5-wicket haul. Oof. And he's now got more wickets in this series than he's taken in any other series of his career. 16 in the series so far.
Wow, beautifully.
Perfect preparation for what's coming later in the...
It's certainly going to be it's been a test of the fitness.
Yes. But this is what you want to see, isn't it? You want to see him running in free, bowling at his best. And now to top it off, all he needs is a couple of good scores with the bat.
Yeah.
That's the only area where he might think that he's been below his own standards.
Sure. I mean, I know I'm jumping ahead here a little bit, Prakash, but I'm looking forward to seeing this fellow who's just walked a wicket bowl on this pitch, because it's spiced up. It has spiced up a little bit, and England will have that in the back of their mind.
Well, look at that slip, Corden, now.
Yeah.
4 slips in a gully, almost 5 slips, you could say. Just a little bit wide is Duckett at gully, and Bumrah is waiting for Stokes. He bowls, and Bumrah gets onto his off stump and lets it go. 2-wicket over for Ben Stokes. And behind me, Getting ready to come in is Daniel Norcross, who was absolutely thrilled because all the mumbo-jumbo that he was doing through lunch has paid dividends. 2 wickets in the over for England and for Ben Stokes. So some more thoughts from you, Phil, and then Dan Norcross.
A mumbo-jumbo. I'll have to ask Dan what that was, because it seems to have worked after lunch. As you say, we bowled beautifully. Big round of applause for Ben Stokes. Look at that. Listen, another wholehearted performance. Takes the cap off. He's bowled magnificently again. 5-wicket haul for him. He really is the leader of the pack. Dan.
Archer starts from the Anderson end. And he's into Rishabh Pant. How's he going to go now? Well, he drives firmly back to the bowl. There's no run. Well bowled Prakash as well.
Yes, lovely little spell. Well done, Prakash. Came in nicely there. The mumbo-jumbo worked.
Would appear to have done so, yes. Well, I mean, some listeners may be aware that there's a little bit of jinxing and reverse jinxing that's been happening.
Oh, absolutely.
Over the course of the series, because Prakash is quite the guru in this respect.
Absolutely.
Archer is in and gives himself room to Rishabh Pant and misses the ball as he assays a kind of waft.
Yeah,
I think goes over the top of the stumps.
I think now those couple of wickets have gone down quick. I think he might have had enough of this now.
Well, what other option has he got now? I mean, before I think it made sense with Washington to take time out of the game and degrade the pitch and what have you. But now, with Bumrah at the other end and Siraj to come, the field is spread, I should tell you, far and wide. There's still 3 slips, but a deep square, long on, long off, and a deep backward point. And I'm imagining there's a long leg, yes. There's Archer. Comes in round the wicket, on the toes, viciously on the toes.
Your heart's in your mouth when you see something fall.
Clipped away to deep backward square, they don't run. That was zeroing in on the offending bone.
Well, there's no room. There's no room for sentiment.
Absolutely none. None. Well, this is, as I keep on being told, it's Test cricket.
Absolutely. Tough old game, isn't it?
I mean, Aggar's alongside me, a gnarly old fast bowler. We know what he would have done. Straight in. He goes straight in at the foot.
Yeah, might be off about 20 paces at 20 yards as well.
Yes. He'd have only one thing in his mind.
Just get a bit closer. We'll take the no ball.
Oh, yes.
No, he wouldn't, of course he wouldn't.
Archer in again, short, whacked away, out over deep square leg. That's a mighty shot from Rishabh Pant. It's gone all the way out towards the newer of the 2 hotels. He just gave himself a bit of room. So just walloped that. His eye is fine, it's his foot that's the problem. It was banged in short. It's a back of the hand, slower ball bouncer from Archer, which was picked immediately, and it was actually thwacked more over deep mid-wicket, actually.
Yeah, all crucial runs now.
Now the field has gone back right onto the boundary with 2 balls left in the over, so this is unusual because he might be able to hobble that single. And he does, just taps a full ball on his pads out towards deep backward square, takes the run, and Bumrah only needs to survive 1 ball. So we're at that stage now. Punt moves to 49. Bumrah is going to... Oh, hang on, was that the last ball of the over?
Yeah, not quite sure what...
That's odd, because the scoreboard has got 110.5 on it.
Andy, what's going on?
I mean, that was 5 balls.
Yes, well now Archer's come back. He's giving him back the cap. I thought everything. Yes, right, here we go.
They're doing the
There is 1 ball
okey-dokey.
left, yes. Now, I don't... Oh, now this is very intriguing. For a moment I thought Archer was going to bowl round the wicket. No, he's going to come over the wicket.
Yep.
Bumrah's job here is to try and keep it out. But what we have found with Bumrah is that he is fatally drawn like a moth to a flame to the short ball.
Yes, compulsive. Colin compulsive, as we used to call it.
Colin? Yeah.
Colin compulsive. He likes taking on the short ball.
Well, there's a leg slip and there's a long leg, but there's no deep backward square, interestingly enough, and he's just got to survive the 1 ball. Archer into Bumrah, goes across his stumps and then defends rather beautifully. A full ball out at the offside, which Archer collects. End of the over, 7 from it, 344 for 8.
Now this...
Run yet score punt 49.
Sorry, this is quite a crucial little passage of play just for momentum going into the second in England's first innings. If Punt has a little crazy 20 minutes and scores 30. You know,
well, the score could take the score up near 400.
Yeah, which all of a sudden then starts to get a bit of a worry because this pitch is doing a little bit the Bumrah effect.
It's one of the higher scores with a top score of 61 in it as well. I mean, everybody's made a contribution apart from the debutant, Cambodge.
Yeah.
Everyone in double figures. So it suggests that it's a pitch on which people can get in. We've not seen often.
But
decide go bang bang in the last over.
No, but it also has a sign that there's always something there.
Ball with your name on it.
Absolutely.
Mostly if it's delivered by Ben Stokes, it would appear. He has 5 for 63. He's coming round the wicket with 2 slips into Rishabh Pant. And Pant just places his bat on this ball, and well, he's driven it, pushed it for 4. What a shot that is. The timing, amazing. It was very full. It was quite wide. And he had to reach for it, and he had to get it on that front foot. And he's brought up another half century. He's been a thorn in England's side in this series. And he's doing this on 1 foot, 1 leg. And he's got there in imperious and beautiful fashion. He simply placed bat on ball, and it pinged off through extra cover.
It was a bunt by Punt.
Yes, it was a bunt.
Yeah, it was a bunt.
Yeah.
But got it straight out the middle.
Absolutely no follow through at all.
Just doink.
Yep. Stokes into him again on the pads, and he just jabs down on the ball at the last minute, and the ball rolls up to Archer. There is no run. The field is again spread. We've got quite a fine leg. We've got a deep backward square and a deep forward square. We've also almost got a fly slip actually as well for the short ball and the thwack top edge, and a deep point, long on and long off. So there's 2 fielders in the slips and everybody else spread.
Well, I think it was caught at Lord's at backstop.
Yes. Stokes into him, expecting the short ball, and it's full. Oh, it's right on those toes again, but he gets the bat on it and clips it away out to deep square. Don't take the run.
How many overs has Stokes bowled now?
In this
2.5.
22.5 in the innings. In this spell, 5 before lunch. This is his 4th after lunch, so this is the 9th over of the spell, split by the...
It's remarkable, isn't it? We're talking about trying to preserve Ben Stokes. He's having none of it.
Torn him to shreds.
And yet he's bowling as well as we've seen him bowl. Been a brilliant spell. He's in again, and Punt just hits one that comes back into him, and he places his bat on it. He's going to take the run as it goes out to deep backward square. He figures that, I say the run, it's more the hobble. And moves to 54. 349 for 8 brings Bumrah onto strike.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show all that time off with hamstrings and everything, the work he's been putting in. You know, loves his training. First there, last to leave. Usually they say
he's in great shape, isn't he? And of course,
good nick.
And he went dry as well, didn't he? Gave up alcohol. Alcohol.
Why did you say that?
I don't know.
Strangely.
I suppose I think it's very, very notable. He's in now, and beats Bumrah on the outside edge with a beauty that came into Bumrah and then left him, and Bumrah just covering off stump missed the ball.
I mean, not a bad shout. I mean, I think he knew that he's going to be in for a bit of work over the next 10 months or something. India, Australia, why not? Why not get yourself as mentally and physically perfect as you can, and then you can do what you like after that.
When you retire. Bumrah on the strike. He does look awkward when he defends the ball. It looks like he's sort of squeezing his knees together as Stokes comes into him, and he gets nearly struck on the pad. It was very full, zeroing in on leg stump. Bumrah gets bat on it and takes it down to deep backward square, but they don't take the run because it's the last ball of the over. You can watch clips, by the way, of the action on the BBC Sport website and app, as well as today at the Test, which is on BBC Two and the iPlayer at 7 p.m, and also on the iPlayer. Why don't you check out How to Win the Ashes 2005, which is a lovely programme, saw the other day on the telly.
The details of Rishabh Pant's extraordinary half-century, 53, now 54, it was 50 off 69 balls, with 2 sixes and 3 fours. His 26th 50-plus score in Tests, 8 centuries amongst those. His 12th 50 against England in just 16 Tests.
He does like playing against England, doesn't he? And England really struggling to remove him here as Archer is into him, and he wafts at this slightly slower ball. It goes on the bounce to Smith. What's the peculiar shot? What are you trying to describe it?
Well, I'm not quite sure what that was. As you say, obviously no foot movement, and just sort of like bent down and gave it a little sort of fishing, sort of like a gnome on a toadstool, sort of fishing or something.
Yeah. You often see gnomes on toadstools. It must be very... I mean, either gnomes are smaller than I thought or toadstools are bigger. Thinking about it.
Oh, excuse me.
As Archer comes in from the Anderson end around the wicket to the limping punt, who gives himself room and hoiks this high in the air out over wide mid-wicket. It plugs, and they've decided not to run because it hasn't quite made it to the boundary. It got within about a yard. And extraordinary scenes. It was in the air for a long time. Well, were he not so discomforted, they would have been able to run 2, probably 3 there, but they didn't even run 1.
I think that's the furthest a ball's ever gone.
For no
without, in terms of the height of the shot and the distance it went.
Yeah.
Oh. Right to the edge of the boundary, and it must have been 20 yards in the air.
Wait.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, a slip's coming out. Harry Brook is departing the slip cordon and heading out towards deep mid-wicket. Do you have something you want to say?
No.
I thought you want to just get into the food.
No, I'm just
wine gums.
My mic's lurking with intent.
Yeah. Right, so there's 4 out on the boundary on the leg side now. As Archer is in to punt. Who's bowled him! Off stump out of the ground. There was just a little prod from punt. And Archer has kicked the stump as he's run past it. Delighted to have made that breakthrough. And a wonderful, brave knock from Rishabh Pant comes to a close. With the crowd all around standing to him, they know what a remarkable effort this has been. He's come out there with a broken foot, and every run precious for India. And he's extracted as many as he could, really. He's walking off in terrible pain. I think we still may yet see him in the second innings, but we won't see him in the last test, that's for sure. His head is given a pat by the incoming Siraj. And the whole crowd here are quite rightly and very generously applauding what has been an effort for the ages. Quite staggering knock. I mean, he's only 54, but yeah, what we've seen of him today has been a remarkable performance. He's trying to make his way up those stairs. It looks absolutely agonising. They could have got him a stair lift, I think. He's just using the bat as a crotch, as a walking stick. And he's undone by a lovely ball from Jofra Archer. Right from the top of off stump and knocked his peg clean out. 349 for 9.
Yeah, that's been a special moment in the whole series. I mean, he's been tremendous throughout the series, but to see him hobble out there for his team to try and survive first and foremost for Washington. Washington gets out and he thinks, well, I've got to try and play a few, and he did. I can only imagine what's happening in that boot.
Oof. Well, England were ruthless. They aimed at it plenty of times. Never quite hit him flush.
So Rishabh got a standing ovation as soon as Mohammad Siraj, well, the boos started.
Yeah, Siraj on strike with a leg slip and 3 slips in. The field totally different. Archer into him, and he strikes the ball nicely into the onside. They go through for a quick single, shy at the stumps, misses at the striker's end, and they've got through for the single. The 350 is up. So we've had a cacophony of cheers and boos in the last minute and a half for a variety of different reasons. Principally among them, well, a spectacular wicket. The cartwheeling stump went back and then got stuck in the ground. It cartwheeled a couple of times, went over once itself, that is, once or twice, and then landed the pointy side down right in the ground. A thoroughly satisfying spectacle for Archer. As Bumrah goes for a big swish off the next ball and misses it, goes through low. So Smith, there's no run. What's going to happen now is going to be either brief or entertaining or both.
I don't think I've seen that before, Dan, where the stump's flown out the ground and it was like a triple somersault and then it's stuck in the ground. Let's go 1, 2. Well, yeah, 2. It was a double somersault and then stick.
You know what? We need to ask Eleanor Aldroyd about this because she's commentated on gymnastics. She'll be able to tell us exactly what that manoeuvre was.
I'd give that
an 8 out of 10.
8?
Yeah.
Yeah?
It was excellent. It could have been a bit more upright.
Okay, yeah.
On the finish.
So artistic impression, not totally perfect. Archer in, a swing and inside edge 4. Just past the stumps. It was very full and Bumrah's now flinging the bat. I'm not sure Siraj will fling the bat, but Bumrah will, and Archer's chuckling to himself and shaking his head. But he's picked up the wicket in that over, the wicket of Rishabh Pant, but Pant has done well. He's gone through incredible pain for his team and his country in that innings. 354 for 9, and without him, I mean, it probably helped add 30, 40 runs, but that could be very significant in the long run. And also, it does suggest he's, if needed, in other words, when he will be needed, you'd imagine, he's going to come out the second innings, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to wait and see, but I guess he would have had one of those big injections that maybe would have numbed his foot for the while that he's been out there. And
but still, it can't be great
Rishabh,
for the injury, though.
No, it's
you're putting pressure on it.
And also, if it gets displaced, it's a very courageous thing that we've just seen from Rishabh Pant.
Siraj on strike, Stokes bowling down the leg side, taken by Smith, moving away to his left, two-handed.
But I'd love to know from a scientist why the ball's done more today.
Yeah.
The heat. I mean, there's been a heavier cloud cover at times, but it's quite nice and bright.
And breezy now.
But there's been more swing and seam today than there was yesterday, which suggests that 354, if it carries on like this, will be a good score.
Well, Bumrah, you would imagine, will be licking his lips at the prospect of bowling here. As will Siraj, who's on strike now with 3 slips in place. And, Stokes has got something in his eye. Run in there and he's stopped. I think he has got something in his eye. It's a little insect or something that's just flown into him. Ooh, and he's now poking his fingers into that eye.
It's a little midge.
Right. So he's going to come back and start his run-up all over again.
He's bowled beautifully, hasn't he? He's bowled with so much skill.
It's interesting he's still on, though, isn't it? And the 9 down. There are other options. There are other bowlers.
He wants another wicket.
Stokes into Siraj, who beats him on the side edge. Wow. Another ball that's done a bit. As you were talking about, Michael.
Yeah, I mean, I just start to think now of Ben Duckett and more so Zach Crawley, Ollie Pope. And yesterday they saw the ball do a bit, but not a great deal. They slept last night going,
you're right.
Old Trafford's a good deck. Comes onto the bat, not a great deal of lateral. And then today, when it's their turn to bat, they're looking going, starting to do a bit more.
Just been reminded there that Archie got punt like that, didn't he, at Lord's on that incredible final day, bowling him off stump. As Stokes is in, Siraj gives himself room, swishes and misses. The ball wasn't a million miles from the off stump. Yes. So Siraj is going to have a go as well.
Yeah, I think that's a fair shot with the field as it is. He gets anything on that with that bat swing, it's going to fly down to that vacant third. Andy, you have something
just on to illustrate the amount of swing compared with yesterday. Looking at just the first 2 sessions of each day, England have had almost exactly twice the amount of movement in the air today, and about sort of an extra third the amount of movement off the pitch compared with the first 2 sessions yesterday. This is looking at the seamers only.
Stokes in to Siraj. And gets Yorker length delivery, which he digs out. No run. Got a question that raises is why. And you have a theory, don't you?
Well, my theory was that it was because the pitch was cold in the morning, but I think it's done more in the afternoon where it might have warmed up. So maybe when it's colder it doesn't do as much when it's warm.
But it did nip this morning, didn't it? I mean, Archer, but it was a new ball.
Yeah, brand new ball, and surely it's warm by now.
You'd think, wouldn't you? I mean, it's pretty clement out there.
What's the temperature out there?
Stokes into Siraj. And he's been hit straight back over his head. 1 bounce 4. 2 bounce 4. Well, that's quite the shot. Gave himself room, full ball, more than dug out, and picks up a boundary. 358 for 9.
I mean, what England have this week is a batting lineup with Jofra Archer at 11. So they bat so deep. Dawson at 8, who's got 18 first-class centuries. Wokes at 9. Carse at 10, who played so well at Lord's. So they've got a real deep batting lineup.
Stokes, last ball of the over. Siraj on strike. And he goes to chop that through fourth slip, misses it, and it flies past the stumps into the keeper's gloves. End of the over, 3:58 for 9. Bumrah has 4, Siraj has 5. Siraj is laughing about this enormously, and I think we're now going to see Bumrah have a swing at Archer, who's going to continue. So have England discovered a weakness for Rishabh Pant, which is to bowl a perfectly directed ball onto the top of off stump at some pace from around the wicket?
Yeah, I'm not too sure it's a weakness. They're two incredible deliveries, and when you've got a broken foot, I'd suggest you getting your kind of right foot out of the way to Jofra, which he did, which squared him up a little bit, and there was a hint of movement. Just seen Jacob Bethel, actually. He's off the field now. He was on the field.
OK, so this makes me think of some skullduggery that could be done as Archer is in, and this is swung at short, missed down the leg side, no run. Why doesn't, an opener, for example, say to the skipper, does that just need to go and have a little bit of treatment on my calf, and then be able to go and sit in the, send out Jacob Bethel and just sit there. If you're Zach Crawley, just do a bit of
pairing,
bit of visualisation.
It goes over 10 minutes.
Well,
they reviewed it.
Oh my word! Well, this has come completely out of nowhere. There was a swing from Bumrah.
Confirm on field, given not out. TV umpire to director. We have a player review for court. On field decision is not out. I have checked both feet, fair delivery. Front on, please.
Well, I'm not sure how much anybody believes that he's got a glove on this, because the slips are still in place.
Root seemed to be convinced, was sort of calling to Stokes to review it.
Nice.
Okay, so he's gone swinging after it. Well, if there was any noise at all, it probably does have to be from glove or bat. Here we go.
Okay. Until that, you can show me anything if you have reverse angle.
Doesn't look close to the bat though. Right, here we go.
Nice and slow.
Oh yes! Oh my goodness me!
Okay, can you freeze it, please?
Well, would you believe it? That has brushed the glove.
With the glove, you need to change your decision to out.
Well, this is amazing.
On the screen.
I don't think anybody else was remotely convinced that was out. Not Archer. Perhaps Smith had a thought. The slips weren't. It was a swing to a ball down the leg side, short one, and it didn't look like he got anywhere near it. Root was really adamant, and he was saying, you've got to review that, and then eventually they did, and the ball was shown. He'd sort of almost caught up with it, because his bat now turned through the shot of the pull, and has brushed the glove, and Archer himself can't believe it. He's shaking his head. He didn't appear. He's laughing here about this. No one can quite believe that's out, but it is. Bumrah has gone, and India have been bowled out for 358. Archer picking up his third wicket. Now, Duckett and Crawley are going to have to get their pads on, because they're going to be coming out to bat very shortly indeed. And England have cleaned up that tail eventually after the lunch break. Came out at 1:30, so in 51 minutes they've cleared up India's last 4 wickets. Stokes and Archer have done the job. Stokes with 5 raises the ball to the crowd as he walks off now. Some low 5s and some high 5s. And 358 is a perfectly serviceable score on a surface that's been doing a fair bit today. India might think it's a little bit lower than they would have hoped, but it's one in which a lot of their side have contributed. A top score, Andy, of just 61?
Yes, 61 out of 358 all out.
Which gives you an idea that there have been contributions all the way through there, but really fabulous bowling effort from Stokes and Archer especially to keep going at it. And the innings has ended in rather curious fashion, with Bumrah gone for 4. The last 3 to go. Kambodge out for a duck, Bumrah for 4, and of course that incredible knock from Rishabh Pant, who made 54 earlier. Washington Sundar batted for 90 balls for his 27. But the end has come in a bit of a rush. Michael, where are we at this stage?
Well, I think India have got a good score. I mean, if it continues to do what it's done throughout the day, where the ball's moved around, seamed around, I think if India bowl well, they'll feel that they can create some chances. We always say don't judge a pitch until you've seen both teams batting it, and England's batting is very, very deep, and a lot of these England players have got good records here. But I guess it's Jasprit Bumrah, and if Bumrah does anything like what we've seen in the 2 tests that he's bowled in so far, it's not going to be easy.
I'm going to get out of the way because Alison Mitchell's here, and you've got a lovely scorecard to read, among other things.
Yeah, I think it's a very competitive score, Ali. I think India from arriving at 264 for 4, with us all thinking that Rishabh wasn't going to bat, for them to get another. Well, they got another 96. Is that right? 94. How many did they score today?
Today, where were we? We were 264. So yes, 94. Pant came back in at 314. The 6 was out at 349. So 35 runs with him at the crease, having come back in.
Yeah, I think 94 today is a good effort by India. They've hung in there, and with the spell that we've just seen from Ben Stokes, who gets that backspin on the ball and just seems to be able to manoeuvre the ball either way with great skill and good pace. Bumrah will be a handful on here, Ali, if the ball continues to do what it's done today.
Hello, Michael. Well, yeah, I asked Prakash at the start of the day which Indian bowler he thought we might be talking about at the end of the day, because notably the 2 test matches that Jasprit Bumrah has played in, despite his fifer in both innings at Leeds and at Lords, he's been on the losing side on both occasions, so he would dearly love to continue to make an impact, but crucially come out on top, and they do have 350 behind them, and the old adage is not to really judge an innings until both sides have batted. The heavy roller is trundling up and down at the moment. Zach Crawley will at least have good memories here at Old Trafford. He'll remember the century he scored against the Australians here. Really important innings in 2023 at a time when he was under some pressure there. To run through the scorecard, as Daniel mentioned, well, KL Rahul out for 46. So these are the wickets that fell on day 1 with Yashasvi Jaiswal. Dawson's first wicket in 8 years. He was out for 58 yesterday as well. Shubman Gill, LBW to Stokes for 12. And Sai Sudarshan was caught by Cast down a fine leg off Stokes for 61. India resumed on 264 for 4 on this second day. Jadeja didn't last long. Archer's 5th ball of the day. A good catch taken by Harry Brook at second slip, diving full stretch to his right-hand side to take that 2-handed. He was out, adding just 1 to his overnight score, so made 20. Shardul Thakur, 41 he made. Hung around for a little while before he was caught by Duckett off Stokes for 41. The 7th wicket to fall was that of Washington Sundar. This after we'd had the remarkable sight of Rishabh Pant coming back out to resume his innings on his 37 when he had retired hurt yesterday, and to all good effect, no one expected him to be batting. But Sundar faced 90 balls for his 27, caught by Wokes off Stokes. And then the debutant Anshul Kamboj, who we'll see with ball in hand shortly, only lasted 3 balls before he was caught. A beautiful delivery by Stokes, line and length perfect, the nick behind to Jamie Smith, so he was out for a duck. Rishabh Pant then bowled that stump cartwheeling by Jofra Archer. Go and have a look on the BBC Sport website and app for the clip of that delivery. I'm sure that'll be on socials if it's not already. 54 Rishabh Pant made. And then at the end there, Jasprit Bumrah gloving that one down the leg side to give Archer, I think that's his 50th wicket in Test, is it, for Jofra Archer? Yep, as Bumrah was dismissed and Siraj not out there at the end on 5. But remarkable innings to see Rishabh Pant come out and just try and play any which way he could. The bowling figures then, Ben Stokes, his 5th fifer in Test cricket, 5 for 72. Not quite bettering his Test best of 6 for 22 that he got against the West Indies in 2017. Jofra Archer finishing with 3 for 73 from his 26.1 overs. Should mention how many overs Stokes bowled. 24 overs in this innings, including 3 maidens. Bryden Cast wicketless, 21 overs, 1 maiden, 71 and no wickets. And Wokes, 23 overs, 5 maidens, took 1 for 66. Liam Dawson, that 1 wicket for 45 from the 15 overs that he bowled. And we had 5 overs from Joe Root, none for 19. And then, of course, it was that Joe Root with the review, where no one else in the team thought that there was a chance or noticed that or thought that he'd gloved it. And that hence the final wicket falling. So India posting 358. gives a chance to remind you that our main highlights show today at the Test is on BBC Two and the iPlayer from 7 p.m. tonight, so you can relive all of this action and see it if you've been listening to us during the day. And if you missed our really special programme, which was Ashes 2005 Settling the Score, that is the classical music programme along with commentary from the iconic Ashes series. That's now available as a podcast on BBC Sounds, and it's also being played out in full at 8 o'clock on 5 Live, alongside a live follow-along text commentary that you can get involved with on the BBC Sport website and app. So do join in on that. And there is a new episode of No Balls to Cricket podcast that's available on BBC Sounds at the moment, where Kate Cross and Alex Hartley are joined by India batting legend Smriti Mandhana, a living legend. She is still playing, part of the India team at the moment that is celebrating not just a T20 series win, but an ODI series win over England as well. So plenty for England women under Charlotte Edwards and Nat Siver to contemplate after they had a comfortable victory over West Indies at the start of that partnership. But now India women showing that they are a real force to be reckoned with. Well, the men, what are we going to have in store here, Michael? It's yet another different bowling lineup for India, what with the addition of Anshul Kamboj, the recall of Shardul Thakur as the all-rounder alongside Bumrah and Siraj. So it's a matter of who is going to get the most out of this pitch and these overhead conditions, which are pretty much the same as they were at the start of the day.
Yeah, well, I've just seen highlights of Zach Crawley's 189 a couple of years ago against Australia, where he scored 189 off 182 deliveries. He smashed the likes of Stark, Cummins, Hazelwood. Travis Head was bowling. He hit onto all parts, but they've just showed the highlights, and it was a beautiful day. It was bright blue sky. The pitch looked a little bit different. These are different conditions. You know, the clouds are around. You see a bit more of a green tinge. It's not a green wicket, but there's certainly more of a tinge to this pitch than there was back a couple of years ago. And this is going to be a real challenge. Can England just see off? I mean, they don't really like the term seeing off a new ball. They always like to try and put the bowlers under pressure, but this first 20 overs of this Duke ball with the likes of Bumrah, Siraj in particular, who's bowled beautifully throughout the series, it won't be easy. And it's the kind of 20 overs that if England go chasing it, if they're not careful, they could be 4 and 5 down quite quickly. So they're going to have to play. Go back to yesterday, KL Rahul and Yashasvi Jad, particularly Yashasvi, who plays, if he's a bad bowler, he likes to go out and play aggressively. Well, he couldn't because the ball was moving around, and he played attritionally and got a nice 50. Had a bit of fortune, he played and missed it a few deliveries, but that what you have to do in these kind of conditions. If England go chasing it, and if Jack Crawley goes chasing those big drives like he has done throughout the series, he will edge one into the cordon. So he's got to play a little bit more carefully, let the ball come to him like he did at Headingley in that second innings. He's just got to allow the ball to get to him and play nice and straight. If he does that, he should be fine. But if he goes chasing those balls outside of off stump, well, I think the cordon better get ready.
Right, it's going to be a real test. Jasprit Bumrah is out there along with the rest of the Indian team now. Of course, instead of Rishabh Pant, who gamefully batted earlier, but it is Dhruv Jurel back with the wicket-keeping gloves on and the pads as he picked up duties when Rishabh Pant had that finger injury during the Lord's Test match. So he's not an injury substitute per se. He's effectively a substitute in the field. You are then allowed to keep wicket. He's
a professional keeper. He doesn't get paid. He just rocks up and he has to keep.
Well, he's got a job to do. Yeah, that's for sure. And he knows he'll be doing it through this first innings and the second innings as well. So Bumrah is walking back the end of his mark. 3 slips are in place. The gully, the backward point, fine leg, mid-wicket, mid-off, mid-on. Standard field here for Bumrah with the brand new ball. Crawley walking down the pitch. Has a little tap. Ben Duckett doing shadow shots at the non-striker's end. India already with 358 runs on the board behind them. Crawley settling over his bat. Overcast skies at Old Trafford. Jasprit Bumrah, India's premier strike bowler, in now, bowling outside the off stump, fraction of movement away, and Crawley withdrew the bat and let that one go through to Jurel. Again, this real contrast of styles of stature between Crawley, very tall, Duckett much shorter down at the non-striker's end. Practicing his shots once again. Left-hand, right-hand combination that the England opening pair have. Crawley's best score of the series was the 65 in the second innings at Headingley. 18 and 22 at Lords, 19 and a duck at Edgbaston. Bumrah in again outside the off stump. That one died a little as it went into the gloves of Jurel, but left alone by Crawley. Watchful so far.
Yeah, there's been a few. I think the Indians are just reminding Zach Crawley here. There's a bit of cheer. You go back to the second innings at Lords, where there was a bit of a confrontation and there was a bit of finger pointing. Well, that ball did die down to the keeper. We saw a few this morning, actually. A few fly through to Jamie Smith. The odd one bounced in front. Bit too pace, this pitch at the minute.
And that's why it paid so much dividends, didn't it, that Jaiswal and KL Rahul were watchful. Bumrah moves in, still in that channel outside the off stump, left alone by Crawley. They haven't forced Crawley to play yet.
Well, it's going to be great fun, this, because they're going to dangle the carrot. And how long can Zach Crawley resist? Is he going to be able to just wait for that straight one where he can play with the full face of the bat and hit it to the right of mid-off, straight down the ground, or hit to mid-on? Or is he going to see that big gap between backward point and mid-off, where there's a big vacant space for Zach to go and try and play that shot square of the wicket on the offside, which is his real kind of vulnerability.
Bumrah, these short paces in his run-up. There is the big drive attempt and the miss. Through to the keeper it goes. Well, the carrot was there, and Crawley tried to gobble it up, but goodness me, it could easily have been the downfall.
The more I watch that, the more I think, oh, come on, you've got to learn. You can't keep chasing a Jasprit Bumrah wide swinger. Surely you've just got to let that go through, whether it's nerves at the start of the innings, only he knows, but he's played 57 test matches now. He has to learn.
Settles over his bat again. One tap against the ground, holds it aloft. A slight flex of the knees, and Bumrah moves in past the umpire. Angles that tighter into Crawley. Does play defensively, angles it out towards gully. In backward point region, that's where Jadeja is fielding. Picks up.
So that was a nicely played shot. A bit straighter, he played it late. I just can't see how, when you're facing someone like Bumrah, you can go really with the mindset, right, I'm going to get on top of him. He's so good. It's not giving him too much respect. It's just being sensible. To understand is, if he bowls you a Jaffa, fair enough, but don't give him an early one.
Respect the good ball. Wait for the ball that's got a higher percentage in your favour. Bumrah in again, on off stump, defence from Crawley. Into the ground, out towards short cover, picked up. End of the over from Bumrah, where he teased Crawley, drew the big shot, and fortunately for Crawley, he didn't make contact, and Jasprit Bumrah did not find the edge. But he's again showed all his accuracy, and he's a relentless bowler for India. So the debutant, Michael, is going to have the new ball opposite end to Jasprit Bumrah, coming on from the James Anderson end. This is the 24-year-old, then Anshul Kamboj with the bat, a 3-ball duck earlier, but this is what he's been picked for. They could have gone with Prasidh Krishna. That was a decision really that Shubman Gill had to make. And they've opted to give a test cap to Kamboj. He played for India A in the Lions game prior to this test series. An average of 22 from in his first-class career.
Yeah, he got 79 wickets in his first-class career. He's
24 matches.
Renowned as a skillful bowler.
Kamboj, short crop of dark hair, races in, rather hurtling, angles it across Duckett, is able to let it go from right arm over the wicket. And he has more of a sort of rushing approach to the crease.
Yeah, he's got one of those hairdos, the short down the back and the sides with a bit of I think there's a mullet on the way here. It's not quite there yet, but
what do you think? Like bit of length in the back.
Looks like he's grown one, yeah. He kind of wobbled in there, doesn't he? Kind of, I don't know, he was like a bit of a, wasn't in a straight line.
Not a smooth sprinter's run-up, was it?
Side to side run.
Quite a bustling.
Yeah.
Holds the ball in 2 hands in front of his chest, then the hands separate, approaches the crease now, tightened down the leg side, it's flown high past a leaping Jurel down to the boundary.
Wow.
He got something on it. 4 is signalled by the umpire. Jurel leapt high to his right-hand side.
And that flew off a length. Just the seam perfectly upright bit of swing. Yeah, it's come off the glove. And it's only just gone past Juve Jarrell. He's flying up to his right.
Imagine if he had taken that would have been an absolutely spectacular catch. 1-2, and then the leap, high, one-handed, goalkeeper style. He was on full stretch.
Been out like that in the series already, hasn't he, Ben Duckett, down the leg side?
Facing up again. First over here from Cambodge on debuts. The bowler outside the off stump and rather clothed into the ground and up to Bumrah at mid-off, this one.
This is going to be great because England just play this way, don't they? They go after the bowling. And there's something there for the seamers. If they can play in controlled way, it'll be remarkable because it's just not the way that they play. And if India can get the ball in the right area on a consistent basis, this is going to be fun.
There'll be something here about trying to knock a debutant off his stride as well, just put that pressure on him. Cambodge turns, comes running in, short, quick paces here as he approaches the crease. Bowls to Duckett, who's looking to drive. He's dropped his bat and almost back onto the stumps. The ball has ended up in the hands of Bumrah in the covers, and Duckett's bat is still on the ground. He's now leaning down to pick it up. He's dropped it through in his follow-through. Gone for a big shot, and he's just absolutely lost it in the bat swing that came over his shoulder.
He's done well actually because it's bounced away from the stumps.
Fortunately,
if it had bounced back towards the stumps, he was gone.
Wow, it would have been a bizarre dismissal. I don't think I've ever seen a batter drop their bat onto the stumps. But Duckett's waiting again, a flex of the knees as Cambodge is in. Clipped off the legs this time, comfortably past the square leg umpire, running away towards the boundary. The chase is on, but the ball gets to the rope first. And there's the first boundary in this England innings in reply to India's 358. England 8 for none.
It's a big throw of confidence to the young player. When you think how well Mohammad Siraj has bowled, and he's bowled well with the new ball. And, I'm surprised by this. It's just a nice one to get as a batter on your pads, just swinging it back in.
Well, I don't know whether the role of Cambodge in domestic cricket, if he is a regular new ball bowler. He must be, given the duties he's been handed here. Comes running in here again. Duckett awaits, flicks another one off the legs for 4, out through deep mid-wicket. Back-to-back boundaries to end the opening over for Anshul Cambodge in Test cricket. Almost had one spectacular wicket with the glove down the leg side that went high. Almost had a bizarre wicket with the drop of the bat by Duckett in the end. After 2 overs, England 12 for none, 346 behind.
Well, so far his Test debut, he's got a 3-ball duck and he's gone for 12 in his first. I'm just surprised they've given him the new ball. It's a big moment this for India. The next 25 overs is a great chance for them to get some wickets. They can't allow England to get off to a flyer. Surely Siraj is the bowler that you would be using. Here we go, the Zach Crawley at Bumrah confrontation.
Battle resumes. Bumrah moves in past the umpire, angles this one into Crawley's pads, turns in towards mid-wicket, picks out the fielder. There's no run. Salts.
Anshul Cambodge has opened the bowling in almost all of the innings he's played. In the 38 of the 42 innings he's had in first-class cricket, 30 of those he's taken the first ball of the innings as well, so he is specifically a new ball bowler. Took 10 for 49 for Haryana against Kerala in November of last year. That's one of only 4 10-wicket innings by pace bowlers ever in first-class cricket in India.
Bumrah moves in here to Crawley on the pad, but a bit of bat involved maybe. Crawley started to set off for a run. Thought better of it as a fielder there at mid-wicket to pick up.
Well, the first 2 balls of the over have been straight to Zach Crawley. And I just wonder whether Bumrah is just lining him up for that carrot outside off. Crawley's maybe thinking that the tactics have changed and he's going to bowl a bit straight, and then he'll just throw one a bit wider. And he'll hope that Zach's left foot doesn't quite go to the line of the ball and he plays away from his body. And there's 3 slips of gully and a backward point ready for that catch.
Bumrah wheels round at the end of his run. Short steps in to Crawley's on the drive again, but doesn't quite timed it. Extra cover. Another dot ball. No floodlights on now. They were during the morning session when it was murky, and then rain brought an early lunch by about 10.
There's a bit of swing there, Ali, but there's not the seam movement that we saw this morning. There was plenty of seam this morning for England. The swing from Stokes and seam was exceptional, but so far for India, and we're only into the third over, it's just been swinged.
Bumrah sets off. Crawley, a flex of the knees. Over the wicket and allowed to go by outside the off stump. It's a good leave from Crawley. And that's the channel Bumrah will try to tempt him in once more.
Well, this is intriguing because Zach Crawley's 0 from 10. You can see the Indians are giving him plenty. Mid-offs in there, getting in quite tight, obviously reminding him of one or two things. And Jasprit Bumrah is going to continue to bowl that channel and offer him that drive. This next one might be just a little bit fuller to say, go on, Zach, try and play the big drive.
And Michael, here's Aggers alongside you.
Well, they've bowled brilliantly at Crawley in this series so far. He's only averaging 21, and that's far down the leg side, not where he was aiming at all. Crawley wafts the bat vaguely in the direction of the ball. Doesn't make any contact. 12 for no wicket. So England are 346 behind. Crawley not yet off the mark, but you rather hold your breath when they bowl that full swinging ball outside the off stump, don't you?
Well, I guess it doesn't disappoint that because you know he's going to go for it.
Yeah.
And it's coming. That ball yet in this over has not been dangled quite full enough.
It looks great when he plays it well, but it brings about his downfalls too often. Bumrah again bowls to him on off stump. And he just dabs that away off the front foot out to cover. To end that over, 12 for no wicket. We've seen a bit of variable bounce so far already. And a little bit of movement as well. 12 for no wicket, 3 overs gone. Crawley yet to score. Duckett on 12. Dark cloud, rather sinister looking cloud over Manchester at the moment. But that's gone, that's moved away. And actually what's to come looks considerably brighter, but it's a pretty good bowling day today. The lights have been on. Low cloud. A lot of humidity around because there was a lot of rain here last night. So it was a good morning to bowl. But, India just hung on in there. A lot of playing and missing going on. England really had to prize them out. Now it's Cambodge. Went for 12 in his first over. Scurries in for the far end bowls. Oh, well, that's been drilled back at him by Duckett. Straight into Crawley's bat. And narrowly missed the stumps at the far end. So it denied Duckett 4 runs. And it might have cost Crawley a bat by the look of it, because it hit right at the very bottom of it. Thunderous drive. And Crawley couldn't get out of the way in time.
That was hit hard.
It was. Hello, Deep.
Hello. Yeah, 4 runs saved by Zach Crawley. Oh, that's good. But then Anshul's gone round the wicket because you've got to get used to bowling to Ben Duckett because he is so good with the back of length deliveries because he doesn't get onto the front foot as much, plays from the crease. He's got to be a little careful here. Maybe bowl a little fuller to him.
So round the wicket he comes. Duckett waits and fiddles outside the off stump. A ball that kept low. Really did. Second bounce that was through to Jurel. Duckett there just gestured to Crawley, just saying precisely that. Ooh, that kept low, he's saying.
Yeah, for a second I thought that was a slower delivery, the way it ended up in Dhruv Jurel's gloves. It wasn't. It was a proper pace-on delivery.
It's a big innings, this, of England's. Batting last on this could be tricky.
True.
Duckett waits again. Cambodge scuttles up, bowls round the wicket, wide outside the off stump. Chopped away by Duckett out towards the temporary stand. Field hasn't quite got there yet. It's Jadeja who aims to wind up and throw, and then there's a second thought and doesn't bother. But they take 2. 14 for no wicket. Typically busy start from Duckett. 14 from 9 balls. Bit surprised, having seen what's on offer here, that Siraj hasn't taken the new ball.
I think this is a good move. I like this move. He is a new ball bowler, Anshul Kamboj. Just give him a couple of overs. I mean, I I think there would be a lot of nerves, obviously, on debut.
Of course. He's a big man, comes in and bowls to Duckett, who drives hard. Well stopped by Bumrah there. Scrambling. Hands and knees to stop that. A firm drive up to mid-off. Gets a big hug there from Siraj, who's fielding at mid-on.
And it's good to see got Mohammad Siraj in mid-on and got wide-ish mid-off. You've got Jasprit Bumrah there when the youngsters bowling with the debutants bowling.
Yeah.
It'd be nice to see every now and then both of these guys going up to him, having a quick chat with Anshul.
3 slips, fine gully. Kamboj from the far end, bowls to Duckett, wide again, short, chopped away out to Jadeja on that offside boundary, but goes more or less straight to him. So just 1 run, 15 for no wicket. So England 343 runs behind India's first innings score. KL Rahul will have a look at the ball, a long look at it. Working on it and throws it away up to Siraj. And so Kamboj will come over the wicket to Crawley. It's the first time he's faced him.
That's his stock ball, is the one that leaves the right-hander, so he'd be a little more comfortable bowling to Zach Crawley, and also the length that we were talking about.
Crawley's batting outside of his crease. Kamboj runs in now, past the umpire, bowls poor ball down the leg side. So Jarrell collects that, tosses it away. It's the end of the over. 15 for no wicket. 4 overs have gone. This second day of the 4th test, and now they're going to have a drinks break. So it's all been a bit odd, although at least the ground staff think they're having a drinks break, unless they're coming out to do some shoveling. Oh, they're coming out, I think. Yeah, they're going to shovel away at the footholes there.
Or use the mallet to kind of flatten it out. Yeah. This is where Jasprit Bumrah's back foot lands. That's what they're doing, flattening it out.
Again, this has become a new thing. This wouldn't have happened 5-10 years ago. I don't think they wouldn't have had repairs like this. It's done in intervals. It's done overnight, but not during play. The chap there is chiselling away. And he's got his big sort of prodding that damper thing. But the pitch is so hard. You wonder quite what he's doing. It's actually quite delicate there with the mallet.
Yeah. So what he's basically using a hammer more than a mallet. He's breaking down the edges of the footmark, and then they've got a brush there to brush away.
Yeah.
You know, the little parts. But then the idea is to kind of chip away the edges and try and flatten it as much as possible, especially those edges. I'm sure, I mean, you've faced a lot in your career when those when your foot lands and half
but you have to
inside that and half.
You have to scrape it out with your boot. Anyway, off they go. They've done whatever they had to do there. Very nicely and delicately swept up at the end by the fellow with a big blue bucket. And we'll see if Bumrah's happy with this. He's going to bowl to Duckett. 3 slips. Gully. And a backward point. Again, that gully fielder, it's a little step or 2 deeper, like England's has been. It's obviously some new theory about that position. 15 for no wicket. Duckett on 15. Faces Bumrah for the first time today, and the first ball is just short of a length and climbing. Duckett gets behind it. It's fielded by Siraj, coming in from mid-off.
You mentioned about that gully fielder being a little deeper, so I was actually having a chat during the last test match with T. Dilip, the Indian fielding coach, and he mentioned the fact that a lot of the modern day cricket, especially the English batters, they play a lot of the back foot and kind of slice it, so it makes more sense that gully fielder being a little deeper, because it's going to come hard at them then.
It's interesting because England do it as well, don't they? It's caught on. 15 for no wicket. And the 5th over of England's reply. Bumrah moves in, bowls, and that's tucked away off his pads by Duckett. Ball scurries away to the boundary. Yeah, nicely timed. Bumrah got that wrong. He'd be cross about that. Full leg stump. You're going to go against a good quality batsman. They don't miss out on that very often.
Yeah, and Ben Duckett's very few international batters who've got really good numbers against Jasprit Bumrah. I think average is over 50 against Jasprit Bumrah. And that's quite rare in international cricket now, but he actually plays him really well. And one of the reasons he does that is because he doesn't move his feet a lot, so he waits till the last moment, allows the ball to come to him.
Duckett waits, stands up, bat raised. Bumrah moves in, bowls to him, and he plays that calmly. Just going into the offside, to that gully position we were talking about. And Bumrah adjusts his boots and does the Velcro and begins his walk back again. He's always got a busy walk back. He's no slouch, Bumrah. He gets on with it. Swinging his arms. 19 for no wicket. Duckett scored that excellent 100 at Headingley in the second innings. And that run chase. Lean since. Hasn't got to 50 since then. And Bumrah moves in again, bowls to him down the leg side, and he's flicked that away fine this time. 4 more. And Bumrah there didn't want to look at that. He just quickly turned round, knew it was a bad ball, knew where it was going, and turned round to walk back to bowl the next one.
Yeah, what a start for Ben Duckett. It's already on 23 of 15 deliveries, but quite a few freebies to be fair.
Well, he has.
And this one particularly a half volley on the pads. Trying that magic ball, the swings from leg stump, something that got Jadeja out earlier this morning. Jofra got Jadeja out, bowling something like that. The away swinger starting from middle leg.
Well, it's had 4 gifts, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Leg stump, half volleys really. Bumrah moves in, bowls to him from round the wicket. And Duckett gets into line and plays the ball back again. There was that one scary moment off the glove that went for 4 as well. So that's 20 of the 23. And Crawley not yet off the mark.
Now, this is what Jasprit Bumrah is all about. A few deliveries from over the wicket, so he's not getting it right. Straight away round the wicket, change of length, change of plans now.
Last ball of the over. 3 slips, gully, crouching there, all with hands on knees. As Bumrah bowls, and Duckett takes his bottom hand off the bat handle there and turns the ball away down to long leg. He's going to keep the strike. Crawley's not seen much of this recently. He's not yet off the mark. Duckett 24. And that's the England score. 24 for no wicket. Duckett's got all of them. He and Crawley touch gloves there. I don't know if Crawley's one of those batsmen who just has to get off the mark, as some do.
Most of the batters do.
Yeah, but
and that's the first box you want to check.
Yeah.
Get off the mark.
Some can do real harem-scarum runs to get off, can't they?
Yeah, true.
24 for no wicket. 5 overs have been bowled. Who are you looking at there?
That's Peter Reid, former England footballer.
So it is.
Manager.
He's enjoying a glass of something there as well. Right, Cambodge bowls, and this is a little short, dabbed away down to gully.
Yeah, he's just got to adjust his length, especially to Ben Duckett. You possibly can't be bowling that length. That is all right, maybe against the right-hander, that length. Even for the right-handers, that's on the shorter side. You don't mind Ben Duckett driving you through covers off the front foot, but nothing off the back foot, nothing square off the wicket especially.
Yeah, Jadeja's out there on the offside boundary, so a bit of protection for Cambodge. His 3rd over. Here he comes, bowls to Duckett, who gets a better length ball. That round about middle and off, and he turns it up to mid-on.
And you can straight away see how Ben Duckett handles fuller deliveries. A little more tentative. The moment it goes a little back of length, little short, he's into his elements then. He's more aggressive, he's more attacking then. But off the front foot, or rather off the fuller deliveries, tends to be a little more tentative going at the ball or playing his shots.
Cambodge rubs the ball hard on his trousers. Elbows jutting out. Runs in now, full of intent, he bowls, and Duckett slams him hard, but that's brilliantly fielded by Jasprit Bumrah. That's the second one he's pulled off. And that again was hit like a thunderbolt in his direction. And, well, he's down he went, diving to his right. So that definitely saved another boundary.
Oh, definitely yes. And that was struck very hard. Talking about bowling fuller, that was an absolute gift again, a half volley. Just under his bat. But super from Jasprit Bumrah.
It's been moved. It's been taken out of the firing line and put out to mid-on. 24 for no wicket. Cambodge bowls. Duckett get one again. That might kept a little bit low. Played back to the bowler again. And Mohammad Siraj has moved as well. He was on duty up there at mid-on. He's come down to long leg. Looking at the crowd, packed in just behind him. And there are lots of words of encouragement, I'm sure, from the Indian supporters. It's quite peaceful, though. I think people are settling back and just enjoying the cricket. There's not much shouting and chanting going on. Very quiet up there in the temporary stand. 24 for no wicket. Cambodge again bowls to Duckett. Oh, it's a horrible shot. Whew. A pull shot to a ball that wasn't nearly short enough for that. It just missed his off stump.
Yeah, it wasn't that short, but then that's the length he actually likes. It's just a little back of length, outside off stump, maybe on the fourth stump line, angling back into the left-hander. He kind of got out playing that shot at Lord's second innings, in at toe end of the bat. Got in mid-on. But he got 3 slips now. I wonder if they can take 1 slip away for Anshul and put an extra fielder in that cover region.
Anshul runs in, bowls, and Duckett hits one in that direction. So a chase for the mid-off field. It's not Bumrah anymore. They take 2 down towards the point. And Duckett moves on to 26. That's the score. 26 for no wicket. Crawley will now finally face. And it's time for me to go. We've got, 40 minutes until the tea break. You've got to learn how to catch like Joe Root during the tea break. I think Prakash coming in here after Thoughts of Beauty.
The reason I was saying, just let Anshul Kamboj, obviously playing his first game on debut, just settle down a little bit, maybe give him a little defensive feel, an extra fielder in that cover region, encourage him to bowl that fuller length, give him a little more protection. So rather than 3 slips, but yeah, it's Bumrah now.
Good afternoon, Deep. Good afternoon, everyone. 26 without loss, England. Off to a start essentially driven by Duckett. Bumrah bowled, and this one's hit Crawley on the bottom hand, but he's off the mark with a single. That one got back into him, nipped back and bounced, didn't it, Deep?
Yeah, opened his account after 13 deliveries, but that too of not the bat but the gloves, the bottom hand again. He does have those hands, keeps them really low. Got hit in the gloves at Lords as well. And this one, it did bounce a little more than expected, and what usually we've seen here, and we've seen it quite a bit from the Streatham end. The ball misbehaving a little bit and got hit again on that bottom hand, but he's off the mark now.
Yep. So as you said earlier, that box is ticked. 3 slips and a gully for Bumrah. Round the wicket to the left-handed Duckett. Goes in, bowls, and Duckett fishes at one outside the off stump. He's had a share of luck so far, as which inevitably you need. 27 without loss. That first ball from Anshul Kamboj, what a dream start that might have been if only Jurel had somehow been, second ball, had been able to sort of fly in the air. I don't think he would have done much more than that. Made a brave effort.
Yeah.
Those are the little things. The margins are so small, isn't it?
So true. But also, like I was saying, and give him a little more protection, Anshul. First few overs, then once he settle into his rhythm.
There's Bumrah again, head leaning towards the left bowls. Duckett works on the onside, will take a run to the left of Kamboj, and it's 28 now without loss.
And also, Lord's first innings, and after a few overs, Shubman Gill had a short leg for Zach Crawley, and suddenly, ever since that short leg came in that innings, you saw, him kind of stepping out, charging at the bowler and stuff like that, playing some shots. I wonder after that last delivery where he got hit in his gloves, if he can put in that short leg, got a mid wicket there. If you can move that mid wicket closer and get a short leg in.
Jasprit Bumrah over the wicket to Crawley, bat raised, upright stance, worked away nicely on the onside. He'll take one before Siraj fields one-handed, moving to his right at mid-on. 29 without loss. It's been another one of those days that we've seen so often in this series, isn't it? Back and forth, fortune swinging each way.
It's been that kind of a series, isn't it? Every time you think India's ahead, then something happens, and then England's ahead, then something happens. So it's never been in any of these test matches a clear favourite, so to say.
Bumrah may well be playing what is Bowles. Thick outside edge, flies away square of the wicket. Jadeja drags it back. They'll just take one, but definitely moving away as Duckett looked to play through the onside. 30 without loss. I was just about to say, Deep, that it might well be that if things go according to what's been announced in the public domain, this could be Bumrah's last test of the series.
I don't think so. I mean, it would boil down to what happens in this test match.
Yes.
Now going into, let's say, Oval for the last test, it's tied. The series is tied on 2-2. He's got to play.
It's got to be that way. Well, we shall see. Getting ahead of ourselves. We're only in the first innings of the fourth test. Bumrah bowls. Crawley drives handsomely on the up a little bit, but times it well. There's a sluggish outfield. Washington, or in fact Kumboj, dives, gets the ball back in. They may well run four here, and they do. Dive brings out the drive, Crawley, because the throw was sharp, and that effort by the debutant is applauded, and 4 runs nevertheless to the England total.
Yeah, that's a really good shot. You had the fielder diving to save the 4, you had the batter diving to complete the 4th run. A lot of dives out there, but yeah, that shot was so good and should give him some confidence. Look, I mean, a lot of batters do feel a little nervy when they're starting off, and especially we've seen Zach Crawley, we've seen Ollie Pope, a couple of those batters, till the time they've kind of settled down, played a few deliveries. But that was a really good shot, good stride in onto the front foot, driving through the line.
A quick refreshment for the English batters, and umpire Tucker, who's been very, very proactive, is right up there. And as you would expect, Deep, after that initial burst from Anshul Kumboj, just to get him into the rhythm of test match cricket, it's Mohammad Siraj. And one can understand, isn't it, why Kumboj was given the new ball. He's predominantly a new ball bowler, and on debut you don't want to make the lad wait.
True. You give him the new ball, you ask him to bowl. Good that he came in and bowled a shorter spell, and good on Shubman Gill, just realizing he hasn't found his rhythm, so not pushing him into another over or maybe another 2 overs. Straight away change to Siraj, who was coming round the wicket straight away to Ben Duckett.
2 men back on the onside. Siraj, first ball of the innings, bowls, short, pulled down towards where Thakur is. They'll take 1. Duckett's so good square of the wicket on either side. 29 of 27 to him. England 35. Crawley is 6. There hasn't been much that we've seen with the ball so far. We're in the 8th over of the innings.
Yeah, generally, it's not the first 5-6 overs after that. In fact, talking about the Duke's ball previously, it would be after 15-20 overs when the ball actually started moving around. You gave the ball a good 10-15 overs. You prepare the ball one side of it, you shine one side and you don't the other, and then in 15 odd overs. But with this one as well, give it another maybe couple of overs and see how this ball goes.
Swap on between Yashasvi Jaiswal and Kumboj from backward point to mid-wicket, and Siraj charges in from the far end bowls, and Crawley defends. Very upright, Crawley.
Yes, he is in his stance, kind of upright, but also it's quite interesting how much he changes his stance. I mean, the first test match he was standing on middle off, then second test match he was outside off almost, and now back to that middle off again with a little bit of an open stance, and this is what I think suits him more.
Bat raised, right elbow a little bit bent. Oh, that was a hack. Well outside the off stump. He really just went to tonk it over wideish mid-on, mid-wicket area. So easily could have nicked that back onto his stumps.
And that's not his shot. He's more of, with a new ball, down the ground, off the front foot. And this was actually a foolish delivery. It's like barely, 6 meter from the stumps, which he wanted to kind of stand and pull, very T20 style.
Yes. Anshul Kamboj has moved before the over was bowled from backward point to mid-wicket and now to mid-on. Washington Sundar taking his place, and Duckett and Crawley having a fairly animated discussion from one end of the strip to the other. And Siraj runs in again over the wicket, bowls to Crawley, strikes him on the pad going down the leg side, I think. Siraj signalling that. That itself is a big thing, that Siraj signalling the balls going down the leg side.
That's Jasprit Bumrah's influence on Mohammad Siraj.
Possibly. Possibly. Because he's one of those bowlers, isn't it? Every time the ball hits the pad, you think he is going to go screaming into the captain's ear.
Yeah, but
this was very visibly down the leg side.
True, but that's the norm with bowlers, isn't it? I think Jasprit Bumrah would be an exception. And bowlers like him who say, no, don't take it. As far as the DRS or review is concerned.
2 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, slightly wide, almost a straightish extra cover, really. As Siraj bowls down the leg side, Jurel takes it.
Yeah,
the real trier, Mohammad Siraj.
This is a much better feel, what I was talking about Anshul as well. 2 slip, 1 gully, the ball not doing much. A little defensive, you might call it, but makes more sense. Gives some time to the bowler to settle down to a rhythm, into a line and length. Because the challenge for bowlers against this pair is both of them, they have very different styles of batting, of very different scoring areas.
Absolutely. Siraj in bowls. Crawley works it nicely on the onside, wristily down towards Jadeja, who comes off the boundary and fields. 1 more to the total, 36 without loss.
You're talking about scoring, as if you look at Ben Duckett, it's square off the wicket. You got to bowl him a little fuller. He likes the ball to be on the shorter side so he can access square off the wicket. But then when you look at Zach Crawley, he's more like a front foot driver, so he likes to play down the ground and off the front foot. So for Zach Crawley, you got to pull it back a little bit, that length. So I mean, that's the reason it's so difficult, and the reason why this pair is so successful as well as a pair.
Absolutely, and I guess the reach that they have, Duckett's a much shorter man, Crawley is significantly taller, so bowlers have to adjust to that, in addition to the fact being a right-left combination. So they don't make it easy for the bowlers. Here's Bumrah into his 5th over now, none for 17 for him so far. For Bumrah bowling to Crawley is 3 slips and a gully. Bumrah goes in past umpire Tucker, bowls nicely defended on the front foot, out towards mid-off, fielded by Washington.
Looking really solid now, Zach Crawley. He's talking about his stance, just now middle off with his back foot, but his front foot a little open, more towards, let's say, leg stump or middle leg, and doesn't move too much. Just one initial movement, as the front foot coming a little across.
Yeah, so important to line up someone like Bumrah properly. And I thought in the first test, second innings was where I think Crawley played him the best. That little patch at the end of the day where England came into bat. There's Bumrah in. And eased away on the offside. Thought of a single, changed their mind. Jadeja was there. 36 without loss. It's certainly a lot brighter. Sky, patches of blue visible. Clouds are higher up. So there's no concerns about the quality of light. The towers, the lights, the artificial lights were on for a bit yesterday. And it was heavy in the morning. A little bit of dark cloud as well. But that's sort of been blown away for the moment. There's Bumrah. Wide of the crease this time, bowls, and Duckett and Crawley take a very sharp single. It was Duckett who drove that run. Called Crawley through, he responded, and a sharp single, well taken. 37 without loss, win the 9th over. Very good afternoon, Sir Alistair.
Good afternoon. Well, it's been a brilliant start for England.
Has.
I think we all thought that what we saw the ball do this morning, the new ball for English bowlers who'd had a spell, a day in the dirt in them yesterday, these Indian bowlers would get, in particular Bumrah, would get a lot more out this wicket. But they haven't really. And Ben Duckett, that counter-attack to start with, has got those runs going, and suddenly 37 for naught. India need a breakthrough or two.
Yep, they certainly do. But at the moment, as you said, there isn't a lot happening. Bumrah bowls and a little bit of extra bounce, played well by Duckett. Bumrah fields.
No, I thought they'd see a bit more sideways movement.
Haven't seen that.
We haven't seen that at all. Whether the overhead conditions, where India will be looking up now going, why is the sun suddenly coming out? It's hazy sunshine. The clouds have definitely lifted, haven't they, over the last hour or so.
Much lighter as well in colour. And with the debutant opening the bowling.
He didn't quite get it right, did he?
No. Must be very tight, must be nervous. Big day for him, and he wasn't expecting to be here. Bumrah in. Bowls down the leg side, played nicely, and the runs, in fact, probably will be 4. Even Jadeja will not get there. It is 4 runs, just back with a square. Beautifully placed, and lovely bit of timing. It's a heavy outfield, mind you, so it had to be timed well. 41 without loss. England off to a bit of a flyer.
Yeah, it's been a heavy outfield, but Ben Duckett seems to have managed to skim the ball across the outfield for 4s. Everyone else is they've been going for 2s, but whether he just hits it a bit with more of a flatter trajectory so it doesn't actually go over the ground for the first little bit, like there's it upish to square leg. But maybe Bumrah's this will be his last over in his spell. He only bowls 5 over spell, so last ball in this spell for England to really survive. And
here he is. Balls to Duckett, he's through him. Good ball that.
Good ball, and hasn't been quite as, I want to say threatening, but he hasn't been quite as threatening in this spell as he has been in this series so far with the opening, with the new ball.
Well, just looking at his opening spells in the 5 innings that he's bowled in so far this series, comfortably the slowest average speed, 83 miles an hour. In this, by comparison, his first 3 opening spells of the series were 86 miles an hour average speed, and then the second innings it was 85 miles an hour. So quite a big drop off in this spell.
Just actually, the TV was showing all Ben Duckett's 5 boundaries, and they've all been, 2 of them were way outside leg stump, and the other 3 were on leg stumps. India bowled far too straight to Duckett.
Yeah, and I think that was predominantly young Kamboj. Certainly in his first over, went for 12. Siraj now into the attack. And Duckett pulls, or rather Crawley pulls away as somebody moves behind that side screen, just going up over that staircase, clearly in the high line that bothered Zach Crawley. And umpire Hassan Raza just checking with him where the problem was, but those people have walked away, so we're all okay now.
Results, I don't know if you've mentioned this stat, but I've been bombarded with this stat. I don't know, Ben Stokes' 3rd fifer at Old Trafford?
Siraj bowls, and this one's clipped fine off his toes. 4 runs more. The runs are flowing here at Old Trafford under the sunshine, and England are racing away to 45 without loss. We're in the 10th over.
Which seemed pretty high, so I needed to check that one before I said the next stat, which they then, my friends are saying. So I'm not believing it to start with, but I don't want to then say the second bit and give you the question, which I'm going to challenge you on if that first bit's not right. Might as well just forget this last 20 seconds of radio.
It was his first 5 for Old Trafford.
Yeah, so I thought it was as well, and then they were telling me that it was his 3rd. Unless it's his 3rd time he's been on the honours board. You got a couple of hundreds here?
There's Siraj in, bowls. Oh, that one came back at Crawley. Doubles up a little bit as it comes back and hits him, but no damage done of any kind. It's 45 without loss.
Yes, he has 2 centuries here. 176 against West Indies in 2020 and 103 against South Africa in 22.
And is Joe Root must have scored more than 2 Test hundreds here, isn't it? I'm just checking this bit here, and then I'll throw the next little bit out.
And he's been worked hard by Sir Alistair. Sunshine's bright as it has been any time during the day today. Siraj bowls, and Crawley pushes on the offside.
So if you're Gill now, what would you try and do? Trying to stem the flow of runs a little bit, isn't it? It's been a good start running. The results has Rohit got more than 100?
Oh no, 1 century, but it was a 254 against Pakistan in 2016, 750. So he averages 65 in 11 previous tests. Yeah, but just the 1.
So I was told that since 2000, there's only one other Englishman who's been on that board 3 times.
Siraj in bowls and Crawley crunches that. What a glorious shot that was. Just stood there, pretty much on the up, and creamed it through extra cover for 4. Beautiful shot.
And that's why Zach Crawley is this enigma which we
are still trying
to decipher, because he played a shot like that. I'm not sure there's many other batsmen in the world, or certainly in England, who can play a shot like that. Top of the bounce, and Siraj, not a bad ball. And that's hammered with great control, great finesse, great timing. It's almost destructive batting, and you're like, that must just, suck the life out of a bowler, because that's a good ball from Siraj. He's hammered to the offside, but you always know there could be a shot like that. That's this ball, which is just in the...
Comes back in sharp, inside edge onto the pad.
Yeah, which could come, back to his downfall. So my question was, who else is on that honours board for 3 times since 2000? There's one other Englishman on there, apparently.
Come on, Andy.
Without looking it up.
Without looking it up, or just...
Without looking it up.
You can have a little look up if you want, but I'd
be cheating.
May not be in the spirit of Andy's statistical prowess.
Yeah.
I'm sure he knows.
He can look it up, because I think that's how he gets all his information, but don't tell anybody.
Siraj, 2 slips in a gully go down. Bowls. That one again is just coming back a shade. So good reply from Siraj after that rather imperious looking drive through extra cover from Crawley. End of the over. It's 49 without loss. 10 overs gone.
What I can tell about Ben Stokes' 5 it was his first in 76 tests since West Indies at Lords in 2017, when he took his career best 6 for 22.
Is that another question I could then add on to your results? Who's the longest gap between fifers?
Well, we've sort of given it away there. That is a new record.
Is it?
The longest gap between fifers, if I've crunched the numbers correct.
What, for England or for
anyone
in the whole world?
Yep.
Is that a good world record?
I'm not sure, really.
I'm not sure, right?
Yeah.
Right, so as the question and answer session progresses, it's time for me to hand over to Dan Norcross, with England racing along to 49 without loss in just 10 overs.
And there's a change of bowling. I'll do Dan's jobs while he gets his microphone. Change of bowling for India after the traditional 5 overs for Bumrah. That's all he's allowed to bowl, or seems to be allowed to bowl in the spell.
It is, isn't it? I was just discussing that with Andy Mitchell. It seems to be 5 and out.
So
Cambodge
is on.
Back in the attack from the Statham end, and Duckett waits for this and then guides a wide-ish ball down to deep backward point for a single. The 50's up for England. That's what the applause is for. Duckett, 34 of them in just 31 balls. It's going about twice as quickly as Crawley at the other end, who has 16 off 30. And it's been a good enterprising start, but once again, India have fallen into the trap of leaving deep point open, holding the ball outside off stump, and Duckett's very happy just to take the run.
I don't mind the deep point for Ben Duckett. I think that's you just can't then have deep back and square leg as well. You've got to have only one man up. This will be a big spell for Cambodge.
It's a big ask as well on his debut.
Yeah, it is, but just a big spell to settle something and try and... He's not express pace. He's around the 80-mile-an-hour mark. One of those skillful bowlers, move it either way. Not huge movement, but you'd have to say his accuracy must be his point of difference. But he didn't bowl accurately in his first couple of overs.
3 slips and a gully in. Crawley on strike. He lets this go through to the keeper outside the off stump, that 5th stump line, gently swinging.
Yeah, you'd say he'd be a better bowler to right-handers, wouldn't you? That kind of that looks like his natural ball. That's not seen. I haven't seen any of him, so he hasn't played for Surrey, has he?
I don't think so. No, unlike Surrey's Shakib Al Hassan.
No. He looks like a gentler way swinger with the odd straight one. Is what you'd be lining him up, would you? But
it's quite the call, though, when you're 2-1 down in a 5-match series with 2 to play, to bring somebody outside the squad into the team. And you've got Prasid Krishna sitting there, not playing.
Who's played in 2 of the 3.
Cambodge is in. Forward in defence comes Crawley, but finds a little gap to the left of extra cover and takes the single. 51 without loss. Appreciative crowd clapping along.
So has he been playing any cricket?
Cambodge.
Well, he was with the India A
squad,
so he did play against the England Lions. They also have Harshit Rana in the squad, fast bowler who's not played a test yet.
He's not even been mentioned, has he, as an option?
No, but did he fly home? Has he been around? Has he been again?
Well, I think he played here not that long ago. I mean, last couple of weeks or so.
I thought the England Lions was the first full test match, wasn't it? The first test match.
Cambodge in, that's defended by Duckett, back up the wicket, and there's no run. We'll have a look.
Yeah,
what's that Andy on the task?
Why do me and you the only ones who don't have notes? No, shouldn't we? We should have notes.
Notes are in our head.
Oh, yeah, that's what I say.
Yes.
Well, Ali's got a big book, hasn't she? She gets that out.
More than one. Yeah.
All her notes on it.
Yeah.
Should know the answer to that, Dan. Not putting any pressure on you.
Well, you see, we've also got Zoltz.
He still hasn't come back with that answer. Who else is on the honours board 3 times here?
Oh, Cambodge in. This is nicely driven, on-driven, but straight to Bumrah at mid-on, and there is no run. Is it you?
No, it's certainly not me.
Who's on the... So what's the question?
So the question is, Ben Stokes has now gone on the honours board 3 times since 2000. Name the other Englishman who's on there for 3 times.
Since 2000. Oh, there's a no ball. No ball's been signalled. Well, I know that Harmison and Panesar are definitely on there once, at least.
Panesar. Yeah, it is Monty. Apparently he's got 3 fifers here. Well done, Daniel.
Thank you very much. Don't need notes for that. Cambodge in round the wicket to Duckett, who again guides a ball that's a little wide of off stump and takes the run on offer because there's a big gap. And just playing it off the back foot and finding a huge gap. Moves to 35, England 53 without loss in beautiful sunshine now. It's very pleasant out there and there's a good breeze as well, so any clouds that do appear just get sort of wafted away. And a crowd that I think is relishing watching England's reply to 358. Have you said, Andy, how high 358 stands in the pantheon of innings with a top score of 61?
No, not.
Have you not? I honestly thought you would.
Put it on the in-tray.
I'm amazed you haven't done that. I thought you'd have been all over that one. As Cambodge is in again to Crawley. He pushes into the offside, goes through for a quick single, they get it. Duckett's a really good guy to run with in these situations because he's almost telepathic. He just looks and says, I'm ready, I'm running to the danger end. And they get another single, 54 without loss after 11, almost 5 and over they're going at.
You almost think that Cambodge could be that bowler that Zach Crawley dislikes facing the most, isn't he? I think hasn't his record against bowlers 85 or 86 miles an hour plus is a lot better than his average at 82 miles an hour and below, which seems very strange, doesn't it? You think pace, everyone talks about pace is the key for Test cricket, and actually Zach Crawley likes the ball coming onto the bat, and so maybe he has time to think on now dobber, because he is actually a bit of a dobber, unfortunately.
Well, if you watch him in county cricket, he doesn't often look anything like as imposing and fluent, does he? I'll have a bit more pace to play with here as Siraj is bowling to him. I wonder if that might, though, encourage bowlers to just take a bit of pace off. 2 slips, a gully and a backward point in, and it's clipped away, fine leg glance, and it's going to run away down to the boundary for 4. It's got that fine enough. There is a long leg. He had too much ground to make. And this has strayed onto the pads, and England's deficit now exactly 300. They're 58 without loss, Crawley to 22.
Siraj just straying, as a lot of the balls have been scored through the leg side. This opening 11 overs, straying to Zach Crawley's pads, and without saying it's help yourself, that is help yourself bowling, isn't it?
Well, it is.
You dream of that stuff as an opening batsman, straying with the ball still hard onto your pads.
Now, can you explain to me something that I haven't brought up, maybe somebody else has during this Test match, and I'll come to it in a moment. Siraj bowling from the Anderson end into Crawley, who drives nicely through extra cover. Don't know if it's going to make, well, I think it might actually make it. The outfield's quickened up a bit, and it's made it all the way through the extra cover boundary for 4 more. 2 4s in successive balls. Crawley to 26, 62 without loss. So, can you explain to me why there are spectators sitting behind the bowler's arm?
But only for 3 rows.
But only for 3 rows. So this means that they're not getting in the way of seeing the ball. And yet, how do they see? Because the only thing I can assume is that the ground slopes away over there, in which case, how are they seeing over the top of the dome?
I don't know why they're allowed to sit there. I don't quite.
But no one seems to be complaining about this.
But then if one person is sat there, If one person sat there,
Yeah, that all hell.
all hell would break loose, wouldn't it?
What would you be doing if there was a whole crowd of people sat behind the bowler's arm and Siraj is in?
Well, I mean, it happens at Crawley.
There's no run.
Sorry, I just talked over a ball. Apologies. Worst thing you can do.
Don't worry, we'll forgive you.
At Lords, there's people sit in front of the arm. Old Trafford, Old Trafford here, but Lords, Oval, they all do, don't they? All sit in front of the pavilion at the pavilion end.
Well, actually, at the Oval this year, they haven't sat in front of the sight screen. So you've had the sight screen, and then you can sit either side of it.
So even in a Test match?
Well, haven't had the Test match. Let's wait and see.
At the Oval, they've always had people there. No one said anything. And Trent Bridge, who used to bother me at Trent Bridge and never used to bother me at Lords and the Oval, which is really strange. It just shows what a mental.
It is really weird. Siraj is in again. He flashes at this, gets a thick inside edge onto the pad. It rolls out to point, and there's no run.
But if that was club cricket, again, there wouldn't be anyone sat in front of the.
You wouldn't stand for it. Oh. It's part of the fun of club cricket is saying, "Can you sit down, please?"
Well, half the fun if you get over and around, you've got people at mid on and mid off who've got to run back, push the sight screen.
There's that as well. Yes, absolutely. But I asked because it's so strange, at Edgbaston, all hell breaks loose if anybody moves, or is even way off to the side as well. I mean, Steve Smith could be distracted by anything, but indeed by an ant. His eyesight is that good. And yet here, we literally have 3 rows of people.
And one of them is right in a red shirt, isn't it?
Yeah, red. Well, exactly. There's red. They're not all wearing white or anything. There's some blue, there's some red, there's some caps. And Siraj is in again. Oh, strikes the pad, playing no shot. They love this. Umpire does not. And Siraj is demanding that we go upstairs. And well, it's just basically happened now. Alistair Cook alongside me thinks it's too high. I thought it was a bit of a rash leave.
Confirm, given not out. TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. I have checked both feet. Fair delivery. Front on.
Well, I'm very confident the fact that we're a long way.
Yeah, we're a very long way away, and it's coming
behind.
towards us. So here we go. We have the farcical nature of the front-on spin vision. We know that he's not playing a shot. Oh, now it's hit above the knee.
You can go to the ball tracking when he's ready.
You still think it's going over the top, Alistair?
He'll be batting out of his crease as well. So it's still got a long way to go.
Siraj is absolutely convinced of this. I don't think he really gave his captain, Shubman Gill, any option. I mean, he almost sort of referred it himself, didn't he?
He did. But it must be high.
Must it? Here we go. Is it high?
Original decision is not out. Pitching outside
yes.
Impact in line. Wickets missing. You can stay with your on-field call. Not out. Hassan.
It's very high.
On the screen. Make your signal.
Well, umpire was absolutely right, and so were you. Sam Raza and Alistair Cook in agreement, and Siraj can't understand it. He did just what? He sort of forgot about height as an option.
So that was an appeal on the shot. He's left it. We will do it. It was a lot closer. It has to be out of it. Zach's a long way down the, will be out the crease, and he's hit him above almost above his. It's right on the flap, and he's a tall guy, isn't he? He's a tall guy.
Now here we go. Here we go. Someone is walking above the sight screen. and Zach Crawley doesn't like that. He doesn't mind the serried ranks of about 50 people sat in front of the sight screen. But above the sight screen, presumably because of the arm? No, just because. Siraj. And again defended by Crawley. Back to the bowler, there's no run. End of the over for 62 without loss. 12 gone, Crawley 26. Duckett 35, couple of fours in that over. Andy.
Just looking at Zach Crawley against high pace, so 88 miles an hour and above since the season he made his debut, which was the 2019-20 international winter. He has the best record of any England player against high-paced bowling. He averages 80 against balls of 88 miles an hour or more.
That's preposterous.
Against balls from 78 to 83 miles an hour, he averages 25. Explain that, Quickie.
I can't.
I mean, that is extraordinary, isn't it? What we're basically saying is that
he's as good as Bradman.
Well, at the quickest kind of bowling, at 88 miles an hour, it's that sort of that realm on where you're batting on instinct.
Yeah.
Is it that Crawley needs not to think at all?
Or maybe he just, because it is quick, he doesn't he doesn't think he's got to move out of his ground. He doesn't have to think of changing his tactics. He just watches the ball and hits the ball.
Cambodge is in. This is clipped away by Duckett nicely through this sort of mid-wicket square leg sort of region between the two, and it's just going to make it to the boundary. Two fielders were converging. They were kept interested all the way, but it's just landed on that sponge. And Duckett, who's been very strong on the leg side in this innings, moves to 39, England 66 without loss.
I reckon that could be a 6th or 7th boundary all through mid-wicket.
Yeah.
Just mid-wicket up, square leg. He's taken that from outside off stump as well. Really strong wrists whip.
Nice little bottom hand as well, isn't it? Really gets that bottom hand through it to flick it. Great shot. And now they're keeping that deep square out. So now you've got the thing you really don't like, Alistair. You've got a deep point and a deep square leg at the same time. So
he'll probably nick this next ball, but in general now, even if he bowls a good ball,
it's a run.
It could be the high percentage chance of a run, and I think that's hard, a very hard field.
He's got 7 boundaries, all of them come on the leg side, 5 pretty much in front of square, as this is clipped away. This time a little bit straighter. That fielder at deep square has to come round, and he does get the single that's kind of been given to him, really. 67 without loss, but I say given to him, he's earned it because of the way he plays. But sometimes haven't you just got to take the risk as a skipper, because otherwise now Duckett has no pressure on him at all. I mean, this reminds me a lot of the Oval Test against Australia in 23 when there were fielders out early, weren't there? And we had our most fun stat, which 14 consecutive deliveries were scored off.
Is that a world record?
Well, it was because it was in the first sort of 5 or 6 overs of the Test match, and that doesn't ever happen.
So it didn't happen when I was back.
And it never had happened before. And it's partly field placing, but also because of the nature of Duckett, doesn't leave the ball, does he? So if he gets bat on it, he gets a run. Cambodge into Crawley, who clips this fine, but doesn't get too much bat on it. Wait, I think there is some bat on it. Gets it down the square leg, and deep square has to run in, but there's no signal, so there was some bat. Almost 27 to Crawley, 68 for none.
Almost by having this field, Gill's almost forced to have this field because Cambodge is. I don't really want to be too dismissive of a bowler in this 5th over of Test cricket, but it's looking a strange selection when you've got Thakur, who seems to be exactly the same as this, who will bowl gentle medium pace swingers, and you've got what you could have used.
Cambodge to Duckett, who comes forward and defends on the front foot. Very solid defensive shot. It's actually not one you often see from Duckett, because when he plays a defensive shot, he actually does it a bit like Rishabh Pant a lot of the time, doesn't he? Sort of like cracks down on the ball at the last minute, pushes it into the ground. Here he gave us the full face of the bat. Yeah, I'm slightly mystified that Prasid Krishna isn't playing, because he didn't disgrace himself in the matches he played. He was asked to do a certain job, wasn't he? And
Headingley, he was nervous, but he got some wickets as just short pitch bowling. He can bowl a bit quicker.
In comes Cambodge again. And this is more like this is defended in that stabby way into the ground and onto the pad. Just stays on the crease and there's no run. So he's picked up 6 wickets in the series so far. He's gone an average of 55 and an economy of 5.33. So it's not magnificent. But
that's probably why he's not playing.
But he was asked to bowl short balls at Jamie Smith, who then promptly whacked him for 20 odd in the over. So when he wasn't bowling short balls at Jamie Smith, he wasn't going at 20 and over. Last ball of the over from Cambodge into Duckett, who just works this into the onside, gets an easy single, one that just comes into around about his waist, and he tucked it to the short mid-wicket, which Bumrah had to run round and collect. 69 without loss with that single. Duckett to 41, Crawley 27. We've got 4 minutes to go till tea, 3.5, so this will be the last over. How many overs remain in the day, Andy? In theory?
43.
43? 43 for the last session. Right.
This will be the last over. So 42, just the 42 to get through.
So actually, how many overs we had in the innings? So we had 13 overs in the innings, and it started at what time?
2:30ish.
2:30ish.
It was 2:20 at the end.
Okay, so India are presumably therefore -2 or 3. How many were England minus? They didn't bowl Dawson at all today, did they?
Didn't know.
Don't think, because It was doing enough.
You know, a lot of people have been calling you, it's 90 overs, you bowl 90 overs. We'd be here until like 8:30, wouldn't we?
But we'd love that.
I know, but I'll just stay here in the commentary box overnight.
Well, there is an argument that you just keep them here until it's done, and maybe they'll bowl it a bit quicker as Siraj is in. This is guided away down through backward point off the front foot by Duckett for an easy single. And this is the issue. At the moment, Duckett hasn't had to play any extravagant shots. You know, Bazball's synonymous with extravagance, isn't it? Actually, what Bazball is about is that Duckett is able to pick up singles without any worry at all here. With the field the way it is, 70 without loss.
It's risk-free now. They've done the initial surge, haven't they, in terms of, you know, suddenly they're 70 without loss.
Yeah.
They took India. I don't think they scored more than 70 odd a session, did they? They were grinding away.
They scored 78 in the first session and 71 in the second session.
Yeah.
Yesterday, we're talking. Siraj bustles in, and this is beautifully driven, on-driven for 4. That's a wonderful shot from Crawley. It wasn't a full, long half volley. Full face of the bat, and really just to the onside of straight. So straight on drive, he goes into the 30s, 31 to him, 74 without loss.
Brilliant shot. Just using his levers, his height, generates his power. He doesn't look to overhit the ball. And just in this innings, we're seeing Zach Crawley standing still, reacting, and playing every ball in the same manner, which if you can just do it a little bit more consistently, you do feel there's a serious player in there, don't you? And shots like that, and shots that we see all the time.
Siraj is into him, and then he plays a hack at a ball which gets an inside edge down onto his boot, rolls into the offside, and they get a single. It was sort of an on-the-up drive. He's hit one of those today through extra cover, which was quite brilliant. This time he didn't really time it, but he gets a run. 75 without loss. It's only the wine gums are going down a treat here, aren't they? Tuffers, are there any left for us, Tuffers?
There's
going to make your way through the entire packet.
The issue is with wine gums, they take a while to eat, so you can't actually...
You can't put 3 or 4 in your mouth.
Well, and also, like here, by the time you finish your sentence, I can't get on, so I can't get them down, so you have to just look at them.
Never stops Ebony, you know. If Emily feels hungry on there, she'll just pop it in the mouth and then put her hand up and say, no questions, thank you.
No questions, straight in.
No questions, Your Honour, for the next 2 minutes. Here's Siraj. Duckett works this away beautifully. Nice full ball, but he's clipped away out to deep square leg for another run. Duckett to 43. How many dot balls has Duckett had? It feels like of late, he seems to face a ball and get a single much of the time.
Well, he played a couple of full defensive.
He did play a couple, didn't he? Did play a couple, but
I think T's coming at a good time for India. You know, they look a little bit disheartened in the field. They can't stem this run scoring from England.
And we should point out what an incredibly vital moment this is in the series. England 2-1 up, having bowled India out for 358, which felt like a good score-ish, having seen what the ball was doing earlier under grey skies. Siraj in, defended by Crawley on the front foot up to mid-on, no run. And yet, suddenly, that 358 looks rather meagre.
I thought it was par.
Par.
But the reason it was par is that every batsman got in. I've done lots of double figures, clearly apart from like 9, 10, 11, but if you always judge a pitch, I can't judge a pitch if a lot of people get in, then it's a good wicket.
And, you know, Washington batted for 90 balls, didn't he, at number 8? He was facing a new ball and he managed to survive it.
Yeah,
they did nip about a bit this morning.
Yeah, it did nip. But yes, none of their top order kicked on. You don't win many. I mean, they still win this game, but I'm saying normally first innings runs normally require 100.
Siraj in. This has been defended into the onside for a single. There's a big gap where short mid wicket might be. End of the over, 77 without loss. It's T. Duckett 43, Crawley 33. A dramatic session. England picking up the last 4 Indian wickets. Stokes and Archer, the men to do it. Rishabh Pant playing an extraordinarily brave innings, which came to an end when his off-stump cartwheeled and then landed in the ground behind him. Poor old Cambodge got a duck on debut, but Stokes picked up 5 for, Archer picked up 3 for, and India ended on 358 in what were pretty good bowling conditions. But since then, the sun has come out, and Crawley and Duckett have put on 77. They haven't lost a wicket, and they've looked pretty much assured, Andy.
And in the last 8 overs, they've scored 17 singles. So more than 2 singles and over, highlighting a point about the lack of dot balls. It's yes, another 50 standards. It's the 17th time Duckett and Crawley have added 50 or more for the first wicket, and 53 partnerships together. They average 44.5 per partnership currently.
Thank you, Andy. And here we are, the sun's out at Old Trafford. Reece is trying to come out as the umpires take the field. And the Indians are in a huddle. They've got a bit to do, actually, because that was very much England's session. They managed to bowl India out, and they made a nice start there, 78 for no wicket. In reply, Michael Vaughan's alongside me. They could bustle along tonight. There's a lot of time left.
Yeah, I mean, that last session is almost the story of the series, where India had a really good first session. And then from pretty much nowhere, they lose 4 wickets for 37, and then allow England to get to 70-odd quickly with some poor bowling. But the pitch has changed. You know, this morning there was seam, there was swing, and suddenly the sun's come out, and I don't know if it's the pitch warming up, and it's not quite as moist as it was this morning. There was rain overnight, but there's been no lateral movement. There's been 1 or 2 bits of swing for Jasprit Bumrah in the first couple of overs, but after that, I guess Siraj got the odd ball to nip back, but you know, you're looking at someone like Zach Crawley, who has not been in the runs. He loves batting here at Old Trafford, and he is a player that when there's no lateral movement, his long levers allows him to drive through length, and this is a great chance for him to really go. You know, you don't want to say to someone like Zach, go and bat a long period of time, because he's not that style of player, but you just say to him, don't think you can hit every ball for 4. Once you hit one, just make sure that you respect the deliveries, because he's made a really good start here with that on drive. I thought the on drive down the ground, I thought that's the best shot he's played all series.
Nice, isn't it?
Make it count. You know, make this this moment count. The sun's shining, the pitch is playing well. Go and get a nice big number by your name.
It's been like Ollie Pope in a way, and then the start of an innings, isn't it? And that he played that great booming drive, 3rd or 4th ball. You think, oh no, that's exactly what's going to get him out. If he just got himself in, it's like Pope. It's get 20. And then you can start to play.
Well, he's the kind of player, Aggers, that if there's lateral movement, it's a problem. And if there's no lateral movement like now, it's a great opportunity. And for a player like Zach, if he's going to play in this way, where he's always going to play those big booming drives, he has to make this count. Because he has to get some money in the bank.
Yeah.
He has to get a bit of money for a rainy day.
Well, Shardul Thakur is going to bowl from the same. We haven't seen much of him. He bowls little wobbly seamers, basically. I think we're just trying to see if he can find something. He's bound to bowl a bit of a fuller length than the others because of the pace that he bowls.
They have to control, aren't they? Just a few dots if they possibly can.
2 slips and a gully. There's a deep point, deep backward square leg. Thakur ambles in, bowls outside the off stump, a ball that moves a little. And Crawley quite dismissively just looks at it go through to the wicketkeeper. There has been some indifferent bounce, though.
Yeah, but the problem for India is they've got 2. Shardul Thakur's first ball, so you've got to give him a bit of time to get loose. But he is an 80 miles an hour bowler.
Yeah.
Kamboj on debut is an 80 miles an hour bowler. Siraj is into his 4th test of the series. Bumrah's into his 3rd. So they've got 2 bowlers that can get it beyond 85 miles an hour. The other 2 just look they're trundlers, really.
Really, yeah. Thakur over the wicket bowls, and that found the edge. Actually, swung a little bit and beats the diving gully fielder and runs down to 3rd man. There's no one there, so a long chase all the way down, and actually an unsuccessful one in the end by KL Rahul. Did all the hard work, and then something went wrong at the end, and he took the ball with him. So I thought he'd got there, actually.
He'd definitely done the yards, hadn't he?
Well, he had. So anyway, that's a nice way to start, but that just swung a little bit. It found the edge of Crawley's bat.
Yeah, but they're nice ones, aren't they, as a batter, that you just see the ball go down into the ground, into the gap. Here you go, who's your...
Well,
he dived to it.
He did. He went too early. Actually, he never laid a hand on it.
He forgot to actually drag it back.
Yeah, he went early and completely missed the ball, which just trickled slowly into the boundary. 81 for no wicket. Crawley to 37 then. And Thakur over the wicket, runs in bowls to him. A long swinging length ball which is driven up to Siraj, who's fielding at mid-off with his sun hat on obligingly, so we can pick him out in the field. The only Indian who wears a sun hat. Pulled low down, he's got his sunglasses on. People getting back into their seats after the tea break.
It won't be long before India turn to spin. Yeah, particularly someone like Washington Sundar. He got 4-0 at Lords.
He did.
There wasn't a great deal there for him there. He might have to just try and operate with a spinner from one end and rotation of seam from the other.
Thakur runs in, bowls an in-swinger this time. It's turned away. Bit of an inside edge about it, but picks up one down there at deep backward square leg. One more to England. That brings Ben Duckett down on strike. He got away to a real flyer. A series of half volleys on the leg stump that he put away. 43 now from 41 balls. Crawley's catching him up.
This is I've got recollections of the Ashes Test match here last time where Australia got, what did they get? They get 300 and suddenly England went out to bat and Crawley just dismantled them.
Terrific innings, isn't it?
189 off 182 and the field was spread and England caused a bit of chaos.
They did. Duckett waits as Thakur bowls wide outside the off stump. It gives him the room there to drive into the offside. He won't go for 4. Bumrah's chasing it. Didn't quite come out of the middle of the bat, that, but we'll come back for the third, and Crawley's got to make his ground. He does so at the far end. And they took one for the throw there. And England go to 85 for no wicket.
They're a difficult pair to keep quiet because you know you have to kind of.
Well, they're complete opposites, aren't they? In terms of size, one left-handed, one right-handed, and there's huge adjustments for the bowler to make.
Yeah, but your best ball now, really, if you play, you're probably going to get a single. You know, square of the wicket, there's a big gap. You go a bit straight, you get one to backward square leg. Bowl a bad ball, these players will punish you anyway, so it's very difficult to bowl dot balls.
Thakur runs in and bowls because inside edge there. Tried to hit that a bit too hard into the offside. Bumrah fields at mid-on. And who are they going to bowl? Looks like Bumrah's having a change of ends. I mean, they've got to get him on, really. They've got to get wickets here. 85 for no wickets. They're still, 273 behind. A movement to our right there, but not many sitting out on those very nice cerise pink seats.
What is that section? It's is it a corporate section?
It's a corporate area. It's waving on the hotel up there, over the hotel balcony. Nice to see you on the first floor and the second floor.
Oh, that's a nice spot.
There's lots going on up there.
Square of the wicket. That'd have been behind the bowler's arm back in the day.
Yeah.
That was the old press box, wasn't it? Where they would.
It was the Red Rose room or something. We had some nights there during COVID, didn't we?
That's right. We had an evening playing a bit of darts, table tennis.
Yeah.
I think was there a quiz night in there?
There was all sorts in there. That was a strange time, wasn't it? Staying in that other hotel up there, there for weeks.
He used to do laps around the ground.
Well, the only exercise was walking around the car park.
Yeah.
Now Bumrah from the far end runs in and he bowls to Duckett, who works that away off his hip. Nicely fielded down below us here by Cambodge, who throws it back, and they take a single. So,
Andy, what was the Ashes score here when England, I think they got over 5?
Well, Bairstow thrashed it, and did Bairstow got 99?
He was 99 not out when Anderson was the last wicket to fall. Australia 317 all out in 90 overs and 2 balls. Chris Woakes took 5 for 62. And then England 592 in just 107.4 overs, so fractionally under 5.5 and over.
I've just got early visions of this.
Yeah, could do. We'll get through the spell first, though. Bumrah. Sun coming out, runs towards us, bowls wide outside Crawley's off stump. He has nothing to do with it. Let's see what it says on the speed gun, because Andy was saying that his speeds were a bit down in that first spell, 84 miles an hour on that one.
Yeah, his first spell of 5 overs averaged 83, and in his previous opening spells in the previous innings, he's bowled in around about 86 miles an hour on average.
So Crawley twiddles his bat, has a look around. They haven't got the deep point fielder. They've got 2 slips of the gully. As Bumrah, just talisman, bustles in, bowls wide of the off stump, flings it down. Crawley watches it. Again, keeps very low.
Bit of swing. It was wide, but at least there was a little bit of lateral there.
83 miles an hour, that.
What's your reason of why the ball moved so much this morning and now this afternoon?
Well, this morning felt like a lovely time to bowl, didn't it?
Yeah, it was quite heavy, wasn't it?
It was heavy, there was humidity, it was quite dark as well, wasn't it? The floodlights were on. It was a brooding sort of a morning. Feels fresher now, does it? Look at the flags. Sun out. Bit of a cross window, so you expect Bumrah to swing it away from that end. Up he comes again, bowls outside the off stump again. Jarrell's taking that almost on the second bounce.
Yeah, but again, there's a little bit of movement there. It's sometimes the case that the ball swings from wide as soon as you go straight on. Thank you very much. A nice little leg side freebie for a batter.
That's exactly what happens.
Party stand's been quiet today.
It has. It has.
Going yet.
The stewards have stamped their authority on there.
Yeah. Well, we haven't seen any of the orange stewards today. They've not been required.
86 for no wicket.
The heavy mob.
Crawley 38. Then comes Bumrah rushing in, bowls to him, he defends. Rolls away down to mid-on. It's picked up by Cambodge, who has a look at it. Do you know why he wears 47?
Cambodge? Nope.
Any thoughts?
Is it? Well, I was going to say it was when he was born, but he'd be 47.
No.
48 maybe. 1977 is something.
No.
77. I don't know.
Not his average miles an hour, is it?
No. It's a very harsh thing to say. 86 for no wicket. Here comes Bumrah. Bowls on the off stump. Crawley on the front foot plays out to cover. It's the end of the over. Come on. 47.
And Andy's still chuckling to himself. 47 or
blank 47.
47.
Yeah.
77.
47.
47. Okay. Blank 47.
What's his name?
Anshul Cambodge.
Yes.
Cambodge 47.
His initials.
AK.
Ah, yes, I like it.
AK-47.
Oh, very good, Agus.
There you are.
Good research. I thought you said 77.
Yes, he's not quite bowling at the speed of a bullet out of a gun, but he's that's why he's 47 anyway. There you go. 86 for no wicket. I'll credit Deep Dasgupta with that. 86 for no wicket. And Thakur bowls on leg stump, turned away. Actually, it was in the air there a little while.
Well, they've got a decision to make here, Agus, with Ben Duckett, because they keep bowling him leg stump half volleys, and the leg side field is. It might be that you set a leg side field and bowl for that.
Yep.
And have a couple of, you'd see Ben Stokes create a leg side field with 2 or 3 catches. You'd have your square leg back, your fine leg back, and go, you know what, we're going to bowl at leg stump and try and get him in the odd bouncer down the leg side. But he's been caught down the leg side in the series. That might be a way to go.
Almost caught today as well.
Yeah, I mean, but don't bowl there with no fielders there.
No. Thakur again. Trundles in, bowls. That's a good ball. That bounced and nipped away. Crawley played it quite nicely, actually, but again, it was only 80 miles an hour, so you have time to adjust when you're as good as these two obviously are. But it did the right sort of things there. Hit the seam, bounced, moved away.
Well, that's the first ball, really. We saw Ben Stokes bowl plenty of these.
Yeah.
Ben was bowling around 85 miles an hour. A bit of bounce, a bit of movement.
Stokes' pace was virtually the same as Archer's throughout the whole game. Yeah.
I mean, he's been the standout England bowler throughout the summer. He's been tremendous.
Thakur has got a shadow to his right, runs up, bowls. Oh, an ugly shot from Crawley. He's really had a go at that. He's thrown the kitchen sink at it. A sort of a nondescript in terms of front or back foot carve, I'd call that. Aiming somewhere into the offside.
Oh, it was a hack. Old-fashioned hack.
Yeah.
Eyes lit up. He saw that previous ball and he's thinking, I'm not getting out like I did against Nitish Kumar already at Lords in the first innings when one bounce and I played the defensive stroke. I think his mindset is, if I'm going to get out, I'm going out my way.
Thakur again. He wears 54 on his back. Past umpire Tucker. Bowls full and driven. That's a lovely shot. That's absolutely in Crawley's arc. And you can see it from the moment it left the hand. That was asking for trouble. Wide, half volley. And he can't bowl that to Zach Crawley.
I mean, you can on some weeks, but not on an Old Trafford pitch. This pitch just suits his play. Yeah. We saw that against Australia. Just comes onto the bat, and I guess this is exactly why England will stick with Zach Crawley going down to Australia, whatever happens, because in Australia the ball does come onto the bat, and there isn't quite as much lateral movement, and you can hit through the line of the ball.
Just the bounce there worries me with him opening the batting.
That could be an issue.
The next one on leg stump, turned away out to the man. coming up from... actually, he's directly between the two hotels there. Throws that in. One more. 92. For no wicket. Not looking very threatening at the moment, I'm afraid, Mr. Thakur.
Yeah, I had some numbers next door, actually. I mean, Zach averages over 50 against Cummins. I think Cummins has had him 4 times. He averages 77 against Stark. I think Stark's had him twice, and I don't think Hazelwood's had him out yet. In 77 or 76 balls that he's faced, so his record against the Aussie attack is pretty good.
Yeah. 2 slips and a gully. Thakur's on his way, bowls to Duckett. Oh, wild drive there outside the off stump. And makes no contact with the bat. But it was certainly wide and thrown up there for the shot. 92 for no wicket. So England are 266 runs behind. Still says 39 overs to be bowled. And in fact, as I say that, up on the screen says 2 overs behind. But I never quite know what that means, because we usually have more than 2 overs left at the end, don't we?
It doesn't really mean anything,
no,
does it?
No, it doesn't really. But anyway, there's 39 overs, and we've got 2 1/4 hours to go. So unless the spinners come on, I suspect we'll be down again today. Bumrah, though, is ready, and that Crawley's waiting for somebody to sit down there amongst the members. He's been told off by umpire Raza as well. Short, stocky fella, a Panama hat on. Can't see who it is. Do you see somebody moving there? I can't. I think they're behaving very well. Bumrah from the far end, bowls to Crawley. Oh, that swung after it bounced. Poor old Jarrell. He had to fling himself there to his right. It went past the off stump. Crawley paid no shot at it, and it really swung. The keeper did well to stop it, actually. I mean, it really went.
Yeah, that's a good stop in the end.
Yeah.
Clouds have just started to roll in a bit here, I guess.
Yeah, they might just do a little bit. Had the lights on, both days now. Bumrah, a mop of the brow. Stuttery start to his run. Scurries in, bowls outside the off stump. Crawley can let it go through. That's a bit more oomph into that one.
Yeah, my guess is the people that are sat directly behind the bowler's arm, I reckon they come every year. If you're sitting there, I think you're a real cricket lover.
It's a good spot, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's where you've sat for a long period of time, and you get the same seats every year. Paul Allott, Neil Fairbrother, David Lloyd, they're all they're in posh seats by the looks of it.
Oh, those purple ones, are they?
I think they're over there, actually, in the pavilion, the old pavilion.
Oh. Bumrah bowls. Oh, that's a leading edge. Crawley tries to tuck him away to mid-wicket. Fielded by Jaiswal. It's a backward point with a false shot there. It's got a dirty smear down his lovely England sweater. He must have been diving in somewhere, Crawley.
Well, it was I think it was the run 4 to the boundary, actually, that he had to dive in. That was a close one for Bumrah, because it swung late. It wasn't far away from missing the outside edge, and it was straight.
Bumrah swings his arm, 2 slips, gully. Stutters in, now he bowls, and Crawley's hit that away, that's 4. Lampard Tucker had to duck for cover there at square leg, whistling past him. Leg stump half volley. Dear TMS team, writes Richard Allen, I'm recovering from a minor medical procedure at home. Just before lunch, with a brave return of Punt to the crease, the team began to reflect on other batsmen who returned to the crease after nasty injuries. The 1963 West Indies test was touched on. Colin Cowdrey's arm was broken. He returned to the crease to, quote, save the day. And as you mentioned, he was hailed as a hero, but didn't actually face a ball. My brother, David Allen, was the batsman at the other end, absolutely. Attempting to deal with the intimidating bowling of Wes Hall, who broke Cowdrey's arm, and Charlie Griffith, as Bumrah again, bowling outside the off-stump, no stroke from Crawley. I believe there were 3 possible outcomes to the match: win, lose or draw. We drew the match by the skin of our teeth. David Allen played 39 tests for England. He did. He was a terrific off-spinner, wasn't he? He was the recognised off-spinner at the time. it's somewhat ironic that many remember him for that batting performance. It was a famous match, that. Colin Cowdrey striding out, arm in plaster, but he was always at the non-striker's end. And so, yes, David Allen had to see out the remaining part of, or I think a whole over, actually. Here's Bumrah. Moves in, bowls, and that's steered away down into gully. And there's no. Was it a complete over? I'm trying to work out why Cowdrey went to the non-striker's end.
I think there was only a couple of balls left when the.
So why did he go to the non-striker's end then?
It was a run out.
Run out.
Derek Shackleton's run out.
Okay.
228 for 9 was the final score, chasing 234.
I see the Telegraph has done a similar thing just now. Didn't mention Paul Terry. That's one of the bravest ones I've seen, because he had a broken arm facing the West Indies out here 1984, and he did bat. He did face balls. He's digging out Yorkers one-handed from Joel Garner.
Wow.
All of that. So
surely they mentioned Graham Smith, didn't they, in Sydney when he walked out of bat?
Not sure that they did. Allison's coming in here. I'll just watch this ball. Thakur sets off again. Quite a widespread field now. Bowls outside the off stump, and Duckett steers that away down to a squarish third man. There's a fielder there, and they come back for 2. Duckett reaches his 50, and England move on to 98 for no wickets. They're 260 behind. Michael, thoughts from you, and then Allison come here.
Yeah, he's played really well, and he's a fantastic player, but he's had great balance in this innings. He got England off to that flyer, and the field is now spread, and he's just knocking it into the gaps. He's coming 46 deliveries, 7-4, striking at 108, 88 minutes. It's a typical Duckett style innings so far.
It's been a commanding innings, hasn't it, from him? England 98 for none. Here is Thakur in again to Duckett. He's forward, angles the bat defensively, and the ball runs out towards the gully region along the ground, fielded, and there's no run. 47 balls for Duckett's 50-46. That must be then after that extra delivery. Results?
46 is his 21st 50 in Test cricket. Has 6 centuries amongst those, and of those 21 half centuries, that's the 10th he's made in fewer than 50 balls, and another was in exactly 50 balls. I'll put that in context after this delivery.
Well, that says everything about Duckett, though, doesn't it? And the manner in which he likes to go about his innings. He's waiting again now, bat raised as Thakur is in, pulled ferociously, but bottom edge into the ground. Crawley's halfway down the pitch, but the ball's not picked up cleanly by Siraj there at mid-on, and so there is no run.
It's the one shot, I'll just go on to that shot, it's the one shot that worries me about Ben Duckett, that pull shot. I've seen him miss too many, and I've seen him get out a couple of times. I think he's too good a player. I think he can just, I'm not saying that he puts it completely into the tank, but just make sure it's a bit shorter.
Thakur in again with the clouds overhead, but a few pockets of blue. It's overcast though still. Thakur moves in to Duckett, straighter delivery defended into the onside of the pitch, and Thakur able to pick up in his follow through. No run. Crawley at the non-strikers end, 3 away from a half-century himself, and he's really picked up the pace of his innings, hasn't he, after a more uncertain start. We're getting some more memories in of 2005 Ashes, Michael. This one involves you. On Friday at Edgbaston, says Pablo, messaging in, tms at bbc.co.uk. Thakur in again, some width here for Duckett, and he's opened the face, and he's scoring a boundary through the cover region. Barely any follow through. Just angling the bat, and it's a long chase back there for Yashasvi Jaiswal, who's fielding at cover, and it brings up the 100 partnership between Crawley and Duckett. England 102 without loss for this opening stand. Really just a bit of a jabbed shot. That through the offside. So this is Pablo saying, Michael, the Friday at Edgbaston, we saw an excellent day's cricket, off to a curry house we'd heard was good. Once settled and ordered food, in walked 5 members of the England cricket team. Thakur in now, past the umpire to Duckett, forward defence. Again, Thakur picking up in his follow-through to end the over. England 102 without loss after 19 overs in reply to India's 358. So settled into a curry house, have ordered food, in walk 5 members of the England team. Watching Michael Vaughan rock the buggy with his young one was a memory that I can dine out on. Which young one would that have been, Michael?
It would have been Tallulah.
Tallulah. Leaving the curry house, says Pablo, we hailed a taxi that pulled up in front of the entrance. Running faster than I'd seen all day. Matthew Hoggard sprinted into the taxi, shut the door, and off it went. Perfect day, says Pablo. Do you remember what curry house you went to? No? On a Friday? Well, there's no better way to end a day of cricket watching at Edgbaston by going to a local curry house.
Imagine I was that popular with the other members of the team if I took my one-year-old daughter with me.
Out for dinner, mid-test match. Bumrah, new over with the pavilion behind him, and that's well wide outside the off stump. It's kept a little low as it goes through to Jurel, though, but no shot offered by Crawley, who is 47 not out. A reminder that tonight on 5 Live, very special airing, the full version of Settling the Score, our musical celebration of the 2005 Ashes. We've been sharing it with you throughout this test match during lunch and tea. So the full version in all its glory, and it is quite a masterpiece. Spine-tingling scripting to go with the live commentary from that time. As Bumrah moves in again to Crawley outside the off stump. He doesn't offer a shot, through again to Jurel. And you can send your memories to us about the A5 Ashes on the BBC Sports website and app to take part in that programme. So a bit of an interactive experience. I had quite a particular experience of the Oval Test match because 5 Live even did the whole programming from the Oval. Camped out there, had Simon Mayo down there, Victoria Derbyshire, all the presenters anchoring programmes from there all day. And I was one of the boundary commentators, therefore. So my view of that incredible Oval Test match was actually from ground level, sitting on the grass, as Bumrah moves in now to Crawley. Forward he comes defensively, out towards Sundar in the covers, no run. Between the boundary rope, with my back to the advertising hoardings, but largely my view was between Justin Langer's legs because he was very often fielding in the deep right in front of me. I was on the Archbishop Tennyson's side of the ground with kids hanging out of the window of what we learnt later was the biology lab, trying to get any view of the cricket that they could during their lessons. So that was how I viewed much of that test match. Crawley on 47 here as he awaits Bumrah. Moves in now, outside the off stump again. That one shapes away once more. Crawley is being restrained enough here to let these ones go. The other programming we've got, of course, around the 05 Ashes is How to Win the Ashes. That's on BBC iPlayer at the moment.
Well, I have to say, Zach Crawley today has played Bumrah like he played him at Headingley, where he's been, apart from one big drive early when he was on naught, he's left the ball outside of off stump, he's let the ball come to him. There's been a couple of this over actually have bounced through to the keeper from quite wide. Maybe that's an indication of what's to come later in the game. Those cracks might open up and the ball might keep low and be a bit straighter, but his discipline of making sure that he waits for those straight balls has been excellent today.
2 slips, a gap to the gully. Mid off, mid on, both up. Cover is waiting as well as Bumrah's in. Fuller, straighter defence, and Bumrah sticks out his right hand in his follow through, manages to parry the ball and saves a single.
But even that shot there, that's a really good play, good defence, good forward deep. Bumrah's he's trying to force Crawley into this kind of big drive through the offside. That's why he's got all the fielders up. He's saying to Zach Crawley, go on, try and hit one through the offside. It's there for you. You can have a boundary. So far, he's not gone chasing it.
Because he's very aware of Shubman Gill and KL Rahul standing in the slips. Yashasvi Jaiswal at backward point. Gully is there as well. Bumrah in once more to Crawley. Straighter once more and covering up. Touch of shape again. And he's able to defend. So well kept out there, Crawley. Good judgment during that over. 102 without loss, England. And Crawley stays on 47 in reply to India's 358.
Just come back to that Ben Duckett stat. So I mentioned 10 of his 21 50s in Test cricket. He's reached in under 50 balls, another in exactly 50 balls. 9 of those in under 50 balls are as opener, who batted at 4 in one of them. In all England's Test history, they've only had 22 50s by openers at quicker than a run a ball in terms of balls taken to reach 50. Duckett has scored 9 of them and Crawley has scored 4 of them. So they used to be incredibly rare. Now basically half of Ben Duckett's Test 50s have been at quicker than a runner ball.
And that is across England Test history for openers.
Yes.
That's quite remarkable. It does tell you about the modern game and the way these two play when they get going. Right, Duckett on 54. Facing up again to Tako outside the off-stump. Little dab here. Slight hesitation, but goes for a well-judged single because Jayaswal has to move forward from his position at backward point to pick up. And so Crawley on strike here within 1 boundary of his 50. But will he get a juicy delivery to get it through a boundary, or will he have to be patient?
Yeah, that last delivery is the problem for India now, is that it wasn't a bad ball, but because the field's kind of spread, Shardul Thakur bowls a decent ball and there's still a single on offer because there's so many gaps. Not as many to Zach Crawley because square legs are quite straight in on the one.
Crawley, 47 from 70 deliveries. Thakur in full swing and away, and he's gone for the drive. Thickish outside edge, safe down towards deep backward points. It's just a 1 for Crawley. Throw comes back into Jarrell. Crawley onto 48. Oh, full-blooded.
Well, there's big drive off the outside edge, and he chose not to come back for the second because it was Ravi Jadeja, and that's the problem, and that would have gone straight to a backward point. But because of the scoring rate, Shubman Gill's having to spread the field, and by doing so you lose a catching opportunity. That kind of position would have been perfect for Jasprit Bumrah in the previous over because he's got that fielder up.
Back to the left-handed Duckett, angling it into him, works it through the vacant mid-wicket region. Siraj is there at mid-on, runs across to his left-hand side to pick up. And Sundar as well from the boundary at deep backward square has come running in to meet him. Another 1 for Duckett. He's 56 now. Crawley 2 away from his 50 as the field moves around again for left-hander, right-hander. And this always seems to take time as well. I'm sure they take that into account in terms of over rates. Party stand is finding good voice as well at the moment.
Where the trumpeter is it on
the trumpeter is, but the...
Where are they?
Actually, is it the party stand or is it the hospitality suites that are... Oh no, he is, he's in the pink seats.
Yeah, he's in the posh
seats. Coming from the pink seats. Thakur to Crawley on 48, driving into the ground and straight to the catcher, Sundar, extra cover. Another dot ball. Well, he's orchestrating the crowd well down there.
Oh, he is. He's got the posh. He's got them jumping up and down.
Often the hospitality suites are too corporate for that kind of singing and revelry. I'm quite enjoying it. You can see people now are coming out of their bedrooms in the hotel above and looking over the railings to see exactly who's doing all the singing. Thakur sets off. Crawley on 48. He's over the wicket now. Crawley cuts away and he's got it to the boundary. Behind point for 4 and a thump of the gloves with Ben Duckett. It's Crawley's second 50 of this series. He needed those runs. He wanted them. England move on to 109 without loss. Zach Crawley, a welcome 50. 52 not out from 73 balls. And many on their feet here around Old Trafford to applaud him.
Yeah, he's played nicely. He really has. He's played some good strokes, but also he's played with discipline at the right times. He likes it here, doesn't he?
Yeah, the big 100 against the Aussies. A standout memory for him on this ground. England denied the chance of chasing victory there with rain on the 5th day of that match. Thakur moves in, tighter line on off stump, defence from Crawley comes forward. And fielded extra cover, so end of the over. 109 without loss in reply to India's 358. And just a reminder, what happened earlier was quite extraordinary today because all the reports at the start of the day was Rishabh Pant with that foot injury, that it was broken, he'd be out of action. Nothing official came from India until quite late into the session when confirmation came that Pant wouldn't keep wicket throughout this match, but would bat depending on team requirements. And he still thought at that point, well, second innings, if India really need runs. He was at the ground, he was in his test whites, and duly the wicket of Shardul Thakur fell. And out came Rishabh Pant, pulling down the steps. The wounded warrior, and he went out to the middle. helped to put on a stand of, I think it was 23, wasn't it, with Washington Sundar for that 7th wicket. And it was quite a dramatic passage of play, watching Rishabh Pant battle away out there, hobbling, barely able to complete singles, but trying to send the ball still to various parts of Old Trafford. On the whole, not having great success with that. Here's Bumrah from the pavilion end, a little nudge and run from Duckett, easing out into the offside, as we welcome back to Alistair Cook.
Well, I fear for India. They look a bit sluggish in the field. Body language not great. England have come out, not all guns blazing, but they come out of real intent and played some really good shots. I just wonder whether this is the session which could break this Indian side, who have been outstanding so far in three and a bit games, but England, they can see off Bumrah in this spell.
Bumrah moves in again to Crawley. That pad dribbles away into the leg side, and they go through for one leg by. Yes, it is off the pad.
Yeah, if they can see off Bumrah now, you just fear for where India are going to go. They might have to go to their spinners, try and change the tempo.
Well, that's it. It's the run rate, isn't it?
Yeah, and just also change the mentality of these England batsmen. Give them something else to look at. How aggressively they might be to Jadeja or Sundar. I think that's probably the option they need. Bumrah hasn't looked quite himself in this game so far.
Big opening stand this for England, when you consider how cautiously KL Rahul and Jaiswal had to play forward and defence there from Duckett. And they've been able to keep out the good balls, but capitalise when they got the opportunity.
Zach Crawley's 50, 73 balls. That was his 9th for. It's his 23rd 50-plus score in Tests. 5 centuries amongst those. His 7th 50 against India. Yet to make 100 against India. His highest was 79. That's 7 50s in his 25th innings against India.
A little way to go yet, but could today be the day? 111 without loss. I would have got a certain umpire hopping from foot to foot. There's Crawley down the non-striker's end now. Watches Bumrah, who beats Duckett with a beauty. Draws him forward defensively. 85 miles per hour. It's skipped through to Jarrell, the wicket-keeper.
Well, I think I can count on just my left hand how many player misses England played to defensive shots. That was one, and that's the Bumrah. A little bit quicker, 85, 86 miles an hour. The angle in, have to play it, and it's just held its line. Those moments have been few and far between. You just thought the way England bowled and the amount of movement they've found today compared to yesterday, that Bumrah would have been an absolute handful.
That's the danger ball, though, if he can replicate that. He moves in now. Duckett defends again, though, solidly this time, and gets back behind the ball, rolls it up towards mid-off. Wanders away towards square leg. Jaiswal is applauding. India just seem a bit quiet in the field as well, don't they? This is what happens when 100 runs are piled up against you in an opening stand. You know, their innings sort of fell away a bit, didn't it? The last few wickets, 3 for 21 after Rishabh Pant and Sundar were both out. 5 for Ben Stokes as well. Just his 5th in Test cricket. What a return he's having with the ball this series. Bumrah moves in, and Duckett's beaten again defensively coming forward. Bumrah honing on the edge of the bat. Didn't make contact though, and once again through to Jarrell. Ends a probing over from Bumrah. England 111 without loss, 247 runs behind. It was incredible scenes, wasn't it, with Rishabh Pant earlier, down the steps?
It was. Now, I'm just going to throw, if you had substitutes, you wouldn't have moments like that, so that's my argument. All this stuff about substitutions.
Yeah, it is quite something, isn't it? You see the sort of gladiatorial-like, isn't it, coming down, thinking, you're injured, you're hurt, you're still doing it. I mean, the serious side of that is a player doing further damage to themselves, but you think, well, they've got to take advice from the medics in their team. They've got to take responsibility, the player, for their future, and it's their decision. No one is pushing the player out, but a player will feel a responsibility to their team also, and a desperate desire to do what they can to help win a match.
Just gone 7-2.
Here is Thakur moving again. 2 slips, 2 gullies. It's the straightest delivery, defending up towards mid-on, where Bumrah is fielding, one of the two on the leg side. The other is deep backward square. So not to try and tempt. And outside that off stump.
Well, his drive he got to his 50 with was uppish, wasn't it, through that gully area. So they strengthened it now with two gullies. And the final one a bit closer, the deep square one a bit deeper. He's going to have to bowl wider than that last ball. That was straight away onto the double bluff, the straight one. But you feel this ball will be fifth, sixth stump. Just needs to get his length absolutely spot on here.
Flags fluttering above the pavilion. Thakur moves in past the umpire, bowls in down the leg side, and that's not bowling to your field. Clipped away off the legs, down to the boundary. Will it be four? It will be. Deep backward square, couldn't cut it off. It's the debutant Anshul Kamboj down there.
Well, I looked up from here, that was the in-swinger. I mean, it's poor bowling. Bowling 7-2. I don't mind going once at the pads, but to go twice is foolish.
Double bluff.
Well, is it?
Or just the double bluff, maybe.
Or just a bluff. That's what.
Or just getting it wrong.
Well, it was
the wrong choice.
Very poor ball.
Crawley capitalised. That's another 4. He's on to 56. England 115 for none. 243 behind. Thakur moves in again. Straighter and able to be played up the pitch by Crawley. Slightly a bit better. He's maybe working his way over towards that off-stump line.
Well,
but
he needs
not
to
inviting the big drive yet.
No, he needs to go another 3 or 4 foot, you feel. Unless there's been a little bit of miscommunication between the bowler and the captain. Obviously starting with Thakur, which I kind of understood in terms of Crawley's record against bowlers around 80 mile an hour mark. But it's going at over 6s.
Crawley awaits bat held high. Thakur is in. There's the outside edge into the ground there, and it goes into the gap between the two slips and the two gullies for 4. Down in front of the point building, and the crowd down there. Oh, I do find the edge, but into the ground it went. Crawley on to 60.
Still 2 straight. That is, I know he's found the edge, but he's bowling it off stump with 7-2. You feel that he must be trying to get his outside edge from the big drive. That was even straighter than off stump.
It's Thakur's 5th over. At least 1 boundary in each of them, and 2 in this over.
And the debutant was expensive, wasn't he, as well? Kamboj, first 3 overs went for 17. He was given the duty of opening the bowling alongside Bumrah. Thakur here needs to find a better line. That one's swinging in again to Crawley. Forward he comes, and he's fielding in his follow-through this time. Thakur tosses that ball away to Mohammad Siraj, who's got the white wide-brimmed sun hat on. The sun is shining here. Evening sunlight, shadows beginning to lengthen as we approach 4:45 in the evening here in Manchester. A little breezy out there, but pleasant cricket watching weather. Hasn't been cold at all. Thakur sets off, picks up pace up past the umpire, and again it's 2 straight, and it's worked up to Bumrah at mid-on. So a little bit of a waste of that fielding plan, Alistair. 119 for 1, 239 behind.
It seems that bowling's in swing or straight balls of the 7-2 field. To Zach Crawley, who can give chances out in the gully. Third slip with big drives.
Well, some drinks being brought on here by substitute fielders, and indeed for a couple of the Indian fielders as well. Here's a substitute coming on. Is this a message maybe from the dressing room? Prakash Vakanka is here alongside me. Over to you, Prakash.
Well, it'll have to be a fairly different message because so far India have looked like a bottle of fizz with no fizz in it. They've really gone flat, and in part, of course, it's been the rate at which England have scored, the manner in which they have scored. But you have to say, wouldn't you, Alistair, that the bowling's not been anywhere near as good as we've seen throughout the series so far?
No, it was the selection of
Anshul Kamboj.
Of Kamboj has been an interesting one for me, and then to entrust him with a new ball. It seemed slightly strange and almost unnecessarily cool. Unless he was bowling absolutely superbly in the nets.
Yep. Well, that die has been cast. Here's Bumrah trying to work some magic. Pushed away nicely. Soft hands, they'll take a run.
And just that from England, Siraj he is a bit deeper there at deep point on the one, but he was so deep, and the awareness just to drop it there. It's been good, so good from England. I just feel that India have to change the tempo. Surely Thakkar's not going to bowl another over this end. Going at sevens, whether it's Siraj or just the spinner. I think Sundar should go challenge Duckett. Will he play a sweep, skid it on? It's not a huge amount of turn.
Yeah, it's 24th over of the innings. England at 120 without loss. So at this rate, with another 30 odd overs in theory possible, England could be 300 by the end of day. Bumrah bowls, nicely worked away off his pad, up towards square leg. Jadeja fields. And like we saw Dawson, just got the wicket of Jaiswal literally out of nowhere. Just the second ball of his second over, I think it was, or first ball, whatever. But that's the kind of thing that Gill will have to try. This is a real test for his captaincy now. Yeah. Right here, right now, where things are not going your way. Your debutant bowler hasn't delivered anywhere near what you expected. England are off to a flyer. Both openers past their 50s, 61 and 58 respectively, Crawley and Duckett. And Duckett's on strike now to Bumrah. 2 slips and a wide gully. Nothing delivery that. He was trying something different, clearly.
Well, that's his first bounce, really. I still think he should bowl more of them. It's a threat, but they didn't get that one right. Very wide and high.
Yes, I mean, it's been bright and sunny for the better part of England's batting effort, and that's a factor, but clearly the bowling's been nowhere near, and Bumrah's pace has been down a bit. I think just one of those days, but the first time really that one is sensing that India are not in the fight just at this moment. Here's Bumrah in bowls, and this one's a little close to cut. He attempts to, but won't get a run.
Yeah, I just wonder whether they might need to pick a fight, if that makes sense. In terms of just try and change something, sort of having at Lords, a bit of aggro. You might take Siraj or something to bowl this end and say something to Duckett, say something to Crawley. Just try and hope a few of your mates go with you.
Yeah.
There's another hour of this, another hour of England batting. Certainly these two, they get a wicket, then the pace of scoring will slow down.
In comes Bumrah now in search of that elusive first wicket. Bowls, and he beats him again outside the off stump. Bit of movement away.
In England, you'd say this would be Bumrah's last ball of this spell. The 9.5s, this is 5th over. He doesn't bowl any more than 5, does he, in a spells?
Odd spell.
In this series. So get through here.
It's been 2 different strips. You almost think about the morning session when India were batting. The England bowlers getting the ball to literally talk. And Stokes, Archer, Oakes. Here's Bumrah in again, bowls to Duckett and defended back to the bowler. 121 without loss. England in total control and command here at this moment. And Siraj is coming into the attack, understandably, to replace Shardul Thakur.
And you hope, I think they should well Sundar the other end. And Siraj to fire up a little bit. They need something, they need a spark, and he often gives them that spark, doesn't he? He's such a wholehearted cricketer. I do love his attitude. I remember facing him I think for England A in 2000, I'm going to say in my last year, so maybe 2018. And just, he was a very raw bowler there. I'm pretty sure he played at Worcester. But his just energy to keep running in. He was a pretty bit wilder then in terms of his accuracy. But there was something about him. And this is now where his country needs him to do something.
Yeah, we talked about it in the build-up to this morning, didn't we? That when you have an injury of that sort, and at that time we thought Pant wouldn't come out to bat, you expected someone to stand up. Well, this is one of those moments now where Siraj may have to find some magic.
Absolutely. And his efforts in all 4 of these games, he hasn't stopped, has he? He hasn't been rested for a game. He played all of them and has run in really well.
Here he is, start of a fresh spell into Crawley. Comes in bowls and Crawley works it away nice. He'll get a couple here as Kamboj runs around fields, sends the return in. And Comfortable 2 runs, 123 now without loss. Well, baptism by fire for the young Indian captain, really. He has to now show what he's made of and try and...
Well, I quite enjoyed the 7-2 in terms of something different, but then Thakur bowled straight, so that didn't work. But at least he's thinking and actually trying. When these guys, in particular Crawley and Duckett, are playing like they're playing.
Siraj bowls, pushed away, no run.
And when I mean that in terms of like they're happily scoring, they're picking up their boundaries, they're playing at their tempo. And often, certainly Crawley, you think if you can build a few dots or change the way he plays, he might overthink things. Like, I always think Crawley's, in this innings he hasn't danced down once, hasn't moved out his crease, he's just stood and reacted, and he's played beautifully. A couple of slightly wild hacks early on, certainly the 4th ball to Bumrah, but if you take him out of his tempo, do make him think, and that you might create a chance. It could be 5-4, it could be anything, just slight or bounce the theory.
Siraj bowls, pushed away on the offside, straight to Thakur, no run.
But you feel the minute India just bowling for a mistake, aren't they? Just
hoping.
Yeah, hoping, and it doesn't seem. They've got a deep point. The deep back of square leg, and still got. I'm glad they've got mid wicket up, but it doesn't feel like I would know where they're trying to target Zach Crawley here.
Since someone's off the field, is it? It looks like Karun Nayar's out there. Maybe on for someone. Well, Gill and Rahul in the 2 slips. Jaiswal is at gully as Siraj runs away from us now. In the sunshine, bowls and pushed away once again to just at the minute 2 or 3 good deliveries, keeping the same batsman in front, making sure that you try and do something a little bit different, as you were alluding to. And Bumrah and Siraj in conversation. That's good to see. Encouraging each other. They, I think, realize that one of them's got to do the job if there is any way to do it. Mohammad Siraj's story, when it's finally written, will have such an unbelievable beginning. There he is again. Comes in bowls and defended. Will not be a run.
Is that starting to tail a tiny bit?
I think there's some reverse.
Wow, a hint. Maybe that's why Thakur couldn't bowl into the channel, because he was bowling north for a away swing and it kept going the other way. But right behind bowler's arm here, just maybe entering very dry square. You can see all the squares. There's one thing Old Trafford was traditionally renowned for. Certainly a few years ago, was how dry the square was, how much it turned later on again, how much reverse swing you could get. With the lush out from the rain at night, maybe that.
And I suspect that Morning Mockles had more time on the television screen on our monitor than he has since he's stopped playing. Siraj in bowls, and it's worked away for a single square of the wicket by Crawley, but almost on the move there. 124 without loss.
Yeah, the producers love to look for the bowling coach looking slightly unhappy when the bowlers are going at 5 runs and over.
Yes, 25 overs, 124 runs. Yes, Sai Sudarshan was off the field. He's back on now, and Karun Nayar's running back. Andy, you got something for us?
Well, just a little facet of Ben Duckett's batting, that he's very good at scoring off the first balls of overs. His dot ball percentage off the first balls of overs is one of the top 3 of all time of those who've in the ball tracking, the ball by ball data, faced more than 250 such deliveries. There's almost 700 players in that sample, and he's scored the last 10 overs in which he's faced the first ball. He's scored, and we're seeing England constantly positive, but it's been a bit of a feature of this team for the last few years. They've tried to just get on top at the start of overs, and Duckett's been a key part of that. Harry Brook also is the top of that list.
I was just about to ask who was the top. I wouldn't have a clue who to go for.
Well, Harry Brook is top of that list in terms of lowest dot ball percentage off the first balls of overs.
And who's number 2?
Well, surprisingly, Sarfraz Ahmad of Pakistan. Busy player.
Jadeja into the attack. First ball, a little bit in the air, but well short of Jadeja.
Yeah, just push back. I said because I wonder how close it was to carrying, but
it did go a little bit in the air of the bat. Slip and a forward shot like Jadeja bowls. Down the wicket he comes and launches it away. Does Crawley. Handsome. I think it's gone all the way. Wait for umpire Raza. Yes, he raises his hands. Over long on. Positive move. Continuing the pressure. Putting Jadeja onto the back foot right up front. That's the way England are playing, and this is perfect Bazball territory now. 130 without loss.
What a beautiful use of feet. Just a skip down. Very, very easily eased over mid-on for a massive 6.
No ball signalled as well by umpire Raza.
Duckett was flying, wasn't he? Now Crawley's overtaken him very quickly.
Jadeja bowls. Good stop at forward short leg by Sudarshan.
And like when Duckett was on 50, Crawley was, I reckon he might have been, well, near 50, was near, do you know what I mean? Like when he was on 40, Crawley was on like 10, and now he's on 70. And
mind you, he's faced about almost 30 balls more. Paddle from Crawley off the leg stump will help himself to 4 more runs down to fine leg. So Jadeja's introduction has led to 10 quick runs, a 6 and a 4. And he's going to have to quickly figure out where he can keep the batsman quiet if he can.
Yeah, brilliant from Crawley. The 1-2. Power and timing on the first, and then just a deft touch. And clever. You think short leg. Well, I've had to go to leg slip.
Has been dispensed very quickly. Let's see where he's going to be placed. 45 maybe. Or is he going into a catching? He's going into a catching leg slip.
Yeah, I think he has to really. For now, he's got them. He's got both mid on and mid off back, so he can just use his brain to push.
Oh, that would have been a very good catch, but it's gone down for 4 more. Right below us, Rahul runs back from slip to complete the fielding. Leg buys actually, signalled by the umpire, so wouldn't have been any trouble. But I think just firing it in there, Jadeja, taking the outside of the pad. Jurel unable to get there either, and Sai Sudarshan diving to his right, but wouldn't have caused any problems in the end. Even if he had held on, he would have saved 4 runs or maybe 3. 140 on the board now. Still in the 26th over. Jadeja bowls, and Crawley this time just the inside part of the bat. Ball runs back to the bowler. Jadeja's in, defended by Crawley. Bowler feels of his own bowling.
Are you nervous now, Zelts?
Well, for the first ball
Yeah.
over. Well, the stat still stands. You don't have to do it every over. But 10 in a row, it's just struck me as being unusual. One of the reasons that Crawley's overtaken Duckett is he's been very good at acquiring the strike. He's faced 82 of the last 122 balls. Duckett scored the first 26 runs of the innings. At which point he had 26 off 23, Crawley 0 off 13. Now Duckett 58 off 63, and Crawley has 74 off 95.
In repair work, the bowler's footmarks at the Statham end. What are they trying to do there, Alistair? They're just levelling
Yeah, levelling it out, I think. It's probably exactly where Mohammad Siraj was landing. Must have been a little lid, like a ledge or something, and he must have felt unbalanced, I suppose, at the stumps.
That's a close-up of the pitch. Looks really firm. You see the brush. There's dust, but that's not coming off without being prodded out.
So now, if I was Stephen Finney was here, I'd be saying
he'd explain it all.
No, I'll be moaning at Finney, saying that the bowlers, just not bowling well. So it's got to be the foothole's fault.
Well, he's probably listening in. I'm sure there will be a short message to his skipper at some point. Play held up for the moment. Chance for the 2 batters to get a drink, and also for Arshdeep Singh, who's run out onto the field, maybe to carry a message back, or Shubman Gill, Rahul and Jurel together at the far end as the repairs to the landing area at the bowler's end where Siraj is ready to start is being worked on. Fair bit of work there, and that's important. You don't want a bowler to twist an ankle or anything like that.
They should have taken a drinks break, and then that's done then for the rest of the... I know it's 2 hours to go.
Yeah.
Because we've got a timer, actually. There's a timer on the replay screen. A little thing on the corner of how many seconds it was for the switch over. So we're into 2 minutes 10 since the last ball.
It's supposed to be 60 seconds, isn't it?
Right.
Or a minute, thereabouts.
Clearly extended
normal circumstances, but clearly because of the work that had to be done, hopefully that's all settled. Another Indian substitute fielder. Now there are two of them, I think, on. There's Karun Nair, I think, who's come out, and now I'm seeing probably Abhimanyu Easwaran running out onto the field. So two of the Indian players. I think Rahul's off the field for a moment. No, Rahul's there.
No, he's out. Has Bumrah gone?
Yeah, I think you're right. Can't see Bumrah for the moment. So let's go. This is Gill and Rahul in the slips. There's Sai Sudarshan at White Gully, Kamboj on the deep square boundary. Jaiswal at extra cover as Siraj comes in bowls. It's cut away. This will be 4 runs. Poor delivery, put away. All he had to do was get some bat. He steered it comfortably and helped himself to an easy boundary.
Yeah, really clever shot from Ben Duckett. Back cut and guided away. I just cannot stop England scoring.
That's what happens, isn't it? You batters get on a roll. They find the gaps, the odd bad ball. 143 without loss. 27th over in progress. Siraj is going to bowl. Shardul is at mid-on. And away goes Siraj now, bounding away to bowl to Duckett. Duckett goes back in his crease and works it on the onside. There'll be a comfortable run to be had. Jadeja does the fielding in the shade of the stand away at backward square leg for the left-hander.
And that's Duckett to a tee. Those last 2 balls, not much width on offer. He manages to guide it down to third man, all in control, so the bowler has to bowl a little bit straighter. And then he's coming into his area to knock it beautifully down to deep backward square leg. Risk-free cricket. You feel if these two can maintain their concentration, there's a lot of runs to be had in the next hour and a half.
I think it's Washington Sundar and Bumrah, the 2 men who are off the field at the moment. Siraj goes in bowls and gets pushed up towards mid-on, where Karun Nair does the fielding, substituting. 144 without loss. Lots of overs still to be bowled.
Not sure we're getting them all in, are we?
No, well, even if we don't, let's say there's 29 overs left after this one. So even if we were to get 20.
We're not getting 20 in an hour and a half, are we?
18.
That's about right.
With Jadeja. If Jadeja bowls, but I guess at the rate England are going, they're going to be well past 250, one would think. Here's Siraj in bowls, driven, and no real timing on that, and quickly fielded by Abhimanyu Easwaran, no run.
Yeah, you're saying around 250 at the end of play, maybe 240, that normally slows down at the end, doesn't it, a little bit?
These two?
Well, just in general, you played.
Yes.
You played for a little bit of the close towards the end, so. But it'll be a hell of a day for England.
Oh, it'll be probably the most dominant day for England if these two are unseparated at the end of day. Siraj, top of his mark. A little bit of gardening for Zach Crawley, who's batted well. His first big score, 74 not out of 97 balls for him. Here's Siraj in, bowls to Crawley. Crawley drives, Siraj gets a hand on it and takes the sting out of it. 144. It remains. One of the things, the big difference also for me has been the way the umpires have stepped in over the first 2 days. You can see they're more proactive. They've taken every opportunity to get things moving, kept players off coming on every time they wanted. It's been wonderful.
We're still going to lose 13 overs or so today, at least 10, you'd say. So there have been. I have noticed, and Rod Tucker's been
particularly.
Yeah, has been a bit stronger. It's just the pace of play, isn't it? Whatever happens, it's still going to lose overs.
There's Siraj in to bowl. Gets past the umpire, bowls nicely, worked away on the offside. They wanted a run. It's not there. Duckett quite rightly sending Crawley back. And that will be the end of the over. 144 without loss. More from Sir Alistair, and Daniel Norcross will come in for commentary.
Well, I hope for India's sake that Washington Sundars, who is off the field at the minute, is just going for a comfort break. He bowled really well at Lords and got those 4 for 20. It just feels as if England quite like the look of him on the field, off the field.
Well, do you know what? It feels to me that this is an absolutely key passage in this whole series, because England at 144 without loss, they'll be around about another 21, 22 overs today. If they get through this just 1 or 2 down, they arrive tomorrow with a 48 over-old ball. This is going to test India's resolve. However, have always been twists and turns in the series so far. So Jadeja is in now, and there was a sweep from Duckett that he misses. Goes through to the keeper, Dhruv Jurel. There's a Deep Dasgupta is back alongside us. You know what I mean? This sort of feels like India have got to make some breakthroughs this evening, or else there's a danger the game can just slide away. Jadeja is in, and this is defended on the front foot, back up the wicket to the bowler, no run.
And the concerning bit from an Indian perspective is you don't see that wicket coming, is it, right now?
I don't know why. I mean, what a weird day today has been. It zipped around in the morning, it did all sorts, new ball of course.
Yeah.
They still did a fair bit after lunch, and then those wickets went down. Jadeja, there's a ball that's swept. There's an appeal for LBW that's not really much liked by Jadeja himself. The keeper's more interested. The ball's actually got lodged above Duckett's boot, between the bottom of his pad and the top of his boot, which is rather unusual. You seldom see it there. You see it sometimes in a pad flap, but that's gone bouncing right up, and demonstrates how far outside the line of off stump he was as he goes for the sweep again, misses it again. It's the pad again. There's no run.
Well, you asked the question why. Because India hasn't bowled well enough. Look toothless, the Indian bowlers. Maybe an over or 2 from Jasprit Bumrah, but apart from that...
Yeah. Surprisingly so. Jadeja bowls a straighter ball this time, which has worked off the front foot out towards deep square leg for a single. Duckett to 64. It broke his run of 11 consecutive overs, getting a run off the first ball, which Andy was... I mean, quivering he was. Quivering with the excitement next to me. I mean, it is a little unusual.
I think it showed a lot about the way he plays generally and specifically today.
I think it does. Likes to put pressure on the bowler at the start of an over. Crawley facing out, and he has a horrible hack at this. Gets a thick inside edge. It squirts the sort of short square leg. And there is no run. End of the over. 28 gone. England 145 without loss. Going at 5 and over. Crawley is mixing some quite sublime shots with some quite ugly hacks. And it's just a slightly dangerous moment in the partnership. And this is, by the way, your last chance to get your questions into our cricket experts, of which Deep is one, of course. You can ask anything you'd like on any aspect of the game. It's a big, wide remit. And there's the mirthless laugh of the damned coming out of Deep's face here. Go to the BBC Sport website and app and look for the Ask Me Anything section, where you'll find a place to submit those questions. Have you got a question, Andy? About anything?
About anything?
Yeah, I mean, it's actually harder, isn't it, when you've got a question about anything?
Cricket-wise, or?
I think it's cricket, yes. It says on any aspect of the game.
The game of life? Or?
Well, I think the game of cricket. Yeah. Were you a superstitious man? Did you pad up in certain ways, things like that? As Siraj starts in, round the wicket. This is tucked into the onside by Duckett. He gets a single off the first ball of the over for the 12th time in 13 overs. The score moves to 146 without loss.
I'd call
65.
I'd call it ritual. I'd rather call
ritual,
it
yes.
Yeah, routine and / ritual, yes. In terms of which bat goes on first, which foot gets on first inside the field of play.
Oh, really? That far?
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, things like that. Routine in terms of eve of the game, morning of the game.
I mean, I suppose all these rituals are about getting yourself into the frame of mind, aren't they? So it's not necessarily superstition.
That's right.
Often it's, because playing cricket's a weird thing to be doing. You're not doing it every day. Siraj in full, driven by Crawley, but straight to the man, a little deep in the covers. There's a kind of an extra cover. There's a straighter extra cover that's shorter, as well as a wide mid-off. in this packed offside field.
And I like this field. Got just one slip now. 3 fielders on the onside with 2 for that pull shot or flick, whatever, on the leg side, deep square leg and a fine leg. But predominantly, look at this field. It seems like it's for the driving length, outside off stump. That's where Zach Crawley's got out a few times this series. But the idea is you've got to bowl there consistently. There's also the field for the short one as well if you want to.
Sirajin, and this full jabbed in from an inside edge into the pad, and they grab a very good quick single. Duckett has been really alert to those opportunities today. At the non-striker's end, off Crawley's batting, he's always aware of where he can snatch a single. That's helped turn over the strike, 147 without loss.
And that's also a very important feature of these two as a pair, is their running between. We keep talking about their boundary hitting abilities, but I think what goes under the radar is how good they are in terms of rotating the strike and picking up those singles. They are absolutely brilliant, and this partnership from that perspective is superb, and one of the reasons why it's so difficult to kind of stop them. More often than not, I mean, they get England off to a really good start.
Siraj, a little skippy start to his run, is in around the wicket, short. That's pulled away by Duckett, out for 4. It was between a deep backward square leg, who's about 5 or 10 yards inside the boundary, and a long leg. There's about 25 yards between those two fielders, and he's found the gap between the two, and it brings up the England 151 without loss. This is another fine opening partnership between a player who is universally acknowledged to have found his form in all 3 formats, Ben Duckett, and another man who's under intense pressure. Well, I say he's under intense pressure for his place. He's under a lot of speculation from outside the dressing room as to his value to the side, but he's shown it today.
Yeah, Ben Duckett's such an underrated player, isn't it? When we talk about modern day batters and, you know, the top batters going around the world, he's definitely there. All 3 formats, so effective in all 3 of them.
Duckett's moved to 69 now. Siraj into him, and he flicks this away off the pads down towards long leg. Gets an easy single. Moves to 70, 152 without loss. The deficit is nearly down to just 200. It's 206. I mean, as I've said, there have been twists and turns throughout. Wickets have gone down. India do have Bumrah, but you just feel here that, I don't know, India feel a little flat. Their bowlers aren't really helping to lift the fielders.
True, and that's where I'm a little surprised, because if you look at this side, it's a young side, 6 youngsters starting from slip, right? Let's say slip first, slip KL Rahul, leave him aside. Sai Sudarshan there, Shubman Gill himself, Dhruv Jurel the keeper, Washington Sundar, Anshul Kamboj. So many young players in there.
Sirajin, this is beautifully stroked by Crawley, square of the wicket. It wasn't that full, but he's played a sort of square drive out towards deep point for a single. Moves to 76, 153 without loss at the end of the over.
Yeah, so 6 youngsters there. I mean, you know, players in their early 20s, and for a team with 6 youngsters, it's a really quiet team out there. You don't really, I can't hear them, I can't see them talking or chirping or just running around between overs.
And with the field spread as well, there's less of a sense of menace. It's a little bit harder to perhaps get that cohesion as well, isn't it? And somehow the skipper has got to try to get them in the faces of England.
That's where the keeper's role comes in as well. That's where Dhruv Jurel has to be a little more proactive, get everyone involved.
Is that harder though for a stand-in keeper, you know? Because you're not, if it's Rishabh Pant, you know, you're in the team, you're an iconic kind of character. But for Dhruv, he's got to try and find his voice when he's not been selected.
True, but listen, Rishabh is a different character altogether. But as a keeper, irrespective whether you stand in or not, it comes naturally to get the team together, get the team going. Yeah, I mean, England's in a very, very strong position, but, you know, a wicket here, a couple of wickets, you never know.
Absolutely. Jadeja in, this is nicely driven, square of the wicket, full ball from Jadeja to Crawley out to deep backward point, gets him off strike rather, and brings Duckett to the crease. Crawley to 77, 154 without loss. And, you know, in the build-up to this match, there was all the talk about the chirp suddenly and the aggro that was being developed between the sides. Well, we didn't see a great deal of it in India's innings, and now you just feel India need a spark. They need something to ignite them here. They need to get angry about something, but maybe manufacture it. Duckett goes for the reverse, and he misses it. That's a 4th sweep against Jadeja that he's missed. 3 of them conventional, 1 reverse.
This could be interesting.
Yeah.
Because, like you said, he's played and missed quite a few of those shots.
Jadeja into him again. Now he just tucks a full ball on the pads into the onside and gets the easy single. Moves to 71. There's so many singles in this partnership. 155 without loss. Brings Crawley back onto strike. I just think they need something. Maybe Jadeja to be the man here. He was a flatter ball, which is cut to backward point straight to the fielder. There's no run. As the elder statesman, might he just be able to just find something, some bone of contention? Crawley defends a full ball, the front foot back to the bowler.
I think the first thing the Indian bowlers need to do is just bowl consistently in one area, which the Indian bowlers haven't. They bowl 4 good deliveries, 1 boundary ball every over.
Crawley comes down the wicket and then eases off drive up to a deep set mid-off, so they are able to take a single. Crawley to 78 will keep strike at the end of the over. England 156 without loss, and that brings Drinks onto the field. I'm going to time these drinks. It's 5:15. We have had a 7 minutes drinks break before. It should be 2 minutes. It seldom is. There are various players who are disappearing to do whatever it is that they do.
Now, my point is, anyways, every 2-3 overs or 4 overs, you're getting drinks on the field. Right?
Yep.
So why have a drinks break then anyways?
Well, especially because only quarter of an hour ago, when they came on to do the crease lines, drinks were brought on then as well.
So why do you need a drinks break? If the umpires need to have a drink, they can just call it like the batters do, the fielders and bowlers do.
Do the umpires have that discretion? You see, umpires surely, when people came out at 5 o'clock, we had a protracted break of 3 minutes, 4 minutes, I think. Prakash was on commentary. And that was the length of a drinks break, and drinks were brought out. And now, 15 minutes later, we're having the official drinks break. Surely the umpires could say no.
They could. The drinks breaks are advert breaks, really, aren't they? They're not really drinks breaks. I'm sure in the past you would have a drinks break if it was hot.
Yes.
If it was like a cool day, I seem to remember they just played straight through, didn't they?
So, Andy, you've got to stop either one of them. Either stop the drinks break, the official ones, or stop the unofficial ones. You can't have both unofficial and official breaks.
True, yes. No, I mean, I agree with that. But I guess if you've got to repair the pitch, you've got to repair the pitch. With umpires, they always have hats on. They can have those hats that you can put a camel into.
Oh, yeah.
Hydrated.
I like that idea.
Yep.
Or dehydrated.
My favourite hat I saw was an invention in Japan, which affixes to the back of your train seat. There's a sucker on it. So I don't know if you're like this in trains, when you're sort of sitting in the seat and your head nods forward. You're asleep, your head nods forward and it wakes you up again. This kept your head still inside the train with this sucker onto the back of it. And then, you could sleep with your head rigid. Looked faintly ridiculous, but, who doesn't?
I'm sure Abraham Lincoln kept a full pot of coffee in his stovepipe, didn't he?
Yeah, I imagine. You get a lot in that hat that he had. Right, so just a reminder during this drinks break of where we've been at today. India started at 264 for 4. We thought that was effectively 264 for 5 because most people assumed that Rishabh Pant was unable to bat with a broken foot. It turned out that he was unable to bat comfortably with a broken foot, but very bravely he did come out. So England still had to take 6 wickets. They only got a couple before lunch. Despite the ball moving around in gloomy conditions, and there was a little bit of rain, so they stopped, took an early lunch at 10-1, came back at 1:30, and in that slightly lengthier session, a lot happened. 4 Indian wickets went down. Ben Stokes picked up a 5-for. There were 3 for Archer. Rishabh Pant batted with unbelievable courage. We've seen a lot today, and it's been a fascinating day, but a very baffling one for me, Deep, because I feel like I've watched some really menacing bowling in really good bowling conditions, and I thought, this could be Jasprit Bumrah's day. And then the moment England came out to bat, in fairness, the sun started to arrive, and everything started to feel altogether more comfortable.
And that's exactly what I was going to say. The conditions also kind of favored England a little bit. When India were batting, or rather England were bowling, first session and half of the second, it was overcast and cloudy, where he said things started to, help the bowlers a little bit. But then the moment India came on with the ball, things changed.
Siraj is in. The drinks break is over. It was only 3 minutes and 38 seconds, and the first ball is clipped away out to deep mid-wicket for a single. So there you go. It wasn't 2 minutes. It was 3 minutes and 38 seconds. So people wonder where all the time goes in a day. Well, there's a minute and 38 seconds. If you have that 3 times, that's 5 minutes. That's an over.
The other thing, obviously, ICC done well to get that stop clock between overs. There should be something also during the over.
Yes, during, exactly.
It's not the time that you take between overs. Between overs, it's still the same, that minute, round about a minute. It's the overs. Now, for example, this Siraj over, it's already been a minute and he's just bowled 1 ball.
Partly because Duckett went to do a little bit of dark gardening then. 157 without loss. Siraj in round the wicket. He's played rather tentatively by Duckett on the front foot. Just pushes at it and sends it along the ground to gully. No run. We've got a slightly different field now. The field is closer to the batter with a slip gully, 3 in the ring on the offside and a deep point. And then a long leg, a deep square leg and a relatively deep set mid-on. But part of the problem for India, it seems to be, the loss of Akash Deep is starting to feel quite significant. I don't know about Cambodge and Shardul as the 3rd and 4th seamers. I think Duckett's being attacked by a wasp, but he seems to have got rid of it, and now we're ready to go again. Siraj into him. He comes forward and defends with the full face of the bat, pushes up to short extra cover and mid-off.
I thought of a question for Deep.
Good, yeah.
Ask me anything.
Yes.
Which is, what would the Indian coaching staff have said to Prasidh Krishna and Harshit Rana when they were telling them that they were not being picked in favour of someone who joined the squad hours before?
That's quite interesting. Harshit's not part of the squad anyways. I haven't seen Harshit actually. So he's not there, it seems.
So he's named initially, was he? And then as...
Yeah, he came in as a backup.
Right.
So now...
Siraj in. This is gullied by Duckett into the gully region. So the ball comes back into him, but on the bounce, there's no run.
Yeah, so now the choice was between Prasidh and Anshul Kamboj. Now, I can understand to a certain extent why Anshul, because in the absence of Akash Deep, both Akash Deep and Anshul are very similar kind of bowlers. Workhorses, will come and bowl that channel and will give you 7-8 over spells, give you 20-25 overs in a day. So I can understand in the absence of Akash Deep, you've got Anshul Kamboj to do it. Prasidh, he's a wicket-taking bowler, can be expensive, but can pick wickets. So I think from that point of view, I can understand the inclusion of Anshul Kamboj.
Siraj in. This is flicked away by Duckett. He wants a run as it goes up to Shardul at mid-on, and it's quite deep set there, so he just gets a single easily enough. Moves to 72, 158 without loss.
Yeah, it's a different thing that Anshul hasn't delivered so far. He hasn't... I mean, obviously the first spell I can understand on debut, nerves and everything else, but second spell, change of ends as well, he didn't look as sharp as we're used to seeing him.
Was he a bowler that people had talked about as a potential international for a while?
Yes, for at least a season. So he was part of, scheme for a while now, 6-8 months at least.
Last ball of the over, Siraj in, driven by Crawley, but straight to short extra cover where it is fielded by Shubman Gill. End of the over, England 158 without loss. They trail by precisely 200. Crawley 79, Duckett 72. Ball from you deep on Anshul Kamboj. Then it's going to be Jonathan Agnew.
Thanks. Yeah. So Anshul, the biggest concern was his pace, which was obviously quite low today as well. He was bowling at 79-80 miles an hour, which is not really quick enough at this level, to be fair. And that's where I think he was a little exposed, because if you don't have that pace and against a good batting side on a good batting surface, then you have to be extremely accurate. Your margin of error reduces drastically, and obviously he erred quite a bit and he paid for it.
Yeah, it's been a magnificent reply, this, isn't it? 200 behind exactly. 158 for no wicket. Jadeja bowls, and as a hard, firmly struck reverse sweep from Duckett sends the ball skimming away down to Siraj, who's fielding down to our left there in front of the temporary stand. And they take another run. Must be a hard man to bowl at, Duckett. I mean, he goes left hand, right hand, he's all over the place, isn't he? Very difficult. And then the other end, you've got a 6'5"
right-hander can biff you down the ground as he did in Jadeja's first over. 159 for no wicket. Crawley on strike. He's on 79. Jadeja with a mop of hair bowls, steered away into a gap there in the offside by Crawley. It's another single. Rattling along. 150, it's about 160 now for no wicket. And if Jadeja is brought on to try and contain an end, keep things quiet somehow, well, it's not really worked so far. As gone for 17 now. He comes in again, bowls and Duckett. Well, yes, well, it's done a bit there, maybe out of the footholes. A little bit of something. Duckett turns it into the leg side.
But you said 17 of his 3.2, 3.3 now, but I think 15 came off the first over itself.
It did actually, yes. With the leg buys. There was a 4-leg buys as well. Now, as a result of that ball, they're putting short leg in, bringing him up from leg slip. Gill liked the look of that. He's bringing in... Yeah, this is quite positive from India's captain. He's bringing in a leg slip and a short leg, all on the back of that one delivery there, which it did bounce in the rough.
There is no mid-off or long off, nothing.
Jadeja bowls, it's swept hard down the deep backward square leg. And another run, 161 for no wicket. And now they all scatter. Helmet goes behind Jarrell. Rahul comes in to slip. 3 in the offside, saving a single. A long off, deep point.
I like this feel, isn't it? It's like a little, it's old school left arm spin where you're encouraging the batter to drive.
Jadeja bowls very flat, and that's sliced by Crawley. Well stopped at short third man. 161 for no wicket. A ball to go in the 32nd over of this innings. And that rather wild waft from Crawley in the first over seems a long time ago. 161 for no wicket. Jadeja bowls to him. He swings that hard into the leg side. 4 more. Dragging the ball from around about off stump, maybe just outside, and out to the deep square leg boundary. 165 for no wicket. Is that another no ball as well? It is.
Yeah, that's a really good shot. Picked up the length, the line very early. And played it square, not fine where the fielder is. Siraj is quite fine in that deep square leg area for the paddle sweep. So he's in between actually for paddle and a normal sweep. Now more protection on the leg side.
Jadeja again swings his arm, moves in, bowls, and Crawley's edge. That is caught at slip. Very smart catch for Rahul, although Crawley's standing there. And the umpires are going to confer. It's not a question of whether it hit the bat, because it must have done. But did it carry to Rahul? That's the question. And he had his back to us, so we can't tell. But I suspect that the umpires here will probably send this upstairs, which they are. It all happened
TV
very
umpire
quickly.
To director, we have umpire review for fair catch. Check both feet. It's a fair delivery. You can go to the catch, please.
And that was a no ball, extra ball, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Let's have a look, see if we can see what's going on here.
Can you show me the front on, please? First front on. Just I would like to see.
It's a very blurred picture. What we're seeing there is
Now, can you show me the front on?
very
I'd
out
like
of
to see
focus.
whether the ball has taken from the bat. Yeah, thank you. That's clearly from the bat. Okay.
That's out. That's out. That's clean.
Yes. Can you zoom, please?
That's gone into his hands. Fingers underneath the ball.
Nice and slow.
That's out.
Yeah,
That's a,
fingers
it's a
underneath
very,
the
very
ball.
good catch.
I have a decision for you at the big screen.
Yeah, Crawley's walking off. Very fine catch. And the result of a no ball the previous ball. So there you go. Crawley is out. A terrific innings. He's got England off to a very good start here. He's out for 84. So again, he hasn't converted a half century against India to 100. Now, the Indians are in a huddle now. They've got an opportunity. They've got an hour left.
And a big positive, obviously not just breaking the partnership, but how. It's a good innings from Zach Crawley, played really well. I think the best he has looked so far this series. But the good bit is it turned from the stump, and that's important. Not outside, because you have a lot of the pitches where it starts to turn, it starts turning out from outside the line of the stumps, which looks dangerous but not really too problematic for the batters. But this particular delivery, spun from that fourth stump or off stump line, where as a batter you've got to play at it.
Yeah, it's a nice ball, very, very good catch, but as low as it comes there at slip. So that'll cheer India up a bit. They got in a huddle there and had a good chat. It looks as if KL Rahul was doing the talking, actually. Whatever about, but still.
Zach Crawley's final figures: 84 from 113 balls, 1 6 and 13 fours. His seventh half century against India, and the highest of those 7, and the partnership 166 in exactly 32 overs. So around about 5 and over, which is also their average run rate in all their partnerships together. That was their 5th 100 stand together, averaging around about 44 per partnership as an opening pair at a almost unprecedented rate. They're the quickest opening pair in Test history.
Well, it's a rollicking start, I would say. 166 for 1. They're trailed by 192. And Siraj will bowl to Duckett, he's edged it, but it's gone for 4. Went along the ground in between first slip and the man standing at about 3rd or 4th, and scuttled away down to find 3rd man. Phil Tufnell looking thoughtful.
Yes. Doesn't happen often.
No.
Evening Haggard.
Seize the moment, Andy.
Yes. A penny for him. Well, he'll be disappointed, won't he, there, Crawley? Yeah. Did turn, it was a good ball.
It was a good ball.
Yeah, it did sort of turn and went quickly. A good catch, but he set England up for a really, really good start. 170 for 1. He absolutely flying along.
Sun fully out now. Siraj bowls, and Duckett on the front foot plays the ball calmly, gently up to mid-on. And there is no run to be taken. Ollie Pope has arrived at the non-striker's end.
How's he going to play?
I don't know.
Well, if he gets over those first 20 balls, India will be back to square one a bit, because he doesn't hang about. Just got to get himself in.
Yeah.
Good pitch, flat pitch, tiring bowling attack.
There's a chance of an hour to go. India here, if they get 2 or 3 wickets.
Could do.
They're back in it again. In goes Siraj, bowls, and Duckett drives him down the ground. That'll beat the field. But it's quite got the legs on it to come for 4. I think it probably has just. There we go. Their old friend Cambodge after that, I think.
Was that? No, I think it was Bumrah.
Was it Bumrah?
I think it was Bumrah, yeah.
Whoever it was running through quicksand.
Absolutely. Looked like he had a parachute on his back.
It did.
I mean, it might have been your mate.
I think
Cambodge.
it did.
Yeah, it was.
Bumrah's down here.
Yes, it was. They were both ploughing to try and stop it.
It's like we got the elastic band, that big rubber band around your waist, and you're running.
Oh, I used to hate that.
Yeah.
Never knew quite what it did. Something stamina in the legs or something.
Yeah, wasn't very nice.
Someone nasty invented it.
On 74 for 1.
Torture.
Siraj round the wicket, bowls short, and Duckett tries to hook that. It was quite a lively ball, actually.
Yeah.
And Siraj, when he followed through there, he was tempted to say something to his old friend.
Careful.
And decided not to in the end. He turned his back. In fact, he shouted something in the other direction.
Oh, that's not a bad idea. You won't get fined for that, would you? If it's you go running up to the batsman and then turn at gully and give him a gobful. Can you get in trouble for that?
Well, I don't know. Probably not.
No. I like your thinking there, Aggers.
Yeah. I think Johnny Bairstow did it once in Sri Lanka when they put him up to number 3. He didn't really want to do it, or like he'd been everywhere. I think he's feeling a bit used, to be honest. Here goes Siraj, bowls short, swung away out into the leg side. It's only for 1. There's a man on the boundary, so he got 100. Played brilliantly at Colombo, red hot. And rather than to release his frustrations towards the dressing room, he actually released it us in the press box.
Right, okay.
And he gave us an absolute volley. And we're thinking, well, hang on a minute, actually, Johnny, we all rather supported you, actually. We've had nothing to do with this at all. So he unleashed a torrent in our direction, and nothing was done, so that's probably what it's all about.
Have a right old go at a palm tree or something.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Well, he could do that, can't he? Duckett's got his helmet off. Got a bit of news, winter news.
Oh, okay, lovely.
Now, I'm looking forward to your thoughts on this.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Duckett's up to something. Something happened to his helmet there? I don't know. Anyway, bit of pointing going on. And Pope's first ball, let's watch that first of all.
Yeah, it's always a bit skittish.
It is, 175 for one. He stands up now, bat raised. Siraj runs in, bowls to him, he covers up nicely.
Nice, yeah.
Moves into line and plays to mid off. So that's the end of the over. 175 for one. The Ashes.
Lovely.
Preparation for.
Okay.
What would you think that England will be doing preparation-wise before that first Test match?
Well, I go back to my times when I played. We would have played half a dozen games, perhaps, preparation. So perhaps two or
so what we'd have done, we'd have probably gone to Lilac Hill for that sort of beer match.
Lovely.
It was always live.
Yes.
It was Dennis Lilly used to come out and play, didn't
Absolutely. Doug Walters.
Yeah. So they'd play that. Then we'd go up country to
We
like
always used to
Geraldton,
lose, by the
play
way.
against the farmers. Yes.
Yeah.
Play against the farmers, all the locusts everywhere.
Absolutely lovely.
Then you play West Australia.
Yeah.
First class match.
And then I reckon you're ready.
Then, but then in those days you go to Adelaide and you play South Australia.
Yeah.
Then you go to Hobart. You play Australia A. Up you go to Brisbane.
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay.
Slaughtered.
They probably lost. This trip.
Yeah. Yes.
Big tour.
Yeah. Huge tour.
They're playing what they call warm-up 3-day match against the Lions.
Against the Lions?
Yep. Not even against Australians. Now, there's a reverse sweep from Duckett. Ball runs away down towards third man.
I'm looking at Varney here.
I know.
Can't be right, that, can it? Just one
3-dayer against our
boys.
Against our second 11, yeah.
You've got to get yourself sort of sharpened for the fight.
I think hardened up.
Hardened?
Yes. Well, I'd have thought so. I'm a bit surprised by that.
Yeah, me too.
There's Jadeja. Bowls swept hard out towards deep backward square leg. And there's a big pause between the first and second tests as well.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, it's different.
3-dayer against...
3-dayer?
Against the England second 11.
I mean, just to get, I know it might sound silly, but the light, the atmosphere, the bounce, the pitch.
But also, Australian batsmen played differently to English batsmen.
Absolutely.
The back foot players, the square of the wicket players. Yeah. You've got to play against some Australians, I'd have thought.
I would have thought so.
Anyway, that's what the preparation is. 176 for one. Here's Jadeja bowling, and Pope's on the back foot, cracking it away to square point.
Oh, interesting. Well, it's above my pay grade.
Me too.
Yeah, but
that's a big call.
I wouldn't have minded one. Well, I'll tell you something as well. I wouldn't have minded one Shield game, one state game.
I think you should play Australia. I think you should play Australia, right?
Yeah, or something like that.
There's Jadeja bowling, tucked away past mid-wicket, and there's a chase there for the field. They'll come back for 2. In fact, it should be, I think, written in that every touring team to every country plays against the A team of that country as a build-up to the Test series.
And also, I used to love, when Middlesex would play the West Indies or something. That was the game that you wanted to be in.
Absolutely. Yeah. But I think that's a good thing. And they're all, everyone sort of buys into it. Here's Jadeja and Pope on the front foot.
Used to be a big game, that.
I know.
Especially if you're in the periphery.
Didn't like the West Indies very much.
Well, no, okay. You know what I mean? But,
the other ones were
if you wanted to impress and sort of, you would sort of that spun. It's just starting to turn a bit here for Jadeja.
Here he comes again. Bowles. Pope drives firmly, front foot out to extra cover. And there is no run. No, there was great those tourist games because you're playing against the best in the world, aren't you? The heroes.
And those huge crowds we had.
Yeah.
Lords, Middlesex, with a thousands in.
I mean, yeah. So the West Indies. The day of the game. I think the night before the game wasn't often a great night's sleep.
No.
Which one's playing? Oh, Holding. Roberts is there. Look, Garner, Croft, Patterson,
Viv.
I didn't mind who I bowled at. No, bring on the batsman. If the bowlers didn't want to play against. Oh dear.
I had half an eye on who I was bowling at.
Did you?
Yeah. I got myself back into an England side there. I think I got 5 for against the West Indies and got myself back in.
Well, there you go. Here it's 178 for one. England are 180 behind. India's first innings score. The ball is starting to spin a bit.
Yeah.
And Siraj is going to continue from this end. The Statham end runs in round the wicket. Bowls a Duckett on that leg stump again. Turned away firmly. 4 more. They bowled a lot there to him.
Yeah, and they couldn't see it down there. The two fielders on the boundaries bisected them beautifully, but lost it, John.
Yeah. But he has been served up a lot. I don't know what his wagon wheel looks like, but there's a lot There's a lot that's gone behind square on the leg side and out through mid-wicket and that sort of area.
Well, the plan of attack to a Duckett, a rampant Duckett, is sort of to cramp him outside that off stump, isn't it? But if you do then just slightly lose it, it just drifts onto sort of middle and leg stump, and he's so good at Clippingtons.
Yeah. Got a lot of colour. Thank you for the wagon wheel, Andy, but I don't understand it. Colours and lines and blibs and blobs like a radar screen. Siraj again runs in, bowls, and carves him hard out to point. That went very quickly indeed to Jaiswal fielding there.
A lot of them have been. I've been keeping my eye on the wagon wheel.
He got away to 3 or 4 early.
Absolutely, I would say that he's scored at least 70% of his runs on the leg side.
Would you?
Yes, that's entirely correct. Of the boundaries Duckett's hit, 12 fours. I don't know if that's been updated since that last one.
70% on the leg side.
13 fours. He's scored 58 out of 88 runs on the leg side.
Yep.
182 for 1. Siraj, the big leap, bowls outside the off stump. That's steered away out to point.
That's the trouble with all this technology nowadays, isn't it? As a bowler, you can be sitting there going, no, I didn't skip, listen,
Yeah, well, there you are, have a look at that.
Yeah, absolutely.
The evidence is there.
It isn't it?
Yeah, 13 fours, 10 on the leg side. And
too many.
That's poor bowling.
It is. Even if it is a good deck.
Yeah.
And most of those behind square.
Yeah. Well, thank you for endorsing that, Andy. I love your data these days. 182 for 1. Siraj again, past umpire Tucker, bowls. Cramps Duckett a bit. That's better. That's where you bowl at him.
Yeah.
Good length. Off stump, middle and off.
Yeah, and if he wants to then take that leg side, you've got half a chance that if he closes the face a little bit too quick, thumps him in the pad, you've got a chance.
Yeah. I mean, he's not an easy man to bowl up. We know that.
No. When he's on song, and he's got that tempo and that flow to his game, difficult to sort of suffocate.
Yeah. Ball on its way back to Siraj. Long shadow now stretching out to his right as he turns below us. Umpire Tucker braces himself. You can probably hear him coming now. Brushes past him, bowls. That's on leg stump again. Turned away down to long leg. They've taken one. The fielder in the shadows down there is Jadeja, so they won't take a risk for a second. Although his actually throw was rather wayward. 183 for 1. And look what they put up on the screen now. They're listening to us, Tuffers.
There you go. You see? We know what we're talking about.
42% gone through fine leg. Another 15% leg side. And they're talking about the same thing as we are.
So what's that? It's 42 plus 15. 57 plus 9. 57...
66% on the leg side.
Oh, 66. That's unlucky. 4 out.
Siraj bowls a ball that swings away from Pope. He lets it go by. And that's the end of the over. And that's the end of our little stint against others. I shall see you later on.
Yeah.
And Prakash is going to come in here.
Yeah. There's the evidence for the Indian bowlers, I'm afraid. You'll get that, and there'll be the stats man, and there'll be the bowlers meeting, and where did we go wrong, and what did we do right, and everything, even though it's a flat pitch, just too much leg side. Prakash, good evening.
Good evening. Trying to find what's good about it other than the sunlight. Which
yes, nice evening. Yeah.
Marvellous, absolutely. 183 for 1. England have rattled along. 35 overs is all it's taken them. They've lost 1 wicket.
Run rate 5.23.
There we are.
Oh, I've come over all sort of numbers and statty.
It's good, isn't it? Opened the gate.
Gates of hell.
Jadeja starts a fresh over. Swept from well outside the off stump by Duckett down towards square leg. He'll take one more. 184 now.
Yeah.
Duckett's moved into the 80s. He's 81 or 80 with that single.
So difficult to bowl spin at a chap who's really good at sweeping both sides of the wicket, reverse and orthodox. I mean, you're just losing your fielders. You're losing where it just creates huge swathes of green, open spaces.
What I just said had to do with the number on Ollie Pope's back. That was my problem.
What is it?
Got 80, and that actually gets into the 90s. Worked away by Pope, square of the wicket on the onside again, and they'll come back, I think, for the second, and they'll make it quite comfortably as well.
Good running.
Very good running, very positive running from Ollie Pope.
It's all you want to see when you've been chasing leather is pushing everything, going for the, making ones into twos into threes. Yeah, it's hard work.
A slip and a silly mid-off in place. The man at backward point, deep point, extra cover. Wide-ish mid-off, halfway to the fence, wide mid-on, deep as well. Mid-wicket and a man deep backward square. Pope defends the next one, fired in by Jadeja.
What would your squad number be if you had the choice, Prakash, on the back?
13.
13, unlucky for some. It's a lucky number for me, actually.
Oh, there we are.
Yeah.
That's why I like you.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's funny you said, I met my wife on the 13.
Cut away. But straight to the man at the edge of what would be the imaginary circle, Washington Fields. No run.
Yeah, birthdays, a few birthdays. Children being born and things.
It's actually 4, that's my lucky number. The total of whatever has to be 4. So 13 works just as well.
Okay.
Oh, that something happened there. May have just been a hint of turn, or just came in with the arm. Or sat behind the batsman, this will tell us. Yeah.
Oh, inside edge. Just saved him.
Jadeja in again. Pulls to Pope. He's beaten him.
Oh, it's turn again, was it?
Beat to the square leg umpire, but I don't think Pope had even attempted to leave his crease in any form. Didn't drag his back foot either. Is he going to go upstairs?
This is going to be the pitches like this. Oh, has he gone upstairs? No. Yes, no.
Yeah, umpire's review for a stumping.
Which automatically means, no, they stopped that, didn't they? They only check for a stumping. At one time, they would check everything.
Yeah.
And I think it was Alex Carey, if my memory serves me right, who did it so often they had to change that.
Yeah. Difficult pitches, these, and it will only get worse. Sometimes when it's turning every ball, you don't mind it as a batter because you sort of get into the rhythm of how it's going to react.
This is really good to see.
Oh right, stumping.
Jasprit Bumrah.
Does he drag it? Does he lift it? No.
Perfect.
Yeah, so awkward because some are going now, and then the other ones, exactly the same wrist position. You're looking as a bowler just to hit that area. Some skid, some turn. Very tricky. You like it just sort of one way. You don't mind if it's turning every ball because you can gauge it and get into that flow of your batting and tempo. But then the odd one just scuffs along. Tricky.
Yep. So Jasprit Bumrah had his arm around Anshul Kamboj, who's been brought back. This looks like maybe almost a early part of career for sure. Defining spell, an opportunity for Anshul Kamboj. Can he live up to the potential that obviously was seen in him to have been preferred over Prasidh Krishna and given his debut here?
Yeah.
Unimpressive in the first 2 spells. Can he do anything different? Here he is. Goes in and bowls. Not much of a delivery stride really, is it? Yeah, he just sort of gets there.
Skips through it a bit, doesn't he? It's not like the leap and then the slam down. He's like a little bustler.
Yeah, he's very much a seam bowler, not really a swing bowler. And his pace has been down. I've seen him bowl a lot quicker than this. Maybe it's just nerves for a young man who wasn't expecting to be here at all.
No.
But pulled in from the A-team squad there. Here he is now into bowl. There's a wide slip and a wide gully. Kamboj bowls and Duckett pushes on the offside.
He looks like he's just not... He's sort of missing his run-up a bit, doesn't he? Just sort of not quite that smooth, rhythmical sort of approach to the crease.
No ball.
Yeah, there you go. Just felt a little bit stuttery, like he hasn't quite hit his rhythm.
And this is again good by Gill. He's moved himself to mid-off just to be able to have a chat to be around for Anshul Kamboj. Duckett asking the bowler to wait. Everything's all right now. And Kamboj is away with the man at deep backward point on the fence and 2 men on the onside. Kamboj goes in bowls and once again he wears onto the pads, which is an easy single. as Duckett approaches what will be a very good 100 when he gets it. He's up to 91.
Well, I mean, he'll keep putting them away all day, just little angled in deliveries at about 76, 77, 78, and just short of a length, thank you very much. All the time in the world just to knock that leg side and get yourself another 1 or 2. Yeah, they've lost away a little bit, India. I mean, it's very difficult. It's a flat pitch, but then do you go bumper theory? Let's have 5 or 6 overs just bowling short.
Something different.
Yes, let's just hang it outside off stump with an offside field. Try and get them playing.
Haven't seen any of that.
Not really.
No. Now, with Pope on strike, 2 slips go in. There's a man coming up at backward point, cover mid off, and Kamboj over the wicket to the right hander goes in and bowls.
Better.
Bit of movement. Moves away, left alone by Pope. In the context of how he's bowled, I hate telling you this story, but I should.
Oh, okay.
His initials obviously are AK.
Yeah.
Anshul Kamboj.
Yeah.
He wears jersey number 47. And in the Chennai Super Kings, apparently, he is referred to as AK-47, but it's one which is firing blanks at the moment. We shouldn't really make fun of a debutant. Here he is, trying to do what he's been picked for. Goes into bowl to Ollie Pope. He goes in bowls. Pope flashes past a diving gully. He'll get 4 runs down to square third. Just a bit of bounce there.
That was better. I mean, pretty well played by Ollie Pope. Sort of rode the bounce and decided to sort of like slash it through gully. But last couple of balls, you've just seen that little bit of a waist shape, and that one just lifted outside the off stump. So he might just be, warming into his work a bit.
Well, I think just from evidence, seems he's a lot more comfortable bowling at right-handers. Just feel that.
Yes.
Most of his deliveries have sort of come back or left the right-hander, as it were, and it's played straight into Duckett's hands in the early part of the innings. Here he is again. In he goes, bowls. This one came back in just a bit, did it?
Yeah.
Looking to play through mid-wicket. A bit of a leading edge, but thick enough to keep it along the ground.
Well, it doesn't matter how sort of confident you feel or whatever, something as a batsman or a bowler, you very rarely you just slip into what you know best on your debut. It's tough. You've got,
of course,
your muscles are tense even though you feel loose. That's why they always say it's always handy to get a wicket early on and you just sort of settle down a bit. It looks like he's just feeling for it a bit.
Maybe trying a little bit too hard.
Yes.
There's Kamboj bowls. Better delivery. Left alone by Pope outside the off stump. Just a hint of away movement. End of his over. He'll feel a lot better with this one.
Yeah. And sometimes you just look... Sorry, Andy. And sometimes you just look for that magic ball too early.
Too early.
Sometimes, just... bowl yourself 2 or 3 overs, go for 6 or 7, perhaps nick a maiden in there as well, and then you start getting into your work and start expressing your craft a bit, but sometimes if you go for that magic ball early on, 4, and then you sort of a bit tense, another magic ball, that's gone for 8, and then, very very quickly spirals out of your control.
On Kamboj against left and right handers, the ball by ball data for his first class career is not complete, but for the 10 matches they have ball by ball for him, he has been much better against right handers. Averages 18.9 bowling to right handers and 35.9 bowling to left handers.
Yeah, so that data backs it up. Thanks, Andy. Jadeja will continue.
What have they got here? They've got 2 on the sweep, they've got 2 on the reverse sweep.
And what he does is comes out and slams it away, and Jadeja scurrying after it, having bowled the delivery all the way down to long off. Slides, picks it up, sends in the return. What an athlete. And look at that throw. I mean, it didn't lead to anything, but amazing work by Jadeja.
Well, he's had to put 2 on the orthodox sweep to duck it and 2 on the reverse sweep and left mid-off, completely open. So if all Duckett's got to do is try and get to the pitch of the ball and punch it in that area, and I'm afraid he's going to have to run out and get it himself.
Well, he's done it once. I don't think he's going to try that again.
No.
But there was no one within acres of that stroke, so he had to go after it.
Yeah.
And 3 runs to Duckett. He's up to 94 now, just 1 hit away from what will be his 2nd century. Won't it be after series? Yes. After that very quick 140 odd, I think he got.
Nice cup of tea's just arrived.
Jadeja bowls, Pope pushes on the offside. Yashasvi Jaiswal does the fielding. India way behind the game here at the moment. 195 for 1 England.
Well, yeah, nothing that a couple of quick wickets won't help.
Jadeja bowls. Pope leans forward again, very watchful.
I always say put 2 or 3 on and then you're back in the game, but they've got to get through.
Yes,
a chasing evening, haven't they, an afternoon?
The shadow of the pylon away to our left and across right over the bowling crease at the moment. And Jadeja in, bowls to Pope, who almost snuck through there. Looking for the cut there was Ollie Pope. Made some room, the ball came back with the arm and kept a trifle low.
Yeah.
He's done well to get bat on it.
Well, he showed all 3 of his stumps. Just manages to get the bat down on that one. That scuttled.
It did.
Yeah.
Certainly did. Jadeja's quick.
Yep.
He's in again, bowls. Pope comes forward, fielded at Salim off, no run. Sai Sudarshan in the line of fire there. Rahul at slip where he took a sharp catch, having just watched the ball fly to all parts of the ground. Good concentration.
Absolutely.
In again, Jadeja bowls. And Pope drives this time, square of the wicket. Bumrah does well.
Oh, good.
Does very well. Oh, well, I mean...
No, that's good work from your fast bowler.
Yeah. And Bumrah's, with no disrespect meant to him, he's a bit awkward in the field sometimes and he sort of tumbled over, but did well. Saved 3 runs.
A little bit stiff as well.
I suppose.
You know, a bit tired. You've been slogging your way in, just putting your body through all sorts of stresses and strains. Did well to get a hand on that.
Andy?
We were talking a little while ago while Agos was on about preparation before a first test. Something that the Stokes McCullum team have done extremely well is start away series well. 5 series away from home. They've won the first test in all 5 of those series. For England in Australia, first tests have generally not gone very well. Since the Second World War, 21 first tests, only 2 wins, 6 draws, and a lot of losses. The last time England won the first time, the last 2 times they've won the first test, 1986, 1978, they went on to win the series.
Anshul Kamboj now to Duckett. Can he improve his line? Goes and bowls to Duckett. Duckett flashes and he's got him, has he? Yes, he has! Out of nowhere, Anshul Kamboj picks up his maiden wicket in Test match cricket, and Ben Duckett is denied what would have been a very, very well-deserved 100. Caught behind, short and wide, flash from the blade, thin feather, and accepted behind the wickets. Disappointment for Duckett.
Yeah, huge disappointment with Duckett. The head down and a toss of the bat up in the air. He's played magnificently well. But we just mentioned, didn't we, that Kamboj was just finding a bit of rhythm and just getting that little bit of extra bounce from this end. And that big sort of like scything cut that Duckett usually plays so well just got a bit big on him and a feather through to the keeper. Well done, young man. He'll be delighted with that.
Well, that's the first live bullet from the AK-47.
But Duckett, well played. I mean, he's
tremendous innings.
Yeah, great
innings. Very well-deserved standing ovation from Old Trafford. Really has batted superbly. And of course, now the cheers for Joe Root, who comes out to replace Duckett.
Yeah, 94 off 100 balls. That's a rollicking start with Zach Crawley as well. Got England into a really fantastic position. Laid the foundation.
Andy?
Yes, 94, as you say, from 100 balls with 13 fours. It's 3rd time he's been out in the 90s, 600, so 3 of his 9 visits to the 90s he's been out in the 90s. Made 98 against Australia at Lords, was out hooking, I think, on that occasion down at Long Leg. Had 92 in Wellington last winter as well. Also 4 dismissals in the 80s. He has talked about how personal landmarks don't matter to him in favour of the team. He did look quite upset there, but yes, he's not one to rein himself in when the landmarks come. But a fantastic innings once again from Duckett.
Well, with about 35 minutes thereabouts left in the game, India have managed to finally get the wickets of both openers. Joe Root now waits for Anshul Kamboj, who goes into bowl fresh with his maiden wicket under his belt. Outside the off stump, it draws Root forward and across a little bit.
He's just found a little something now, Kamboj.
Tonic of a wicket.
Yeah,
just any bowler.
Yeah, it just settles the nerves and you feel like you're in the Test match. Just getting the ball to shape and just that little bit of bounce outside off stump. So he looks like he's found a bit of rhythm.
Indeed. Here's Kamboj now. He's got how many balls left in this over? 4 balls to come. It was the first ball of that over that got the wicket of Duckett. Here's Kamboj past the umpire bowls and Root lets it go. Nicely watches it. Through to the keeper.
Well, that'll give India some heart now.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Still trailed by 160. They'll be thinking to themselves, awkward little passage to play here now for England, just to get to close of play. If you can nick 1, maybe 2, you've sort of come roaring back into the game a bit.
Yeah, well, England would have dearly liked their openers to carry through. At the rate at which they were going, they would have got to close to 250, if not past it. Now Root settles over his bat and waits for Kamboj. His past umpire Tucker goes in bowls and Root gets one on his pads, which is happy to accept, turn around the corner and get off the mark. 198 for 2 with that single. There's something about these special batters, just the grace with which they're able to play. They look so wonderful to look at. Whatever they're doing, even when they're leaving the ball, they just feel...
And it looks like the bat and the pads, you know what I mean? It all sort of fits the body, didn't it? I look like a tin man when I walked out. You know, but the gloves just mould into the hand. The bat is like an extension of the arm, and the pads are all beautifully sort of wrapped around the leg, you know. Even when they run, it doesn't look like they've got any gear on.
Don't look like there's any effort in it.
No, it just floats.
Second nature, yeah. Ollie Pope now waits for Kamboj. Kamboj in bowls, looks for the full ball. It's a little bit too full. It will run away to the boundary. I don't think Shardul will get to it. He's running after it, chasing after it. Has he dragged it back just in time or not? We'll find out, but that's 3 runs. Ran quickly. Just a little bit overpitched and put away on the onside for a single, for 3 runs rather. It takes the total now up to 198 for 2. We're in the 39th over of the innings. This will confirm whether it's 4 or not. Did he get his foot up? No, I think that's going to be 4. Wait for the umpire to tell us that and confirm it. But from what we've seen, it looks like his foot was in touch with the ropes. Yes, that's confirmed. So it's 4 runs to Ollie Pope. It's flicked away wristily through the wide mid-on region for 4 runs. 200 comes up just as Alistair Cook joins me.
Well, what a moment for the debutant. I think if you'd have freeze-framed that ball, he left his hand and saw the shot Ben Duckett was going to play.
Kamboj into Pope bowls, and Pope defends this one. Back along the track for the bowler to field.
Yeah, when he let go of the ball and you saw it was going to be short and wide, you wondered what percentage you would have said the outcome. People would have said he would have nicked it. But it just shows that there is jeopardy in any ball, and even if it's your favourite shot, maybe just try to hit it a smidgen too hard. But he played beautifully, Ben Duckett. Got England into a real good position. Now in India, can they just get one more tonight?
Yeah.
Gives them some hope, because at one stage, when the way Duckett and Crawley were playing, he feels as the hope had kind of left them a little bit, and they can get, say, Joe Root tonight.
Perfect timing. Jadeja's about to start a fresh over, and Alison Mitchell's just walked in to take over.
Thank you, Prakash. Sun-drenched evening here at Old Trafford, and the 200 now up for England, so 156 behind. Fabulous effort by both Crawley and Duckett. And Duckett, an innings full of intent, wasn't it, for his 94. But Jadeja now into Root, who goes back, tries to squeeze a single past Silly Point. It's picked up there by Jaiswal. So it's a dot ball. And now down to these two, Alistair, to try and keep building.
Yeah, and also try and get to the next 28 minutes unscathed.
Yeah. Jadeja from around the wicket. Root coming forward, defends. One bounce and into the hands of Silly Point. India would love it if they could remove one of these two before the close.
Just drag a little bit of control back into their game.
Jadeja with his sunglasses on. Around the wicket he goes. Root goes back. Forces it out towards Point. Finds the fielder again. There's Kamboj. Now has his maiden test wicket under his belt with that wicket of Ben Duckett.
Just whether India will give Bumrah 2 more tonight, maybe.
He was stretching a while ago. He's drunk an energy pack. Forward again is Root. Ball rolls up towards Jaiswal on the offside. And no run. Yeah, he was squeezing the juice into his mouth. It looked as if he was preparing for action. You'd think with two relatively new batters out in the middle. He would give him a spurt. Root forward, tickles it towards the square leg region, vacant region, able to take a single. To make it mid-wicket, moves across. McGill picks up 203 for 2, 155 behind. It's Pope facing up to Jadeja now. With silly point and one slip there. Jadeja bowls. It's Foolish, dabbled into the ground wide of slip. Running away fairly quickly towards the deep third boundary. Chases on, it'll be pulled back inside the rope. They think about coming back for another. And they think better of it as the throw comes in from Washington Sundar. 205 for 3 now. Root 2, Pope on 16 at the end of that over from Jadeja, who's 1 for 37 from his 8.
Just a hint of I want to say spin, but more just hold, isn't it? Just a hold from Jadeja. Just making the way Crawley got out, where he just kind of tried to open the face to guide it. There was a little bit of turn, and that ball as well, that Pope did guide it past there, but a little bit of turn.
Well, Anshul Kamboj is going to continue here. He was very expensive in his opening spell. His first 3 overs in particular went for 17. He was handed the new ball duties, and Siraj came on his first change. Now he sets off, had a couple of no balls as well. Races in now past the umpire. 2 slips down a gully in place here for Root, who's forward and he defends. The ball angles out towards gully. One bounce into the hand of the fielder. This is form in the Ranji Trophy, which has got him into this test team.
I feel he'll be more comfortable bowling to the 2 right-handers. And I think he's really struggled with switching between the short left-hander of Ben Duckett and then the tall, strong right-hander of Crawley, and he just didn't adjust. I think Duckett's first 5 boundaries are all through the leg side, and mainly of Kamboj just getting clipped away.
Root awaits. Kamboj on off stump, defence from Root out towards the covers. Duckett was able to get off like a train, didn't he?
Well, he didn't play any what I would say ridiculous baseball shots. It was all India missing, really, which allowed him to get away to a flyer. And it was Kamboj who just gave him that. And you can understand the nerves of playing a test match, and probably when he probably didn't think he was going to be playing this test match until very late on.
Yeah, it felt like a late decision, didn't it? I mean, we never know how much notice the players themselves are given, but certainly the day before the game, Gill was not giving anything away. Kamboj in again, full straight, and Root eases it back past the stumps at the non-striker's end. And Siraj comes running across from mid-on to pick up, loses his white floppy sun hat in the process. But Kamboj, 11 matches in the Ranji Trophy in season 24-25, taking 55 wickets in that time, plus the way he's bowled in white ball cricket at the IPL really caught the eye of MS Dhoni, and Ashwin as well has spoken in glowing terms about the way he can move the white ball in particular, different with the red ball and different in terms of bowling long spells in the test arena.
Well, his pace out that last one was very gentle at 76 miles an hour.
Kamboj in past the umpire. Root allows one to go by him, and there is some movement swinging away after it passes the stumps and taken by the wicketkeeper, Dhruv Jurel. Took the catch to dismiss Ben Duckett for 94 from 99 deliveries. That just tells you the sort of clip at which Duckett was scoring. Crawley made 84 from 113. His innings took much longer to get going. False shots at the start of the innings from Crawley before a couple of those beautiful cover drives come out.
Yeah, it was very much a surprise when he did nick that ball to Jadeja. He found his rhythm and was playing absolutely beautifully.
Here is Kamboj in again, some width here for Root, chops it away into the ground and into the hands of Gully. Very wide Gully, almost backward point really. 2 slips in place as well, standing next to Dhruv Jurel. And keep some pressure on Root in the early stages of his innings. 2 from 13 so far.
Yeah, that was uppish from Joe Root, who's how many runs he has scored behind point in his career would be a huge number, so he'd have fancied his chances of finding a gap, but it was uppish at Jadeja. He didn't carry, but it was only a couple of yards in front of him. And you're right, deepish deepish square gully or very backward point. You can choose which one you want.
This one clipped off the pads by Root, destroying a touch. Kambodge, that's all it takes, and it's a boundary. Cannot be cut off by Jasprit Bumrah, who's fielding there in front of the hotel. It's the end of the over, so the boundary coming off the last ball. Kambodge takes his cap from the umpire. England 209 for 2, 149 behind. Root 6, Pope 16. India earlier making 358. An eventful sort of day with the ball doing quite a bit the early part of the day. Sudarshan was out for 61. Jaiswal made 58. That was, of course, on day one. Rishabh Pant resumed his innings. That was really the story of the Indian innings. And all reports were that he had broken his foot and probably out for the rest of the series, but then suddenly Thakur was out and Rishabh Pant came hobbling down the steps.
Well, I wonder if it was trying to give India a bit of that momentum and a change of, get the crowd support behind him. Got a great ovation, not only from the Indian fans. And we thought this was going to happen.
Yes, here is a burst from Jasprit Bumrah. 20 minutes of play remaining in the day. So Pope facing up. He's on 16, England 209 for 2. 3 slips and a gully here. Bumrah over the wickets, outside the off stump, but too wide, left alone by Pope. Not interested in chasing that one. We'll need to force him to play.
Yeah, I just wonder if he can find a little spark. Hasn't quite been at his absolute best today. But a Bumrah off day, and he only goes at 3s. Is at kind of the level he operates at. He can change very quickly. Suddenly he gets 2 wickets. He's got 2 for 30.
Yeah.
Maybe he hasn't quite got it right, but he will know the importance. He will know the importance of this next 20 minutes and the effect, what he could do for this side going into day 3.
Bumrah's replaced Jadeja at the James Anderson end of the ground, so running in towards us with the Victorian Pavilion behind him. In he goes there now, Pope. Another one outside the off stump, which Pope isn't interested in, and he's content to let those go.
Just a little stat on England's openers, both out within 20 runs of a century. It's only the 5th time in England's Test history both of their openers have reached 80 and then been out before reaching 100. And the last occasion, England v Sri Lanka in Colombo, December 2007. And the 2 openers...
Wasn't you, Alistair, was it?
It would have been me in 2007, and I reckon the other openers here as well. Yep. The only thing I'm going to say about this one, where was DRS on that one?
Well, I could read you the text commentary.
Oh, please do. Bumrah is moving in here. Pope awaits and he dabs at that, angles it away towards backward point into the hands of Jadeja. No run.
It was Cook and Vaughan opening the batting, so listen to TMS in 17 years. We'll presumably have Crawley and Duckett if it follows that trend. Huge wicket here. Cook trudges off dejectedly and somewhat unamused as the finger is raised for one which pitched pretty much on leg, if not just outside, and would have whirred well on its way outside leg. LBW Malinga.
I think I'd battled quite. That was definitely the second new ball as well, so it wasn't the most fluent innings, I don't think. I think Vaughan was out for 80 about 4 hours before me.
Pope raises his bat, shoulders, arms. It's a ball from Bumrah, which goes through with good carry to Jarrell. Do you remember each and every dismissal? Is it only the ones where you feel aggrieved?
Do you know what? I don't know why I remember that one, because I did look it up recently. I was having a discussion with someone about something, and my memory is dreadful, but we're discussing, and I looked back and I was like, oh yeah, I remember getting LBW to Malinga when it was knowing I thought it pitched outside leg as well as not hitting the stumps. But who was the umpire? Who's on my hit list?
The finger pointing going on here.
Absolutely. Could never have been out.
In comes Jadeja, shadows lengthening beneath his feet. Pope coming forward, forced to play at that on off stump, up towards mid-off. Siraj hasn't quite picked it up, but will wander back to pick up the ball to toss it to Bumrah.
The 2 umpires in that game were Aleem Dar and Daryl Harper.
So I think it was Daryl Harper. If you had to ask me before we went to it, I'd have gone through Daryl Harper. But
was the discussion about how many more runs you could have had in your career if DRS existed?
No, because I got away. I got 100 at Lords in Pakistan. Against Pakistan 2006, where I was 100 for 4. So let's not. I won't.
We could find a few runs being taken off your tally.
Exactly.
Bumrah moves in past umpire Raza. That's a little straighter, and Pope's able to turn him away off his legs down towards A deep backward square. Did he get any bat on that? Leg by, signal by the umpire. End of the over from Bumrah. Not a particularly threatening over for his first over of a new spell. 210 for 2. England are 148 behind.
But you remember, don't you remember the ones which cost you, not the ones, remember which ones which help you. So
yes, all the memories. 3 bananas are still up there in the party stand on the right-hand side. Keeping a watchful eye on proceedings. A bit more fancy dress has been in the crowd today. That'll only increase when we get to the weekend. Another over coming up from Cambodge here. I'd quite like to have seen Bumrah at one end and Jadeja at the other, just to see that element of pressure being built from both sides. 2 slips, gap to 2 gullies. Cambodge in, turned off the legs, finds mid-wicket. No run clipped along the ground. That was actually a bit of a stinger for Sundar there. Just caught him on the end of the fingers.
I think the reason they're going double seam, there is a little bit in the air happening, a little bit of swing, not a huge amount. I wonder whether that's the reason why he hasn't gone one spin, one seam.
Joe Root is, of course, climbing up the charts for the leading run scorers in all Test cricket internationally. He sits behind Rahul Dravid at the moment. There's Cambodge, moves in. Defence. Pope forward, back up the pitch into the hands of Cambodge.
Well, he's 23 away from Dravid and 24 away from Kallis, is that right? Or Ponting?
Kallis is third. So yeah, Fruit reaches 31. He'll have overtaken both of those two. Ricky Ponting, he is 113 behind currently. So if he reaches 120, he'll go into second place on the all-time.
That would be a good shot then, wouldn't it? When you can go from 5th to 3rd.
Yep.
With one shot, that would be a nice way to do it, wouldn't it?
And Ricky Ponting is here for this Test match, and I believe he's also here for the Oval. As Pope faces up to Cambodge, goes back, tries to force it way through the offside, can't get it past the field, and there's no run. I think it'd be a delicious moment if he passes Ricky Ponting while Ricky Ponting is watching live.
Well, I think if he doesn't watch it in this series, he'll certainly get it in the Ashes. So whether Ricky just wants to get out of the way here, whether it's not in front of all his home fans, maybe.
Yeah. Someone was asking me the other day as to whether Ricky still rankles at the Gary Pratt run out in 2005.
Well, I'm not going to ask him.
Well, no, I can comfortably say it still does rankle because it pops up in commentary every now and again, even when we're in Australia commentating together. This one swinging down the leg side, whistling away down to the boundary for 4. Not much that the keeper could do about that. It's byes, nothing on it. Dhruv Jurel went tumbling away to his left-hand side, but that ball fizzed away down to the boundary.
Yeah, it's a show of Cambodge's skills. He does swing it both ways, just hasn't quite found the control today. And that was a good example, trying to set Pope up. A few away swingers and then the in-swinger, but the in-swinger started off on leg stump and went wider and wider. Gerald had no chance.
Helps England along, 214 for 2 now, 144 behind. Pope settling over his bat again on 16. Flags still flutter. Right arm over, in, swinging in again, goes with the swing to work into the leg side, and it's up to Siraj at mid-on. He feigns to throw the ball at the non-striker's end, where Root is calmly staring back at him, leans on his bat handle. Crowd are giving Siraj a little bit of stick early, weren't they? Some taunts in the singing, reminiscent of the taunts directed towards Mitchell Johnson.
All in good nature, all in good nature, I'm sure. You can only smile if you're in those situations, don't you? With how many people are in that stand, would you say? 3,000, 4,000? I don't know how many are in that big stand, but you can't answer back.
No, you almost have to start conducting them. Cambodge, a leap at the crease now. Forward defence from Pope, very solidly. Back into the hand of the bowler, and it completes the over. 214 for 2 then. Just a little more than 10 minutes left in the day's play. India will be heartened by dismissing both openers because they were utterly dominant at one point. But Pope and Root are equally solid at the moment, and they will be intent on taking England through to the close of play.
India as we started off this stint 20 minutes ago, you think, could they get 2 wickets? Just to try it. It gives them some hope going into day 3. And now they might have to settle for 1. But this is the matchup. Bumrah versus Root. He has, over his career, probably struggled to line up. Not many bowlers, but Bumrah will be right up that list of people he has struggled to line up, as well as he's lined up countless others, world-class bowlers. So can Bumrah make a difference?
India willing him to conjure something up here. Bumrah moves into bowl to Root. That one cuts back in, cuts him in half. Bumrah believes he's got him. He's appealing to the umpire. Dhruv Jurel has taken what he believes is a catch. Nothing, though, from the umpire. India are looking at each other. Shubman Gill is looking at Bumrah. He's looking back. Siraj is involved. Joe Root is just standing there, nonplussed.
It's a big one for India. Only 2 left. His Root looked guilty. He looked guilty. I don't know if he was good acting. They haven't gone with it.
No. Interesting. See the replay. The umpire Assam Raza did not move. India now going back to their fielding position. So very upright seam. It did dart back in.
Great decision.
Flipped the top of the pad, did it? That was maybe the deflection that Bumrah would have seen. The flap of the back pad. Somebody in the crowd saying review. But well judged in the end. Somebody within that slip cordon maybe said no, it wasn't the bat, it wasn't the glove. Bumrah in again to Root, defence on off stump. It was at the moment for India though. Can they conjure another?
Yeah, that was a good ball. Good the in-swing up from Bumrah. It didn't just clip his pad. Looking now they're going to check the umpires just out of interest, whether it would be an LBW. Has impact outside.
Yeah.
Confident of the slips, weren't they? All 3 of them had 3 slips and Gale all running towards the umpire. And but very calm, good decision.
Root batting outside of his crease fractionally here to Bumrah. So he moves in, very slight angle to his run-up. In there now, bowls to Root. It's come back in again to him as well, and he's getting well forward to that very straight bat and defence. Back up the pitch and into the hands of Jasprit Bumrah. Walking back to his mark with purpose. How many more overs can India manage to squeeze into this final 10 minutes of the day? Every wicket a precious, every delivery a precious wicket-taking chance for them to try and go in overnight, feeling as if they've made good headway into the England top order.
It's a long batting lineup as well, isn't it? With Dawson and in 8 and Wokes at 9, Cast at 10.
Bumrah moves in, white sweatband on his left arm, outside the off stump. No shot offered by Root. Shape to play and content to let it go through to Jurel. Jurel keeping because of that injury to Rishabh Pant. No ball. Bumrah has overstepped. So we'll have another delivery. It was in fact the 7th ball of the over, wasn't it, that did for Zach Crawley. Jadeja with the no ball. Sort of can't help feeling that in Test cricket, would it not be fairer for the same rules or conditions to apply as it does when you get a free hit? Or in a sense of, if it's an additional ball, you shouldn't be able to be out bowled or caught.
Well, because the next ball.
Yeah.
Well, was it the next ball? Was it?
It was the next ball, I think, in this case, wasn't it? Bumrah moves in now to Root. A little squared up off the outside edge into the ground and out to backward point. And a dot ball. Because it's a ball that kind of in a way shouldn't have been, bowled.
As much as I would love a free hit as being out there, I think we've got to allow a few things to stay in white ball cricket and not come to red ball cricket. So, Ali, you're going to have to push that one on your socials and get your clickbait. Zach Crawley will probably be voting for it tonight, but not for me, that one, I think.
I wonder how many wickets do fall in the, if you like, the extra delivery of an over. Is that possible results? He's giving me an evil look at this late in the day.
Anything's possible. Anything's possible, Ali.
Bumrah in here to Root outside the off stump. Good carry through to Jurel, but no shot offered by Joe Root. Just to remind you that over on 5 Live at 8 p.m. this evening, you'll have a chance to hear in full that iconic musical celebration, of the iconic 2005 Ashes. It's called Settling the Score. It might become an iconic piece of music programming because it's classical music mixed in with the commentary and the story of the Ashes, and all voiced beautifully as well with the story of the series. And you can also get involved yourself via the BBC Sport website and that with your own memories of the series. Bumrah in now to Root. He's coming forward. He's flipped away off the inside half of the bat down towards the backwards square. The last ball of that Bumrah over. So England are 216 for 2, 142 behind. Just over 5 minutes to go then till the close of play. And Aggers is coming in, Alistair, to see us through to the close and indeed to have proceedings with the podcast afterwards.
Well, Aggers, you're here. The final stint. Why?
Yep, last 10 minutes. And it's the best part of the day. Long shadows stretching out. Crowd in good voice over there to the left. 216 for 2. It's been a really excellent England reply, hasn't it? They have lost the openers now, but they've really rattled along, setting themselves up for tomorrow. So 142 behind. Cambodge is on his way again from this end. He runs a long way. Bowls and is driven straight down the ground. Lovely shot. It may have come back past him faster than it went down, that, I think. It's gone for 4. Is that a fair comment, or was that being a bit harsh?
I think it's been a little bit harsh, but I get your drift. He's bowling fairly gently at the size moment. You can see potential on a test bowler, can't you, in English conditions, a swing in both ways. The control hasn't been there today, and for that, let's look at the positive. That was a glorious shot from Joe Root. To play a straight drive, everything's got to be in absolute order. It was.
On to 11, 220 for 2. In he goes again, bowls over the wicket. And Root edged this, but with very, very soft hands. And there was never any danger of that carrying to second slip, which is where it ended up. 220 for 2, 138 behind. Nice to see my old skipper in the box again.
Lord Gowers.
Yes.
Popped in, and he.
You know why? He's come to see you, because you never answer any messages, apparently.
No, that's not entirely
He's
true.
come to see you in person.
The message he asked me today, he hadn't sent before.
Oh.
So, on that one, Aggers, you're going to have to take that one back.
Graham Gooch says the same thing. He never answers his messages.
I've never missed anything from Gucci.
220 for 2. And the next delivery is outside the off stump. Forced off the back foot. Pope's interested in a single, but Root isn't. And it remains therefore 220 for 2.
If Gucci says jump, I say how high.
Well, I know.
Aggie, so let's not.
We all do, really. So Crawley 84, Duckett 94. We're going to hear from Zach Crawley during our review of the day after the game finishes, 6:30, with a number of overs again left unbowled. All the words that we heard after Lord's, it won't happen again, and all of that, well, might be 9 overs.
There's only one more after this.
Yeah. This is short outside the off stump, and Root just allows that to go through to wicketkeeper Jarrell. 220 for 2. An interesting old day, though. Rishabh Pant coming out to bat. It was fantastic because actually, out of our sight, isn't it? The players, they emerge down below us. We can't see, but the crowd could see. The Indian supporters particularly could see Rishabh Pant coming down one step at a time, and out he went.
I think going down the stairs was actually more painful than anything else he did.
Yeah, it was a brave effort, wasn't it?
Brilliant
out there with who knows what's happened to his foot. It might well be fractured. Cambodge runs in, is there, and he bowls on the off stump. Played very circumspectly there by Root. Finds cover point. He did well, he got his half century and added some useful runs. Almost got a couple on the foot, didn't he, Stokes? The Yorkers almost hit it.
He actually played with a lot more control than I thought he was going to. He wasn't just standing, going way leg side and trying to hack every ball. He did play some big shots, but he wasn't. His first couple of balls were left alone. He was getting in line as well.
No, I assumed he'd have a swipe. Cambodge again, heavily built bowls, and that rather squares Root up with a little bit of gentle swing there for Cambodge, but Root can just knock it away. 220 for 2, I think, probably, unless this is an over of spin. It probably will be the last of the day, in which case there'll be 10 overs not bowled today. And it's no surprise when you see the groundsman summoned with a shovel, a mallet and a blue bucket to start repairing the footholes. Well, it's like a gardener going out there, wasn't it? Chiselling away And that was at least an over, and it happened twice.
Yeah.
No, it's not so much. It's not so much the overs that are unbowled and value for money. I don't think that's really. It is the point, but not the main point, which is just how it slows the game down. The game is played at a very slow rate.
It is between the overs, and it's very slow between overs.
Yeah.
And once the over actually starts, I think pace overs isn't too bad, but it's just getting around the overs and people moving behind sight screens like we're waiting now.
Yeah, it's just so much sort of delays the play. So this will be the last over of this second day. It's bowled by Jasprit Bumrah coming in and bowling, and Pope pushes him away out towards Mohammad Siraj, whose hat flies off there as he comes darting in full of energy, full of enthusiasm and hostility. This is Siraj. He never leaves anything out there, Mohammad Siraj. He absolutely gives it 100%. And he flew in there, lost his hat. That's another no ball. So that will definitely mean that it's the last over of the day.
I think Root and Pope were laughing there because Pope was quite keen for a single, and the experience of Joe Root not quite so keen.
No, he's leaning on his bat. Look at him, he's not going anywhere at the moment. 3 slips a gully. Bumrah stutters in, he's there now, and he bowls a bouncer which goes flying over Pope's head. It's taken by Jarrell, who's keeping wicket for a punt, who could bat, sort of, but certainly not keep wicket. He hobbled about, he ran singles.
He's played ideal cricket the last 2 tests.
Nice.
He just had a bat and not fielding.
Very nice.
Andy Flower's the master of that.
Well, Ramiz Raja wasn't bad.
Andy Flower the last couple of years at Essex.
Okay.
His shoulder injuries suddenly appeared, or Achilles problems, then go and get 120.
Bumrah mops his brow. There's 5 balls to go. 221 for 2. Pope waits, bat raised. Bumrah bowls to him, pushed away in the same place again. Siraj again comes bouncing in there, makes sure they can't take a run. Thinning out over there on the temporary stand, but not by much. There are some empty seats now, inevitably, but there's still a lot of people still here for the dying moments of the day. Up there on the pink seats. Well, they're staring into the sun now, so they'll get an idea of what it used to be like playing here before they turn the pitch round.
Yeah.
If you're bowling from that end, and it was really quite difficult to see where you're going. Very low sun. And of course, Dickie Bird took the players off once because it was too bright and there was a reflection. Coming off the DIY store that's now being demolished, in comes Bumrah, bowls, turned away out towards mid-wicket this time. And there's no run. I mean, that's a first, isn't it? I mean, Dickie was a champion at taking players off for bad light. But that must be a first, to take players off for good light.
Didn't Dart happens occasionally at Derby, doesn't it? The sun's in the right spot.
Yes.
That was before or after they've moved to square round.
They turned it round as well, didn't they? It's got to be north-south, hasn't it? That's the way that squares should be. 221 for 2. England are 137 behind. They've got 8 wickets left. And Bumrah, one last effort, comes charging in, bowls, and Pope on the front foot plays it again to Siraj. Rushes in, hurls the ball to the keeper. 221 for 2. Pope on 16 has looked pretty calm.
He's played well for his 40 balls, hasn't he?
Yeah. Yes, he has.
We haven't jinxed him, have we?
Well,
2 to go.
Wouldn't be very pleased. He's got 2 balls to go. And now someone else is moving behind the arm there that he's spotted. Oh, I can see him now. There's a chap in a white shirt. Come on, you've got 2 balls to go. Why are you moving now?
In a red hat.
Yeah.
He's got the back to the play as well, yes. So he doesn't know what he's doing.
Someone up there's going to shout at him, but he's wandering around oblivious to the fact. Oh, there we go, sitting down now. Looked like one of Donald Trump's hats, that does. Bright red. 2 balls to go. Bumrah swings his arm, stutters, now breaks into a sprint and bowls to Pope. Oh, he's chipped that away, but safely. A little bit uppish it was too. And a chase for Cam Podge there. He's giving up. I think he's rather shot his bolt from bowling up at this end, and gave it up at an early stage. But nice boundary there for Pope. He'll resume in good heart tomorrow. 225 for 2.
Lovely straight drive again. Bumrah going for the Yorker and just got it full. Too full, slightly too full, so on a full toss. Actually, the shot probably wasn't quite as elegant as he looked from this end. He was falling over a little bit, but he managed to time it nicely.
Last ball of the day. 225 for 2 on the board, so England 133 runs behind. Here's Bumrah again. One last effort. He hurls the ball down. It's a bouncer. Pope just gets underneath it. The ball flies over his head. And that is it for the second day. So England 133 behind. Well, they could make serious inroads into that in the morning tomorrow, and then resume for the afternoon and really try and get a lead up. So they've had a very good day here. They've polished off India's innings, and they've put themselves in a position to really take control of the game tomorrow. India aren't out of it by any means, but there is the opportunity here for England. I know which dressing room I'd rather be in at close of play on the second day, and I'm looking at the England captain there now. He's going to applaud the batsman off the ground. Can we say the not out scores there, Andy, because all the boards have gone blank?
Yes, Pope 20 from 42 balls, Root 11 off 27.
There we are, 225 for 2, 133 behind, and the players walk off. There's something ironic, you talk about the lost time. I mean, it's a beautiful late afternoon. There's 10 overs unbowled, and yet the players are walking off. So if you are, I mean, and it is a bit of a split camp. People saying, oh, actually, I'd much rather have entertaining cricket. I don't care if they don't bowl 10 overs. But others say, well, hang on a minute. Actually, I've paid my money. I want to see all the overs bowled. Thank you. So it is a bit split. But when you see an evening like this, the whole ground is bathed in sunshine, and time still to play and make up those overs. Anyway, that's an argument that we have often up here, as you know. Bowling figures wise, Bumrah wicketless, 13 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 37. Campodge, he did take his first wicket there, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 48. Siraj, lots of hustle and bustle and hostility, but wicketless, 10 overs for 50-ish. I can't read your writing, Andy. 50-something, 58, thank you. Have you ever heard of Tipex? Siraj, I've done him for 58, there we go. Thakur, 5 overs for 35. And then Jadeja, 1 for 37 from 8 overs, no maidens. Thank you, Andy, for working hard as always today. So we'll start our review of this day. We're going to be talking to Zach Crawley at some stage and to find out his take on things. How many 50s? So I might put it up my sleeve, I might not, but he's now past 50. Is it 7 times against India?
Against India, yeah, that was his highest.
Yeah,
against India,
and hasn't scored 100. But anyway, he played very nicely today. 84, Duckett 94. So our review of the day, and England ending on 225 for 2. So 133 runs behind. Talking points, without doubt, Rishabh Pant's surprise re-entry to the fray. We thought probably he could only bat in an emergency, but he came out, having retired hurt on 37. He actually got a 54. Paul being bowled, a beautiful ball from Jofra Archer, very similar to his Lord's dismissal, actually. Jadeja 20, good 41 from Thakur, and Ben Stokes finished with 5 for 72, 24 overs, 3 maidens. It's actually the longest period in Test cricket between fifers for Stokes, which is quite remarkable, really, isn't it? But I mean, he's had injuries and so on, but 2017 was his last 5-wicket haul. Jofra Archer finished with 3, and there was 1 for Wokes and for Dawson, so 358 all out, and then a very positive response from England after that. So Alistair Cook, Michael Vaughan are going to start off this little chat with me. Michael, how do you sum up the day?
A great day for England. The morning session, you would say that it went the way of India in terms of the way that they played. They had a bit of fortune. Rishabh Pant hobbling out there was remarkable. And then in the afternoon, as has happened throughout the whole series, when England desperately need to win a session, they've won it really well. And that's been the case for India throughout the whole series. And to lose those last 4 wickets, 37, and then to go out with the ball in hand. The conditions changed. There wasn't the cloud cover, the lights weren't on, and the sun started to shine slightly, and there wasn't as much lateral movement. But India bowled poorly. They'll be disappointed with their disciplines with the ball in hand. And you know, with England on a pitch like this where there's not a great deal of lateral movement, they'll go after you. And Zach Crawley played nice. He played with more control. He had one moment against Jasper early when you had, steady on.
Yeah.
That big drive came out.
Big boomer.
Big booming out swinger. But after that, he left the ball nicely outside off stump and waited for the ball and hit through the line, which you can do when there's not a great deal of lateral movement. And Ben Duckett he's a beautiful player. I mean, he got a few to get away and get off the mark and come out the traps flying, but he's a wonderful player. He makes batting look very, very, very easy, and scoring quickly makes it look very, very easy. So that was a great partnership. And then I guess India have had a bit of hope with those 2 wickets. And the one thing I'll say for India is that I thought tactically last half an hour they got it all wrong. Jadeja should have stayed on. Bumrah could have bowled from the Stavern end, and Jadeja looks the threat. Because there is a little bit of tweak for him. And all right, England are 133 behind. They've got 8 wickets in the tank, and they've got a big batting lineup. But that ball to Crawley and a couple to Ollie Pope, I'm thinking, well, if England have a lead of 60, 70, 80, India aren't out of this test match, because this pitch should spin more as we go to days 4 and 5. So there's a little bit of a glimmer for India, but they'll have to bowl a lot better tomorrow.
Yeah, I agree with that. It does look, Cookie, as if if England do get a really big one, actually this is a good opportunity, isn't it? But they do need that big one to stop having to bat last.
Well, no side has managed to actually nail the opposition down in situations like this throughout the series, and India were really poor that first hour. Ben Duckett first 5 boundaries were all leg side clipped.
Yeah.
And as a left-hander, the ball swinging in, that's just what you dream of, isn't it? Like you just want you don't want to be challenged off stump. He wasn't challenged, so he got a flyer. And then when they do that England side, it's very hard to stop that momentum. So, India will look back with regret whether Cam Bod should have opened the bowling. You understand why he has opened the bowling, because apparently he's got the skills. We've seen he can swing the ball both ways, but it's a big ask in a major.
Yeah.
In a kind of crunch moment to come and do it. Well, you would have gone. I would have gone for experience there, and even if you swap it early, at least you try and set the tone. Even though I'm not sure Siraj is the greatest new ball bowler, but I still would have gone for him over Cambridge. And when you lose that momentum for half an hour as a captain or as a side, it's very hard to then grab it back and change it. And India, and it didn't for 2 hours, England really took charge, and it was brilliant batting. The one thing I want to mention about Crawley. There's no dancing down the wicket today. There's no batting miles outside your crease or miles inside your crease. It was just stand still and watch the ball and play shots. Yeah. Of course, there's no such thing as a perfect innings. So of course there can be moments where you make mistakes and you play big drives. But I know he likes batting at Old Trafford, and know he likes this pitch. He must feel comfortable here. But surely he can sit there and go, I'll try and play like that every time. It might not come off. It never comes off for every batsman. But today he was just in so much more control of his game.
So model innings. But the last thing you want to do, if you're playing those two, is to get them a start, isn't it? And they got off to a flyer.
Absolutely. And
I think 70% or more or less of Duckett's runs came on the leg side.
Yeah, I mean, they bowled badly and they weren't quick enough to react to that flying start, and they ended up having a split field, square leg back, cover point back. You bowl your best ball, there's a single on offer. Forward defence, you're getting a single. Clip to the leg side, you're getting a single. And obviously, if you bowl a bad ball, that's going to go to the boundary as well. So, India just got it wrong throughout the day. Even that Jasprit today wasn't at his best. But how rare do you say that about Jasprit Bumrah? But England are a very difficult side to keep quiet on any kind of pitch, but particularly on a pitch like this where there's no movement. You've got to be so disciplined. And sometimes I look at the way that England play and think, is it worth just going wide of off stump to them? There's no swing, there's no seam, just to try and grab a little bit of something back as a skip. And if you have to go 7-2 to the offside, all the fielders on the offside, and say to the likes of Duckett and to the likes of Crawley, if you're going to play, you're going to have to play away from your eye line, and you're going to get your fishing rod out and try and reach to those wide balls just for a few overs to just try and grab something back. I didn't see that much from India. I didn't see too many bounces. There wasn't enough. I think Siraj bowled a really quick bouncer to Duckett after the wicket of Crawley. I thought, where's that be? Yeah. So there were certain things that weren't quite right for India, but this England side is very, very difficult to play against when you get players playing at the level that Duckett and Crawley. They're a great combination because of the tall nature of Zach and the short nature of Ben Duckett. Ben stays right back, Zach likes to get forward, so as a bowler it's very difficult to kind of change your length every other ball, which is what they were doing because they were grabbing singles so often. The game's still alive though, because of that spin, which is I thought, when England got off to that flying start, I thought, India are knackered here. Yeah. And then I saw a ball spin. I thought they've still got a chance in this game because of that spin.
Yeah. Just watching while you're talking, they were showing Zak Crawley's dismissals in this series with minimal foot movement around that off stump. We know how he plays, but they compared it to how he's played today with much, well, not pushing for a start, not pushing the bat out, positive footwork. Are you watching as well, though?
Yeah, I was. And you'd have to link a little bit that into, when you just watch dismissals, you see the worst of it.
Yes.
But also, all of those dismissals, the ball was moving considerably more than it has done today. And when it doesn't then move, the amount of confidence you get as a batsman being able to move into the ball, because you know it's gun barrel straight. You're not picking, is it the in-swing or the out-swing, is it going to nip? And when that uncertainty, and we're talking fractions of seconds, is there for your foot doesn't move to pitch the ball. So it's a little bit unfair to kind of say, well, he batted like this today in terms of his foot movement, because when the ball moves less, and we know he's a brilliant player when the ball doesn't move.
Yes.
I will go back to, actually, he was way more consistent today with his, no big pre-match, no big movements, and then he was just reacting and watching the ball and trusting himself.
Well, there was one pull shot that he tried to hit over the leg side, which he missed. But I never saw him down to try and hoy it over mid-wicket like we saw at Headingley on a few occasions, like we saw it, I think it was at Lords, we saw it as well. And I think Alice is absolutely right. Someone should be in his ear tonight saying, look, that's your blueprint. Yeah. On any pitch, at the start of the innings, you stay in your crease and you just react. And those balls wide of the off stump, you're left beautifully for the most part. Every now and again, he's probably a bit nervous. He wants to go after it. And you're going to play and miss it a few deliveries. But, his kind of a foundation, his bread and butter, from what you look down, you thought, oh, yeah, that looks quite nice. His feet weren't outside of off stump. He wasn't dancing down. And that's what Marcus Trescothick, the batting coach, he should be saying to Zak, come on, Zak, just bed that in.
You're still scoring at 5 and over.
Yeah, just bed that in. That is you. You look great today, so let's write down what was great today, put it in a little notebook if need be, or on your notes on your phone, and just remind yourself every morning when you're going out to bat, just keep it simple. It looked very simple for him today.
Do you have pitches, grounds that you just like? They just work.
Oh, yeah.
Work.
Absolutely. I mean, like me turning to Trent Bridge, if you're the way that stats and numbers are crunched, you just pull me out of the game and let someone else play. They've got way more chance of scoring runs. And it wasn't. I just didn't. Not that I didn't like the place. I think it's quite a nice ground. I just didn't feel comfortable out there. I never felt comfortable out there. But coming here, for example, I used to love batting here, it's purely mental, actually. I don't know what it is, but it's certainly, I definitely had grounds that I just walked to. I was like, yeah, I feel okay.
Some of the Australian pitches will be like this. There'll be one or two, but they won't be all like this. There's some now that, Perth, you get that extra little bit of bounce.
Yes.
And can you play the big drive on the up to that ball that just bounces a bit off length? That'll be a question.
Yeah.
I would say the pink ball game, will you be able to play the big drive to the ball that's moving around? The pink ball does move around a lot more, so that'll be a vulnerability. Adelaide's probably this kind of pitch on a day. The sun shines in Adelaide, you can play through the line and hit some nice drives. And Melbourne can be anything, and Sydney last year was a green top. So, on these kind of pitches, with the way that Zak Crawley plays, he is a very, very difficult batter to keep quiet.
Well, he's wandering over, and we're going to have a chat with him now. And he's going to put the headphones on and grab the microphone. There we go. You can probably hear me now. Yes, Zak, hello.
Hello, how are you?
Oh, I'm very well. More like it. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
Happy?
Yeah, happy. Yeah, we're in a good place as a team at the moment, so hopefully, we're in a good place, so I'm happy.
Yeah, and happy with the way you played?
Yeah, I'm happy with the way I played. Obviously, you always want more, and it was great batting out there with Ducky, and we were loving it out there and putting some pressure on them. So we were really enjoying it out there. Obviously, you always want more, but happy.
Yeah, I was looking at the analysis there on the telly while I was listening to my colleagues up here. What were they saying? What do you think that you were doing there that was, I don't know, an improvement? I don't know. What were they showing?
They just showed a couple of my dismissals, and they wondered what I was doing better today. And I just think I said to them I just wasn't premeditating as much, and in my mind I was just playing each ball on its merits, and I just did that nicely today. And I felt much more relaxed out there, which is always a headspace I try and get into, and I did that quite well today, and thankfully I got a couple away. Yeah,
and is that a sort of a blueprint, therefore, for you to take away about the way that you played today and not premeditating or whatever it may be?
Yeah, that's always what I try and do, but it's difficult, when you're short runs and all that, a lot of thoughts go through your head, so that's always what you're trying to strive for, where you just got clarity and not too much going on up there, and I managed to find that today, and the more often you can do that, the better.
Yeah. And how about this ground? You obviously love it. You love batting here.
I have done of late. When I first started playing here for Kent, I never really got too many runs. But last couple of times I've been here, it's been, nice days out, and it was fantastic there today with the crowd and batting with Ducky. They were getting right behind us, and we felt like we were on top. So I've started to really enjoy batting here. It's normally a good batting deck. So hopefully that continues.
It looks as if you really enjoy batting with Ben Duckett. I mean, there's a lot of smiles going on, and just a really nice relationship between the two of you.
Yeah, I love batting with Ducky. He's just a phenomenal player, and we have a laugh out there, but also we're talking about the game, and he makes it very easy for me. And I really enjoy batting with him. I enjoy spending time with him off the field. He's a great guy.
Yeah. Do you think, in a way, you help each other? I mean, talking sort of physically, and left hand, right hand, 6'5" or whatever, and whatever. I don't know what Ben is, 5'6" or something. I mean, that must be quite an advantage, isn't it?
I would have thought so. I mean, I don't know for certain, but I would have thought they have to change their lines and lengths quite a lot each ball, especially if we're getting a few singles. So. That has to be more challenging than obviously if we were the same sides and both right-handed or left-handed. So I think that works well, and just the way we both like to go about it quite positively. I think that that we're always trying to put them under pressure, and when it comes off like today, it works quite nicely.
Yeah. And you're nicely set up, aren't you, as a team now? 130 behind, 8 wickets left, lots of time.
Yeah, we're very happy. Obviously, it looks like the pitch is going to get worse and worse, so we want to make sure we bat well. First innings, get a lead, because it's going to be tricky 4th innings, and it'll be tricky for them 3rd innings as well. So it'd be nice to get a lead tomorrow.
Thanks for talking to us, Zach. Well played today. Enjoyed it.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Zach.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
There we go. That was nice. And I mean, he basically endorsed what you said, I think.
Yeah, I really like that. And that's why I say I hope he can lock that kind of mentality that he had in his technical side and his thought process, because he said that he didn't premeditate today.
Yeah.
So there's an indication that when he goes out to Babbage in the 2nd innings here, or at the Oval next week, or Perth in a few months' time, don't premeditate. He's too good. He's got too good an eye. He's a good player. He can play some real high-class strokes against quality bowling. He plays some quality bowling over the years really well, and it's just when he starts to premeditate and he starts to get a bit funky, that's when he has a few failures.
And also, actually, we're talking about this New England side evolving. That interview was a very nice interview. In fact, he was very honest.
Yes.
And rather than batting away the questions, he said, "Yeah, do you know I did premeditate, but I struggled. It's not easy to get into that zone he was today." And actually, when you watch from such a distance from a player, you think, "Oh, all he's doing is watching the ball." But actually, it's a lot of time your mind does wander. And Zach had just said there, he has been struggling with a lack of runs and probably a lack of confidence. He's thinking, "Oh, I've got to try something else," and it just shows kind of the processes aren't just as simple as putting your pads and doing what you should do, because if it was easy, that everyone would do that, and every county player should be playing it. So it does a good reminder for me how hard actually opening the batting for England is.
Yeah, that's a really interesting comment. Right, off you go, Alistair. We'll catch you later on. Deep Das Gupta is here, and I think Tuffers is coming in for a rare appearance on the podcast, Tuffers. Lovely to see you as well. Let's talk Rishabh Pant, shall we? Because that was remarkable, and I don't know if you're wrong with me or not, but when the applause started, I thought, hang on a minute, is this really what it could be? And it was dear old Pant coming down the stairs one step at a time. I mean, poor old boy, he looked like he was about 90 years old coming down. But what a brave effort that was to come out.
Absolutely unbelievable, that effort from him, and it's also more than that. It's a statement for a young guy who's part of the leadership group. Just kind of putting his body on the line for the team, with the series up for grabs, 2-1 down India. This is an important test match, and first innings was extremely important, looking at the pitch and the conditions and everything else. So for him to just come out with what we believe is a broken foot or a fractured, it's unbelievable. And not just that, I mean, the way he played after that, he contributed 17 runs personally, and if you look at the partnership, was worth around, I think, 40 odd runs. So in the context of the game, 350 plus India, I think was very, very important. And like I said, it's more than just the effort, it's the statement made by him, and something like that just picks up the whole team.
Do we actually know what has happened to his foot? I mean, I know there's been some rumours and stuff about breaks and fractures, but there hasn't actually been anything officially said, has it?
Nothing officially as yet, but obviously, as the rumours go, apparently a fracture of the metatarsal.
Right.
And which is roughly around, 6 weeks, if that's the case then.
Yes. So, well, I mean,
it looks sore, whatever.
I know. It looked like a huge egg on his foot yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I must admit, I totally agree with Deep, but I mean, my heart was in my mouth because you get another one on that, and you are going to be in a bit of bother, especially if there is a little fracture there. You get another one straight on the top of it, can splinter, anything can happen. So, you're right, another statement of where this Indian side are really. Everyone's pulling together, everyone wants to be contributing, and in a tight series and in tight games, those. What was it, 40, as you said, 40-odd, 30-odd partnership could be the matter between winning and losing. So, yeah, it was, and he just delivers every time he walks to the crease, doesn't he? Or every time he puts a pair of gloves on or something happens. He can't take your eyes off him.
Well, we haven't seen the Indian press, Deep, but I mean, is there some criticism of what he did? I mean, he's kind of self-inflicted this, let's be honest, wasn't it? I mean, it's almost like taking a helmet off and head-butting the ball. I mean, you do that, you're going to get hurt, aren't you?
True. So there has been, but not majorly. There has been a few questions asked. Did he really need to play that shot? Did he need to take that risk when India was on top, when both of them were batting, him and Sai Sudarshan? They had a partnership of 72 at that point in time. And so, but not really major noises as such, because we've learned to accept Rishabh Pant the way he is.
Yes.
And we know that's how he is. And today was another example of Rishabh Pant being Rishabh Pant, coming out to bat with...
Well, yes, exactly. That's the point to make. I mean, think what he's been through recently in his life as well.
True, it's so much that he's gone through that. Other personal losses as well in his family, and he's come out to play every time whatever's happened with him. And that's, like I said, whatever you expect, he'll do absolutely opposite of that.
Yeah. Bit of spin. Tuffers.
Oh, yes, saw that.
I mean, genuine spin. And Zach Crawley, I think you could hear what he was saying, but he was saying that he reckons that batting third and fourth is going to be tricky.
Absolutely, and it's one of those pitches that not everyone will turn. The odd one will go quickly, like the one that Zach got and beautifully caught at slip. But that turn quickly with that little bit of bounce, and then the other one will just skid through, and it's tricky, and it's only going to get trickier as the game goes on. When the ball spins every ball, batters sort of get into the rhythm of it, and they start sort of like adapting to it. It's the ones that just skid on, the odd one turns, plays with the mind. So India will be thinking, can we just get something? Get something to have a bowl at.
Go on then, Zoltz, what have we got stats wise?
Well, let's start with that opening partnership between Duckett and Crawley. 166 in just 32 overs, around about 5 and over, which is the average run rate they go at as a pair. They reached 150 in 28.4 overs, the third fastest 150 opening stand for England. Duckett and Crawley themselves had the fastest in Rawalpindi the first time they batted together at the start of that series in 2022. Gooch and Atherton at Lords split them the second innings of that game when Gooch made 333 and 123. Duckett reached 50 in under 50 balls for the 10th time out of 21 50-plus scores. Also has one at exactly 50 balls. 22 times England openers have reached 50 in 50 balls or in under 50 balls, and Duckett has 9 of those. One of his others was batting lower down, and Crawley has 4. So it's another stat that illustrates sort of the extent to which England are playing in a sort of historically unprecedented manner. We've had individual players do it before, like Virender Sehwag at the top of the order, but as a pair, no one's really batted like them. They've had obviously mixed success, and their overall partnership average is around about 44, which is pretty good, but it's been a bit up and down, particularly over the last year with Crawley struggling. But highly potent when it works, as it did today. Ben Stokes. His first fifer since September 2017 against West Indies, when he bowled brilliantly, swung it all over the place, take 6 for 22. 76 tests and 100 innings since then, 100 innings that he's bowled in. And that's the longest gap between fifers in terms of innings bowled in Test history. Jacques Kallis had a 79 innings gap between fifers, so he's been knocked out of the record. But a curious record. Stokes has made a lot of contributions, but what we're seeing from him this summer is him becoming a full frontline bowler again, which he hasn't been for England for a long time. 26 wickets now in his last 7 tests since the second test in New Zealand. He'd taken just 11 in his previous 22, and in this series now 16 wickets at 24, which in a batting dominated series is might prove to be the decisive element. And just quickly, Rishabh Pant, with his heroic innings, overtook Alex Stewart in terms of most runs by a wicketkeeper in a series in England. Pant is currently on 479. Stewart had 465 against South Africa in 1998. Jamie Smith lurking on 415 in the series so far.
Lovely, thank you very much indeed. Right, let's quick look ahead to tomorrow, Tuffers.
Yeah, crack on England. Got a great base, haven't they, from the two guys up top. They'll be looking for more of the same, and India are going to have to try and hang on, but they'll be thinking 1 or 2 wickets and they're back in it as well. So, yeah, England in a great position. It's just going to be, can they kind of get past India?
Deep. Wickets.
Right, wickets. And the good bit is, as both of you have mentioned, it's turning a bit. So won't be surprised to see Jadeja and Washington Sundar get in early into their spells.
Absolutely. I couldn't believe Washington Sundar didn't have a go. Got 4 for 20 last test match. Not bold.
So I won't be surprised. And because, most importantly, where it's turning from. So a lot of times people get really excited when they see turn, but for most of us Indian batters, we see where the ball's turning from. If it's turning from the stumps for a left-arm spinner, that's when it starts to worry the batter. Because if it's outside the off-stump, that's fine. You can leave it. You can let it go. But that's what happened with Zach Crawley. That ball turned from the stumps.
Yes.
And that's make Jadeja really dangerous. So, not too many runs to play with. And going by how this pitch is spanned out, as you mentioned, batting 3rd and 4th will not be easy. So India's got to be really, really careful with not too many runs to play with.